Chapter 3:3, Roman 4, Fatherland in Danger. Or rather, we will say, this senatorial war might have lasted long, and party tugging and throttling with party might have suppressed and smothered one another in the ordinary bloodless parliamentary way, on one condition, that France had been at least able to exist all the while. But this sovereign people has a digestive faculty and cannot do without bread. Also, we are at war and must have victory, at war with Europe with fate and famine. And behold, in the spring of the year, all victory deserts us. Dumouriez had his outposts stretched as far as Aix-la-Chapelle, and the beautifulest plan for pouncing on Holland by stratagem, flat-bottomed boats, and rapid intrepidity, wherein too he had prospered so far, but unhappily could prosper no further. Aix-la-Chapelle is lost. Maastricht will not surrender to mere smoke and noise. The flat-bottomed boats must launch themselves again and return the way they came. Steady now, ye rapidly intrepid men, retreat with firmness, Parthian-like. Alas, were it General Miranda's fault, were it the War Minister's fault, or were it Dumouriez's own fault and that of fortune, enough, there is nothing for it but retreat, well if it be not even flight, for already terror-stricken cohorts and stragglers pour off, not waiting for order, flow disastrous, as many as 10,000 of them, without halt till they see France again. Nay worse, Dumouriez himself is perhaps secretly turning traitor. Very sharp is the tone in which he writes to our committees. Commissioners and Jacobin pillagers have done such incalculable mischief, Hassenfrat sends neither cartridges nor clothing, shoes we have, deceptively, sold with wood and pasteboard. Nothing, in short, is right. Danton and Lacroix, when it was they that were commissioners, would needs join Belgium to France, of which Dumouriez might have made the prettiest little duchy for his own secret behoof. With all these things the general is wroth, and writes to us in a sharp tone. Who knows what this hot little general is meditating? Dumouriez, Duke of Belgium or Brabant, and say, Égalité the younger King of France. There were an end for our revolution. Committee of Defense gazes and shakes its head. Who except Danton, defective in suspicion, could still struggle to be of hope? And General Custine is rolling back from the Rhine country. Conquered Mentz will be reconquered, the Prussians gathering round to bombard it with shot and shell. Mentz may resist, Commissioner Merlin, the Thionviller, making sallies at the head of the besieged, resist to the death, but not longer than that. How sad a reverse for Mentz. Brave Foster, brave Lux-planted liberty trees, amid cajoling music in the snow slush of last winter there, and made Jacobin societies, and got the territory incorporated with France. They came hither to Paris as deputies or delegates and have their 18 francs a day. But see, before once the liberty tree is got rightly in leaf, Mentz is changing into an explosive crater, vomiting fire, bevomited with fire. Neither of these men shall again see Mentz, they have come hither only to die. Foster has been round the globe, he saw Cook perish under Awahi clubs, but like this Paris he has yet seen or suffered nothing. Poverty escorts him. From home there can nothing come except jobs news, the 18 daily francs which we hear as deputy or delegate with difficulty touch, are in paper assignats and sink fast in value. Poverty, disappointment, inaction, obloquy, the brave heart slowly breaking. Such is Foster's lot. For the rest, Demoiselle Thérigny smiles on you in the soirees, a beautiful brown-locked face, of an exalted temper, and contrives to keep her carriage. Prussian Trank, the poor subterranean baron, jargons and jangles in an unmelodious manner. Thomas Paine's face is red pustuled, but the eyes uncommonly bright. Convention deputies ask you to dinner, very courteous, and we all play at plumsack. It is the explosion and new creation of a world, says Foster, and the actors in it, such small mean objects, buzzing round one like a handful of flies. Likewise there is war with Spain. Spain will advance through the gorges of the Pyrenees, rustling with Bourbon banners, jingling with artillery and menace. And England has donned the red coat, and marches with Royal Highness of York, whom some once spake of inviting to be our king. Change that humour now, and evermore changing, till no hatefuller thing walk this earth than a denizen of that tyrannous island, and Pitt be declared and decreed with effervescence, l'ennemi du genre humain, the enemy of mankind. And, very singular to say, you make an order that no soldier of liberty give quarter to an Englishman. Which order, however, the soldier of liberty does but partially obey. We will take no prisoners then, say the soldiers of liberty, they shall all be deserters that we take. It is a frantic order, and attended with inconvenience. For surely, if you give no quarter, the plain issue is that you will get none, and so the business become as broad as it was long. Our recruitment of 300,000 men, which was the decreed force for this year, is like to have work enough laid to its hand. So many enemies come wending on, penetrating through throats of mountains, steering over the salt sea, towards all points of our territory, rattling chains at us. Nay, worst of all, there is an enemy within our own territory itself. In the early days of March, the not postbags do not arrive. There arrive only instead of them conjecture, apprehension, bodeful wind of rumor. The bodefullest proves true. Those fanatic peoples of La Vendée will no longer keep under. Their fire of insurrection, heretofore dissipated with difficulty, blazes out anew after the king's death as a wide conflagration, not riot but civil war. Your Catholinos, your Stofflets, Tourettes are other men than was thought. Behold how their peasants, in mere russet and hodden, with their rude arms, rude array, with their fanatic Gaelic frenzy and wild-yelling battle cry of God and the King, dash at us like a dark whirlwind, and blow the best disciplined nationals we can get into panic and sauve-qui-pute. Field after field is theirs, one sees not where it will end. Commandant Santerre may be sent thither, but with non-effect, he might as well have returned and brewed beer. It has become peremptorily necessary that a national convention cease arguing and begin acting. Yield one party of you to the other, and do it swiftly. No theoretic outlook is here, but the close certainty of ruin. The very day that is passing over must be provided for. It was Friday the 8th of March when this jobs post from Dumouriez, thickly preceded and escorted by so many other jobs posts, reached the National Convention. Blank enough are most faces. Little will it avail whether our Septembers be punished or go unpunished. If Pitt and Coburg are coming in with one punishment for us all, nothing now between Paris itself and the tyrants but a doubtful Dumouriez, and hosts in loose-flowing loud retreat. Danton the Titan rises in this hour, as always in the hour of need. Great is his voice, reverberating from the domes. Citizen representatives, shall we not, in such crisis of fate, lay aside discords? Reputation, oh, what is the reputation of this man or of that? Que mon nom soit flétri, que la France soit libre, let my name be blighted, let France be free. It is necessary now again that France rise in swift vengeance with her million right hands, with her heart as of one man. Instantaneous recruitment in Paris. Let every section of Paris furnish its thousands, every section of France. 96 commissioners of us, 2 for each section of the 48, they must go forthwith and tell Paris what the country needs of her. Let 80 more of us be sent, post-haste, over France, to spread the fire-cross to call forth the might of men. Let the 80 also be on the road before this sitting rise. Let them go, and think what their errand is. Speedy camp of 50,000 between Paris and the north frontier, for Paris will pour forth her volunteers. Shoulder to shoulder, one strong universal death-defiant rising and rushing, we shall hurl back these sons of night yet again, and France, in spite of the world, be free. So sounds the Titan's voice, into all section houses, into all French hearts. Sections sit in permanence, for recruitment, enrollment that very night. Convention commissioners on swift wheels are carrying the fire-cross from town to town, till all France blaze. And so there is flag of fatherland in danger waving from the town hall, black flag from the top of Notre Dame Cathedral. There is proclamation, hot eloquence, Paris rushing out once again to strike its enemies down. That, in such circumstances, Paris was in no mild humor can be conjectured. Agitated streets, still more agitated round the Salle de Manège. Feuillant's terrace crowds itself with angry citizens, angrier citizenesses. Varlet perambulates with portable chair. Ejaculations of no measured kind, as to perfidious fine-spoken homs d'etat, friends of Dumouriez, secret friends of Pitt and Coburg, burst from the hearts and lips of men. To fight the enemy? Yes, and even to freeze him with terror, glacer defray. But first to have domestic traitors punished. Who are they that, carping and quarreling in their Jesuitic most moderate way, seek to shackle the patriotic movement? That divide France against Paris, and poison public opinion in the departments. That when we ask for bread and a maximum fixed price, treat us with lectures on free trade in grains? Can the human stomach satisfy itself with lectures on free trade? And are we to fight the Austrians in a moderate manner, or in an immoderate? This convention must be purged. Set up a swift tribunal for traitors, a maximum for grains. Thus speak with energy the patriot volunteers as they defile through the convention hall, just on the wing to the frontiers. perorating in that heroical Cambyses, vein of theirs, beshouted by the galleries and mountain, bemurmured by the right side and plain. Nor are prodigies wanting. Lo, while a captain of the section Poissonniere perorates with vehemence about Dumouriez, Maximum, and crypto-royalist traitors, and his troop beat chorus with him, waving their banner overhead, the eye of a deputy discerns in this same banner that the cravats or streamers of it have royal fleurs de lis. The section captain shrieks, his troop shriek, horror-struck, and trample the banner under foot, seemingly the work of some crypto-royalist plotter. Most probable, or perhaps at bottom, only the old banner of the section, manufactured prior to the 10th of August, when such streamers were according to rule. History, looking over the Girondin memoirs, anxious to disentangle the truth of them from the hysterics, finds these days of March, especially this Sunday the 10th of March, play a great part. Plots, a plot for murdering the Girondin deputies, anarchists and secret royalists plotting in hellish concert for that end, the far greater part of which is hysterics. What we do find indisputable is that Louvet and certain Girondins were apprehensive they might be murdered on Saturday, and did not go to the evening sitting, but held counsel with one another, each inciting his fellow to do something resolute and end these anarchists. To which, however, Patience, opening the window and finding the night very wet, answered only, "Ils n'y feront rien," and composedly resumed his violin, says Louvet. Thereby, with soft Lydian tweedledeeing, to wrap himself against eating cares. Also that Louvet felt especially liable to being killed, that several Girondins went abroad to seek beds, liable to being killed, but were not. Further that in very truth, journalist Deputy Gorses, poisoner of the departments, he and his printer had their houses broken into by a tumult of patriots, among whom red-capped varlet American Fournier loom forth in the darkness of the rain and riot, had their wives put in fear, their presses, types, and circumjacent equipments beaten to ruin, no mayor interfering in time, Gorses himself escaping, pistol in hand, along the coping of the back wall. Further that Sunday, the morrow, was not a work-day, and the streets were more agitated than ever. Is it a new September, then, that these anarchists intend? Finally, that no September came, and also that hysterics, not unnaturally, had reached almost their acme. Vergniaud denounces and deplores, in sweetly turned periods. Section Banquencale, good counsel so named, not Mauquencale or ill counsel as it once was, does a far notabler thing. Demands that Vergniaud, Brissot, Guadet, and other denunciatory fine-spoken Girondins, to the number of 22, be put under arrest. Section Good Counsel, so named ever since the 10th of August, is sharply rebuked, like a section of ill counsel, but its word is spoken, and will not fall to the ground. In fact, one thing strikes us in these poor Girondins, their fatal shortness of vision, nay fatal poorness of character, for that is the root of it. They are as strangers to the people they would govern, to the thing they have come to work in. Formulas, philosophies, respectabilities, what has been written in books, and admitted by the cultivated classes, this inadequate scheme of nature's working is all that nature, let her work as she will, can reveal to these men. So they perorate and speculate, and call on the friends of law when the question is not law or no law, but life or no life. Pedants of the Revolution, if not Jesuits of it, their formalism is great, great also is their egoism. France rising to fight Austria has been raised only by plot of the 10th of March to kill 22 of them. This revolution prodigy, unfolding itself into terrific stature and articulation, by its own laws and nature, not by the laws of formula, has become unintelligible, incredible as an impossibility, the waste chaos of a dream. A republic founded on what they call the virtues, on what we call the decencies and respectabilities, this they will have, and nothing but this. Whatsoever other republic nature and reality send shall be considered as not sent, as a kind of nightmare vision and thing non-extant, disowned by the laws of nature and of formula. Alas, dim for the best eyes is this reality, and as for these men, they will not look at it with eyes at all, but only through faceted spectacles of pedantry, wounded vanity, which yield the most portentous fallacious spectrum. Carping and complaining forever of plots and anarchy, they will do one thing: prove, to demonstration, that the reality will not translate into their formula, that they and their formula are incompatible with the reality, and, in its dark wrath, the reality will extinguish it and them. What a man kens he cans. But the beginning of a man's doom is that vision be withdrawn from him, that he see not the reality but a false spectrum of the reality, and following that, step darkly, with more or less velocity, downwards to the utter dark. To ruin, which is the great sea of darkness, whither all falsehoods, winding or direct, continually flow. This 10th of March we may mark as an epoch in the Girondin destinies, the rage so exasperated itself, the misconception so darkened itself. Many desert the sittings, many come to them armed. An honorable deputy, setting out after breakfast, must now, besides taking his notes, see whether his priming is in order. Meanwhile, with Dumouriez in Belgium, it fares ever worse. Were it again General Miranda's fault, or some other's fault, there is no doubt whatever but the Battle of Nerwinden, on the 18th of March, is lost, and our rapid retreat has become a far too rapid one. Victorious Coburg, with his Austrian prickers, hangs like a dark cloud on the rear of us. Dumouriez never off horseback night or day, engagement every 3 hours, our whole discomfited host rolling rapidly inwards, full of rage, suspicion, and sauve-qui-pute. And then Dumouriez himself, what his intents may be, wicked seemingly and not charitable. His dispatches to committee openly denounce a factious convention for the woes it has brought on France and him. And his speeches, for the general has no reticence. The execution of the tyrant this Dumouriez calls the murder of the king. Danton and Lacroix, flying thither as commissioners once more, return very doubtful. Even Danton now doubts. 3 Jacobin missionaries, Prole, Dubuis, and Pereira, have flown forth, sped by a wakeful mother society. They are struck dumb to hear the general speak. The convention, according to this general, consists of 300 scoundrels and 400 imbeciles. France cannot do without a king. But we have executed our king. And what is it to me, hastily cries Dumouriez, a general of no reticence, whether the king's name be Ludovicus or Jacobus or Philippus? Rejoins Prole, and hastens to report progress. Over the frontiers such hope is there. Chapter 3.3v, Sansculottism accoutred. Let us look, however, at the grand internal sansculottism and revolution prodigy, whether it stirs and waxes. There and not elsewhere hope may still be for France. The revolution prodigy, as decree after decree issues from the mountain, like creative fiats, accordant with the nature of the thing, is shaping itself rapidly, in these days, into terrific stature and articulation, limb after limb. Last March 1792, we saw all France flowing in blind terror, shutting town barriers, boiling pitch for brigands. Happier this March that it is a seeing terror, that a creative mountain exists which can say fiat. Recruitment proceeds with fierce celerity. Nevertheless, our volunteers hesitate to set out till treason be punished at home. They do not fly to the frontiers, but only fly hither and thither, demanding and denouncing. The mountain must speak new fiat and new fiats. And does it not speak such? Take, as first example, those comités révolutionnaires for the arrestment of persons suspect. Revolutionary committee of 12 chosen patriots sits in every township of France, examining the suspect, seeking arms, making domiciliary visits and arrestments, caring, generally, that the Republic suffer no detriment. Chosen by universal suffrage, each in its section, they are a kind of elixir of Jacobinism, some 44,000 of them awake and alive over France. In Paris and all towns, every house door must have the names of the inmates legibly printed on it, at a height not exceeding 5 feet from the ground. Every citizen must produce his certificatory carte de civisme, signed by section president, every man be ready to give account of the faith that is in him. Persons suspect had as well depart this soil of liberty, and yet departure too is bad. All emigrants are declared traitors, their property become national, they are dead in law, save indeed that for our behoof they shall live yet 50 years in law, and what heritages may fall to them in that time become national too. A mad vitality of Jacobinism, with 44,000 centers of activity, circulates through all fibers of France. Very notable also is the Tribunal Extraordinaire, decreed by the mountain, some Girondins dissenting, for surely such a court contradicts every formula. Other Girondins assenting, nay cooperating, for do not we all hate traitors, O ye people of Paris? Tribunal of the 17th in autumn last was swift, but this shall be swifter. 5 judges, a standing jury, which is named from Paris and the neighborhood, that there be not delay in naming it. They are subject to no appeal, to hardly any law forms, but must get themselves convinced in all readiest ways, and for security are bound to vote audibly in the hearing of a Paris public. This is the tribunal extraordinaire, which in few months, getting into most lively action, shall be entitled tribunal revolutionaire, as indeed it from the very first has entitled itself, with a Herman or a Dumas for judge-president, with a Fauquier Tinville for attorney-general, and a jury of such as Citizen Larrey, who has surnamed himself Dixaeut, Larrey August 10th. It will become the wonder of the world. Herein has Sansculottism fashioned for itself a sword of sharpness, a weapon magical tempered in the Stygian hell waters. To the edge of it all armor, and defense of strength or of cunning shall be soft. It shall mow down lives and brazen gates, and the waving of it shed terror through the souls of men. But speaking of an amorphous Sansculottism taking form, ought we not above all things to specify how the amorphous gets itself ahead? Without metaphor, this revolution government continues hitherto in a very anarchic state. Executive council of ministers, 6 in number, there is, but they, especially since Roland's retreat, have hardly known whether they were ministers or not. Convention committees sit supreme over them, but then each committee as supreme as the others. Committee of 21, of defense, of general surety, simultaneous or successive for specific purposes. The convention alone is all-powerful, especially if the commune go with it, but is too numerous for an administrative body. Wherefore, in this perilous quick-whirling condition of the Republic, before the end of March, we obtain our small Comité de Salut Public, as it were, for miscellaneous accidental purposes requiring dispatch, as it proves for a sort of universal supervision and universal subjection. They are to report weekly, these new committee-men, but to deliberate in secret. Their number is 9 firm patriots all, Danton one of them, renewable every month. Yet why not re-elect them if they turn out well? The flower of the matter is that they are but 9, that they sit in secret. An insignificant-looking thing at first, this committee, but with a principle of growth in it. Forwarded by fortune, by internal Jacobin energy, it will reduce all committees and the convention itself to mute obedience, the 6 ministers to 6 assiduous clerks, and work its will on the earth and under heaven for a season. A committee of public salvation, whereat the world still shrieks and shudders. If we call that revolutionary tribunal a sword, which Sansculottism has provided for itself, then let us call the law of the maximum, a provender scrip or haversack, wherein better or worse some ration of bread may be found. It is true, political economy, Girondin free trade, and all law of supply and demand are hereby hurled topsy-turvy. But what help? Patriotism must live. The cupidity of farmers seems to have no bowels. Wherefore this law of the maximum, fixing the highest price of grains, is, with infinite effort, got passed, and shall gradually extend itself into a maximum for all manner of comestibles and commodities, with such scrambling and topsy-turvying as may be fancied. For now, if, for example, the farmer will not sell, the farmer shall be forced to sell. An accurate account of what grain he has shall be delivered in to the constituted authorities. Let him see that he say not too much, for in that case his rents, taxes, and contributions will rise proportionally. Let him see that he say not too little, for on or before a set day, we shall suppose in April, less than 1/3 of this declared quantity must remain in his barns, more than 2/3 of it must have been thrashed and sold. One can denounce him and raise penalties. By such inextricable overturning of all commercial relation will Sansculottism keep life in, since not otherwise. On the whole, as Camille Desmoulins says once, while the Sansculottes fight, the messieurs must pay. So there come impots progressives, ascending taxes, which consume with fast increasing voracity and superfluous revenue of men. Beyond £50 a year you are not exempt, rising into the hundreds you bleed freely, into the thousands and tens of thousands you bleed gushing. Also there come requisitions, there comes forced loan of £1 milliard, some 50 millions sterling, which of course they that have must lend. Unexampled enough, it has grown to be no country for the rich this, but a country for the poor, and then if one fly, what steads it? Dead in law, nay kept alive 50 years yet for their accursed behoof. In this manner, therefore, it goes, topsy-turvying, collierying, and withal there is endless sale of emigrant national property, there is Camden with endless cornucopia of assignats. The trade and finance of Sansculottism, and how, with maximum and baker's queues, with cupidity, hunger, denunciation, and paper money, it led its galvanic life and began and ended, remains the most interesting of all chapters in political economy, still to be writ. All which things are they not clean against formula? O Girondin friends, it is not a republic of the virtues we are getting, but only a republic of the strengths, virtuous and other. Chapter 3 Romans 6 The traitor. But Dumouriez, with his fugitive host, with his King Ludovicus or King Philippus, there lies the crisis, there hangs the question, revolution prodigy or counter-revolution. One wide shriek covers that northeast region. Soldiers, full of rage, suspicion, and terror, flock hither and thither. Dumouriez the many-counselled, never off horseback, knows now no counsel that were not worse than none. The counsel, namely, of joining himself with Coburg, marching to Paris, extinguishing Jacobinism, and, with some new King Ludovicus or King Philippus, wresting the Constitution of 1791. Is wisdom quitting Dumouriez, the herald of fortune quitting him? Principle, faith political or other, beyond a certain faith of mess rooms and honor of an officer, had him not to quit. At any rate, his quarters in the burgh of Saint-Amand, his headquarters in the village of Saint-Amand-des-Bains, a short way off, have become a bedlam. National representatives, Jacobin missionaries are riding and running. Of the three towns, Lille, Valenciennes, or even Condé, which Dumouriez wanted to snatch for himself, not one can be snatched. Your captain is admitted, but the town gate is closed on him, and then the prison gate, and his men wander about the ramparts. Couriers gallop breathless. Men wait, or seem waiting, to assassinate, to be assassinated. Battalions nigh frantic with such suspicion and uncertainty, with Vive la République and Sauve qui peut, rush this way and that. Ruin and desperation in the shape of Coburg lying entrenched close by. Dame Genlis and her fair Princess d'Orléans find this burgh of Saint-Amand no fit place for them. Dumouriez's protection is grown worse than none. Tough Genlis, one of the toughest women, a woman, as it were, with 9 lives in her, whom nothing will beat, she packs her bandboxes, clear for flight in a private manner. Her beloved princess she will leave here, with the Prince Chartres Égalité her brother. In the cold grey of the April morning, we find her accordingly established in her hired vehicle, on the street of Saint-Amand. Postilions just cracking their whips to go, when behold the young princely brother, struggling hitherward, hastily calling, bearing the princess in his arms. Hastily he has clutched the poor young lady up, in her very nightgown, nothing saved of her goods except the watch from the pillow. With brotherly despair he flings her in, among the bandboxes, into Genlis's chaise, into Genlis's arms. Leave her not, in the name of mercy and heaven. A shrill scene, but a brief one. The postilions crack and go. Ah, whither? Through by-roads and broken hill passes, seeking their way with lanterns after nightfall, through perils and Coburg Austrians and suspicious French nationals, finally into Switzerland, safe though nigh moneyless. The brave young Égalité has a most wild morrow to look for, but now only himself to carry through it. For indeed over at that village named of the mud-baths, Saint-Amand-des-Bains, matters are still worse. About 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, the 2d of April 1793, 2 couriers come galloping as if for life, Mon General. 4 national representatives, War Minister at their head, are posting hitherward from Valenciennes, are close at hand, with what intents one may guess. While the couriers are yet speaking, War Minister and national representatives, old Camus, the archivist for chief speaker of them, arrive. Hardly has Mon General had time to order out the Hussar Regiment de Berchigny, that it take rank and wait nearby, in case of accident. And so enter War Minister Bournonville, with an embrace of friendship, for he is an old friend. Enter Archivist Camus and the other 3, following him. They produce papers, invite the general to the bar of the convention, merely to give an explanation or two. The general finds it unsuitable, not to say impossible, and that the service will suffer. Then comes reasoning, the voice of the old archivist getting loud. Vain to reason loud with this Dumouriez, he answers mere angry irreverences. And so, amid plumed staff officers, very gloomy-looking, in jeopardy and uncertainty, these poor national messengers debate and consult, retire and re-enter for the space of some 2 hours, without effect. Whereupon Archivist Camus, getting quite loud, proclaims in the name of the National Convention, for he has the power to do it, that General Dumouriez is arrested. Will you obey the national mandate, General? Pas dans ce moment-ci, not at this particular moment, answers the general also aloud, then glancing the other way, utters certain unknown vocables in a mandatory manner, seemingly a German word of command. Hussars clutch the 4 national representatives and Bunonville the war minister, pack them out of the apartment, out of the village over the lines to Coburg in 2 chaises that very night, as hostages, prisoners, to lie long in Maastricht and Austrian strongholds. J. Acta est alia. This night Dumouriez prints his proclamation. This night and the morrow the Dumouriez army, in such darkness visible, and rage of semi-desperation as there is, shall meditate what the general is doing, what they themselves will do in it. Judge whether this Wednesday was of halcyon nature, for anyone. But on the Thursday morning, we discern Dumouriez with small escort, with Chartres Égalité and a few staff officers, ambling along the Condé highway. Perhaps they are for Condé, and trying to persuade the garrison there. At all events, they are for an interview with Coburg, who waits in the woods by appointment in that quarter. Nigh the village of Doumet, 3 national battalions, a set of men always full of Jacobinism, sweep past us, marching rather swiftly, seemingly in mistake by a way we had not ordered. The general dismounts, steps into a cottage a little from the wayside, will give them right order in writing. Hark, what strange growling is heard, what barkings are heard, loud yells of traitors, of arrest. The national battalions have wheeled round, are emitting shot. Mount, Dumouriez, and spring for life. Dumouriez and staff strike the spurs in, deep, vault over ditches into the fields which prove to be morasses, sprawl and plunge for life, bewhistled with curses and lead. Sunk to the middle, with or without horses, several servants killed, they escape out of shot range to General Mack the Austrian's quarters. Nay, they return on the morrow to Saint-Amand and faithful foreign Berchigny, but what boots it? The artillery has all revolted, is jingling off to Valenciennes. All have revolted, are revolting. Except only foreign Berchigny, to the extent of some poor 1,500, none will follow Dumouriez against France and indivisible republic. Dumouriez's occupation's gone. Such an instinct of Frenihood and Sansculottism dwells in these men. They will follow no Dumouriez nor Lafayette, nor any mortal on such errand. Shriek may be of Sauve-qui-Pute, but will also be of Vive la République. New national representatives arrive, new General Dampierre, soon killed in battle, new General Custine. The agitated hosts draw back to some camp of farmers, make head against Coburg as they can. And so Dumouriez is in the Austrian quarters, his drama ended in this rather sorry manner. A most shifty, wiry man, one of heaven's Swiss that wanted only work. 50 years of unnoticed toil and valor, 1 year of toil and valor, not unnoticed, but seen of all countries and centuries, then 30 other years again unnoticed, of memoir writing, English pension, scheming and projecting to no purpose. Adieu thou Swiss of heaven, worthy to have been something else. His staff go different ways. Brave young Égalité reaches Switzerland and the Genlis cottage, with a strong crabstick in his hand, a strong heart in his body. His princedom is now reduced to that. Égalité the father sat playing whist in his Palais Égalité at Paris on the 6th day of this same month of April, when a catchbull entered. Citoyen Égalité is wanted at the Convention Committee. Examination, requiring arrestment, finally requiring imprisonment, transference to Marseille and the castle of If. Orléansdom has sunk in the black waters. Palais Égalité, which was Palais Royal, is like to become Palais National. Chapter 3, Roman 7 in fight. Our republic by paper decree may be one and indivisible. But what profits it while these things are? Federalists in the Senate, renegados in the army, traitors everywhere. France, all in desperate recruitment since the 10th of March, does not fly to the frontier, but only flies hither and thither. This defection of contemptuous diplomatic Dumouriez falls heavy on the fine-spoken, high-sniffing Homs d'Etat, whom he consorted with, forms a second epoch in their destinies. Or perhaps more strictly we might say, the second Girondin epoch, though little noticed then, began on the day when, in reference to this defection, the Girondins broke with Danton. It was the 1st day of April. Dumouriez had not yet plunged across the morasses to Coburg, but was evidently meaning to do it, and our commissioners were off to arrest him. When what does the Girondin Lassor see good to do, but rise, and Jesuitically question and insinuate at great length, whether a main accomplice of Dumouriez had not probably been Danton? Gironde grins sardonic assent, Mountain holds its breath. The figure of Danton, Levasseur says, while this speech went on, was noteworthy. He sat erect, with a kind of internal convulsion struggling to keep itself motionless, his eye from time to time flashing wilder, his lip curling in titanic scorn. Lasors, in a fine-spoken attorney manner, proceeds. There is this probability to his mind, and there is that. Probabilities which press painfully on him, which cast the patriotism of Danton under a painful shade. Which painful shade he, Lasors, will hope that Danton may find it not impossible to dispel. Les scélérats, cries Danton, starting up with clenched right hand, Lasors having done, and descends from the mountain like a lava flood, his answer not unready. Lasors's probabilities fly like idle dust, but leave a result behind them. "Ye were right, friends of the mountain," begins Danton, "and I was wrong. There is no peace possible with these men. Let it be war then. They will not save the Republic with us. It shall be saved without them, saved in spite of them." Really a burst of rude parliamentary eloquence this, which is still worth reading in the Old Monitor. With fire words the exasperated rude Titan rives and smites these Girondins. At every hit the glad mountain utters chorus. Marat, like a musical bis, repeating the last phrase. Lasors's probabilities are gone, but Danton's pledge of battle remains lying. A third epoch, or scene in the Girondin drama, or rather it is but the completion of this second epoch, we reckon from the day when the patience of virtuous Patience finally boiled over. And the Girondins, so to speak, took up this battle pledge of Danton's and decreed Marat accused. It was the 11th of the same month of April, on some effervescence rising, such as often rose, and President had covered himself, mere bedlam now ruling, and Mountain and Gironde were rushing on one another with clenched right hands and even with pistols in them. When, behold, the Girondin Duperret drew a sword. Shriek of horror rose, instantly quenching all other effervescence at sight of the clear murderous steel. Whereupon Duperret returned it to the leather again, confessing that he did indeed draw it, being instigated by a kind of sacred madness, Saint Furor, and pistols held at him. But that if he parasitally had chanced to scratch the outmost skin of national representation with it, he too carried pistols, and would have blown his brains out on the spot. But now in such posture of affairs, virtuous Patience rose next morning to lament these effervescences, this endless anarchy invading the legislative sanctuary itself. And here, being growled at and howled at by the Mountain, his patience, long tried, did, as we say, boil over, and he spake vehemently in high key with foam on his lips. "Whence," says Marat, "I concluded he had got la rage, the rabidity or dog madness. Rabidity smites others rabid, so there rises new foam-lipped demand to have anarchists extinguished, and specially to have Marat put under accusation. Send a representative to the revolutionary tribunal, violate the inviolability of a representative, have a care, O friends. This poor Marat has faults enough, but against liberty or equality, what fault? That he has loved and fought for it, not wisely but too well. In dungeons and cellars, in pinching poverty, under anathema of men, even so, in such fight, has he grown so dingy, bleared, even so has his head become a stylite's one. Him you will fling to your sword of sharpness, while Coburg and Pitt advance on us, fire spitting. The Mountain is loud, the Gironde is loud and deaf, all lips are foamy. With permanent session of 24 hours, with vote by roll call and a deadlift effort, the Gironde carries it. Marat is ordered to the Revolutionary Tribunal to answer for that February paragraph of forestallers at the door lintel, with other offenses, and after a little hesitation he obeys. Thus is Danton's battle pledge taken up. There is, as he said there would be, war without truce or treaty, nigh treve nigh composition. Wherefore, close now with one another, formula and reality in death grips, and wrestle it out. Both of you cannot live, but only one. Chapter 3:3, Roman 8 in death grips. It proves what strength, were it only of inertia, there is in established formulas, what weakness in nascent realities, and illustrates several things, that this death wrestle should still have lasted some 6 weeks or more. National business, discussion of the Constitutional Act, for our Constitution should decidedly be got ready, proceeds along with it. We even change our locality. We shift on the 10th of May from the old Salle de Manege into our new hall in the palace, once a king, but now the Republic of the Tuileries. Hope and ruth, flickering against despair and rage, still struggles in the minds of men. It is a most dark, confused death wrestle, this of the 6 weeks. Formalist frenzy against realist frenzy. Patriotism, egoism, pride, anger, vanity, hope, and despair, all raised to the frenetic pitch. Frenzy meets frenzy, like dark clashing whirlwinds, neither understands the other. The weaker, one day, will understand that it is verily swept down. Girondism is strong as established formula and respectability. Do not as many as 72 of the departments, or say respectable heads of departments, declare for us. Calvados, which loves its Buzat, will even rise in revolt, so hint the addresses. Marseille, cradle of patriotism, will rise. Bordeaux will rise, and the Gironde department as one man. In a word, who will not rise, were our representation national to be insulted, or one hair of a deputy's head harmed? The mountain, again, is strong as reality and audacity. To the reality of the mountain are not all furthersome things possible. A new 10th of August, if needful, nay, a new 2nd of September. But on Wednesday afternoon, 24th day of April, year, what tumult as of fierce jubilee is this? It is Marat returning from revolutionary tribunal, a week or more of death peril, and now there is triumphant acquittal. Revolutionary tribunal can find no accusation against this man. And so the eye of history beholds patriotism, which had gloomed unutterable things all week, break into loud jubilee, embrace its Marat, lift him into a chair of triumph, bear him shoulder-high through the streets. Shoulder-high is the injured people's friend, crowned with an oak garland, amid the wavy sea of red nightcaps, carmagnole jackets, grenadier bonnets, and female mobcaps, far-sounding like a sea. The injured people's friend has here reached his culminating point. He, too, strikes the stars with his sublime head. But the reader can judge with what face President Lassource, he of the painful probabilities, who presides in this convention hall, might welcome such jubilee tide when it got thither, and the decreed of accusation floating on the top of it. A national sapper, spokesman on the occasion, says, the people know their friend and love his life as their own. Whosoever wants Marat's head must get the sappers first. Lassource answered with some vague, painful mumblement, which, says Levasseur, one could not help tittering at. Patriot sections, volunteers not yet gone to the frontiers, come demanding the purgation of traitors from your own bosom, the expulsion, or even the trial and sentence of a factious 22. Nevertheless, the Gironde has got its commission of 12, a commission specially appointed for investigating these troubles of the legislative sanctuary. Let sansculottism say what it will, law shall triumph. Old constituent Rabaut Saint-Étienne presides over this commission. It is the last plank whereon a wrecked republic may perhaps still save herself. Rabaut and they therefore sit, intent, examining witnesses, launching arrestments, looking out into a waste dim sea of troubles, the womb of formula or perhaps her grave. Enter not that sea, O reader, there are dim desolation and confusion, raging women and raging men. Sections come demanding 22, for the number first given by Section Bonkensale still holds, though the names should even vary. Other sections of the wealthier kind come denouncing such demand. Nay, the same section will demand today, and denounce the demand tomorrow, according as the wealthier sit or the poorer. Wherefore, indeed, the Girondins decree that all sections shall close at 10 in the evening, before the working people come, which decree remains without effect. And nightly the mother of patriotism wails doleful, doleful, but her eye kindling. And Fournier l'Américain is busy, and the two banker phrase and varlet apostle of liberty, the bull voice of Marquis Saint-Huruge is heard, and shrill women vociferate from all galleries, the convention ones and downwards. Nay, a central committee of all the 48 sections looms forth huge and dubious, sitting dim in the archiverche, sending resolutions, receiving them. A center of the sections, in dread deliberation as to a new 10th of August. One thing we will specify to throw light on many, the aspect under which, seen through the eyes of these Girondin 12, or even seen through one's own eyes, the patriotism of the softer sex presents itself. There are female patriots whom the Girondins call Majiras and count to the extent of 8,000, with serpent hair all out of curl, who have changed the distaff for the dagger. They are of the society called brotherly, fraternelle, say sisterly, which meets under the roof of the Jacobins. 2,000 daggers, or so, have been ordered, doubtless, for them. They rush to Versailles to raise more women, but the Versailles women will not rise. Nay, behold, in National Garden of Tuileries, Demoiselle Thérigny herself is become as a brown-locked Diana, were that possible, attacked by her own dogs or she-dogs. The demoiselle keeping her carriage is for liberty indeed, as she is full well shewn, but then for liberty with respectability. Whereupon these serpent-haired extreme she-patriots now do fasten on her, tatter her, shamefully fustigate her in their shameful way, almost fling her into the garden ponds, had not help intervened. Help, alas, to small purpose. The poor demoiselle's head and nervous system, none of the soundest, is so tattered and fluttered that it will never recover, but flutter worse and worse till it crack, and within year and day we hear of her in madhouse and strait-waistcoat, which proves permanent. Such brown-locked figure did flutter, and inarticulately jabber and gesticulate, little able to speak the obscure meaning it had through some segment of that 18th century of time. She disappears here from the Revolution and public history, forevermore. Another thing we will not again specify, yet again beseech the reader to imagine, the reign of fraternity and perfection. Imagine, we say, O reader, that the millennium were struggling on the threshold, and yet not so much as groceries could be had, owing to traitors. With what impetus would a man strike traitors in that case? Ah, thou canst not imagine it. Thou hast thy groceries safe in the shops, and little or no hope of a millennium ever coming. But, indeed, as to the temper there was in men and women, does not this one fact say enough? The height suspicion had risen to preternatural, we often called it, seemingly in the language of exaggeration. But listen to the cold deposition of witnesses. Not a musical patriot can blow himself a snatch of melody from the French horn, sitting mildly pensive on the housetop, but Mercier will recognize it to be a signal which one plotting committee is making to another. Distraction has possessed harmony herself, lurks in the sound of Marseillaise and Caillera. Louvet, who can see as deep into a millstone as the most, discerns that we shall be invited back to our old Hall of the Mange by a deputation, and then the anarchists will massacre 22 of us as we walk over. It is Pitt and Coburg, the gold of Pitt. Poor Pitt. They little know what work he has with his own friends of the people, getting them bespied, beheaded, their habeas corpuses suspended, and his own social order and strong boxes kept tight, to fancy him raising mobs among his neighbors. But the strangest fact connected with French, or indeed with human suspicion, is perhaps this of Camille Desmoulins. Camille's head, one of the clearest in France, has got itself so saturated through every fiber with preternaturalism of suspicion, that looking back on that 12th of July 1789, when the thousands rose round him, yelling responsive at his word in the Palais Royal garden, and took cockades, he finds it explicable only on this hypothesis, that they were all hired to do it, and set on by the foreign and other plotters. It was not for nothing, says Camille with insight, that this multitude burst up round me when I spoke. No, not for nothing. Behind, around, before, it is one huge preternatural puppet play of plots, Pitt pulling the wires. Almost I conjecture that I, Camille, myself am a plot, and wooden with wires. The force of insight could no further go. Be this as it will, history remarks that the Commission of 12, now clear enough as to the plots, and luckily having got the threads of them all by the end, as they say, are launching mandates of arrest rapidly in these May days, and carrying matters with a high hand, resolute that the sea of troubles shall be restrained. What chief patriot, section president even, is safe? They can arrest him, tear him from his warm bed, because he has made irregular section arrestments. They arrest varlet apostle of liberty. They arrest procureur substitute Hebert, Peer Duchesne, a magistrate of the people, sitting in town hall, who, with high solemnity of martyrdom, takes leave of his colleagues, prompt he to obey the law, and solemnly acquiescent disappears into prison. The swifter fly the sections, energetically demanding him back, demanding not arrestment of popular magistrates, but of a traitorous 22. Section comes flying after section, defiling energetic with their Cambyses vein of oratory. Nay, the commune itself comes, with Mayor Pash at its head, and with question not of Hebert and the 22 alone, but with this ominous old question made new: can you save the Republic, or must we do it? To whom President Max Isnard makes fiery answer: if by fatal chance, in any of those tumults which since the 10th of March are ever returning, Paris were to lift a sacrilegious finger against the national representation, France would rise as one man in never-imagined vengeance, and shortly, the traveler would ask, on which side of the Seine Paris had stood. Whereat the mountain bellows only louder, and every gallery, patriot Paris boiling round. And Girondin Valazé has nightly conclaves at his house, sends billets, come punctually and well armed, for there is to be business. And Magira women perambulate the streets with flags with lamentable alleluia, and the convention doors are obstructed by roaring multitudes. Fine-spoken hommes d'etat are hustled, maltreated as they pass. Merit will apostrophize you in such death peril and say, thou too art of them. If Roland ask leave to quit Paris, there is order of the day. What help? Substitute Hebert, apostle varlet, must be given back, to be crowned with oak garlands. The Commission of 12, in a convention overwhelmed with roaring sections, is broken. Then on the morrow, in a convention of rallied girondins, is reinstated. Dim chaos, or the sea of troubles, is struggling through all its elements, writhing and chafing towards some creation. Chapter 3:3, Roman 9, extinct. Accordingly, on Friday, the 31st of May 1793, there comes forth into the summer sunlight one of the strangest scenes. Mayor Pache with municipality arrives at the Tuileries Hall of Convention, sent for, Paris being in visible ferment, and gives the strangest news. How in the grey of this morning, while we sat permanent in town hall, watchful for the commonweal, there entered, precisely as on a 10th of August, some 96 extraneous persons, who declared themselves to be in a state of insurrection, to be plenipotentiary commissioners from the 48 sections or members of the sovereign people, all in a state of insurrection. And further that we, in the name of said sovereign in insurrection, were dismissed from office. How we thereupon laid off our sashes, and withdrew into the adjacent saloon of Liberty. How in a moment or two we were called back, and reinstated, the sovereign pleasing to think us still worthy of confidence. Whereby, having taken new oath of office, we on a sudden find ourselves insurrectionary magistrates, with extraneous committee of 96 sitting by us. And a citoyen Henriette, one whom some accuse of Septemberism, is made generalissimo of the National Guard. And, since 6 o'clock, the tocsins ring and the drums beat. Under which peculiar circumstances, what would an august national convention please to direct us to do? Yes, there is the question. Break the insurrectionary authorities, answers some with vehemence. Vergniaud at least will have the national representatives all die at their post. This is sworn to with ready loud acclaim. But as to breaking the insurrectionary authorities, alas, while we yet debate, what sound is that? Sound of the alarm cannon on the Pont Neuf, which it is death by the law to fire without order from us. It does boom off there, nevertheless, sending a sound through all hearts. And the tocsins discourse stern music, and Henriette with his armed force has enveloped us. And section succeeds section, the livelong day, demanding with Cambyses' oratory, with the rattle of muskets, that traitors, 22 or more, be punished, that the Commission of 12 be irrecoverably broken. The heart of the Gironde dies within it. Distant are the 72 respectable departments. This fiery municipality is near. Bearer is for a middle course, granting something. The Commission of 12 declares that, not waiting to be broken, it hereby breaks itself and is no more. Fain would reporter Rabaut speak his and its last words, but he is bellowed off. Too happy that the 22 are still left unviolated. Vergniaud, carrying the laws of refinement to a great length, moves, to the amazement of some, that the sections of Paris have deserved well of their country. Whereupon, at a late hour of the evening, the deserving sections retire to their respective places of abode. Bearer shall report on it. With busy quill and brain he sits, secluded, for him no sleep tonight. Friday the last of May has ended in this manner. The sections have deserved well, but ought they not to deserve better? Faction and girondism is struck down for the moment and consents to be a nullity. But will it not, at another favorabler moment rise, still feller, and the Republic have to be saved in spite of it? So reasons patriotism, still permanent, so reasons the figure of Marat, visible in the dim section world, on the morrow. To the conviction of men, and so at eventide of Saturday, when Bearer had just got it all varnished in the course of the day, and his report was setting off in the evening mailbags, tocsin peals out again. Gainrail is beating, armed men taking station in the place Vendôme and elsewhere for the night, supplied with provisions and liquor. There under the summer stars will they wait, this night, what is to be seen and to be done, Henriette and Town Hall giving due signal. The convention, at sound of Gainrail, hastens back to its hall, but to the number only of 100, and does little business, puts off business till the morrow. The Girondins do not stir out thither, the Girondins are abroad seeking beds. Poor Rabaut on the morrow morning, returning to his post, with Louvet and some others, through streets all in ferment, wrings his hands, ejaculating, Illa Suprema dies. It has become Sunday, the 2nd day of June, year 1793, by the old style. By the new style, year 1 of liberty, equality, fraternity. We have got to the last scene of all that ends this history of the Girondin senatorship. It seems doubtful whether any terrestrial convention had ever met in such circumstances as this national one now does. Tocsin is pealing, barriers shut. All Paris is on the gaze or under arms, as many as 100,000 under arms they count, national force, and the armed volunteers who should have flown to the frontiers and La Vendée, but would not, treason being unpunished, and only flew hither and thither. So many, steady under arms, environ the national Tuileries and garden. There are horse, foot, artillery, sappers with beards. The artillery one can see with their camp furnaces in this national garden, heating bullets red, and their match is lighted. Henriette in plumes rides amid a plumed staff. All posts and issues are safe. Reserves lie out as far as the wood of Boulogne, the choicest patriots nearest the scene. One other circumstance we will note, that a careful municipality, liberal of camp furnaces, has not forgotten provision carts. No member of the sovereign need now go home to dinner, but can keep rank, plentiful victuals circulating unsought. Does not this people understand insurrection? Ye, not uninventive, Gualches. Therefore let a national representation, mandatories of the sovereign, take thought of it. Expulsion of your 22 and your commission of 12. We stand here till it be done, deputation after deputation, in ever stronger language, comes with that message. Bearer proposes a middle course. Will not perhaps the inculpated deputies consent to withdraw voluntarily, to make a generous demission, and self-sacrifice for the sake of one's country? Isnard, repentant of that search on which riverbank Paris stood, declares himself ready to demit. Ready also is T. Diem Fauchet, old Dussaulx of the Bastille, via Radoter, old dotard, as Marat calls him, is still readier. On the contrary, Lanjuinais the Breton declares that there is one man who never will demit voluntarily, but will protest to the uttermost while a voice is left him. And he accordingly goes on protesting, amid rage and clangor, Legender crying at last, Lanjuinais, come down from the tribune, or I will fling thee down, ogt jet en bas. For matters are come to extremity. Nay, they do clutch hold of Lanjuinais, certain zealous mountain men, but cannot fling him down, for he cramps himself on the railing, and his clothes get torn. Brave senator, worthy of pity, neither will Barbaroux demit. He has sworn to die at his post, and will keep that oath. Whereupon the galleries all rise with explosion, brandishing weapons, some of them, and rush out saying, Allons, then, we must save our country. Such a session is this of Sunday the 2nd of June. Churches fill over Christian Europe and then empty themselves, but this convention empties not, the while, a day of shrieking contention, of agony, humiliation, and tearing of coat-skirts, alas Suprema dies. Round stand Henriette and his 100,000, copiously refreshed from tray and basket. Nay, he is distributing 5 francs apiece. We Girondins saw it with our eyes, 5 francs to keep them in heart. And distraction of armed riot encumbers our borders, jangles at our bar. We are prisoners in our own hall. Bishop Gregoire could not get out for a Besoin actual without 4 gendarmes to wait on him. What is the character of a national representative become? And now the sunlight falls yellower on western windows, and the chimney tops are flinging longer shadows. The refreshed 100,000, nor their shadows, stir not. What to resolve on? Motion rises, superfluous one would think that the convention go forth in a body, ascertain with its own eyes whether it is free or not. Lo, therefore, from the eastern gate of the Tuileries, a distressed convention issuing, handsome herald Seychelles at their head, he with hat on in sign of public calamity, the rest bareheaded, towards the gate of the carousel, wondrous to see, towards Henriette and his plumed staff. In the name of the National Convention, make way. Not an inch of the way does Henriette make. I receive no orders till the sovereign, yours and mine, has been obeyed. The convention presses on, Henriette prances back with his staff some 15 paces, to arms, cannoneers to your guns, flashes out his puissant sword, as the staff all do, and the hussars all do. Cannoneers brandish the lit match, infantry present arms, alas, in the level way as if for firing. Hatted herald leads his distressed flock, through their pinfold of a Tuileries again, across the garden to the gate on the opposite side. Here is Feulin's terrace, alas, there is our old salle de manege, but neither at this gate of the Pont Tournant is there egress. Try the other and the other, no egress. We wander disconsolate through armed ranks, who indeed salute with Live the Republic, but also with Die the Gironde. Other such sight, in the year one of liberty, the westering sun never saw. And now behold Marat meets us, for he lagged in this suppliant procession of ours. He has got some 100 elect patriots at his heels. he orders us in the sovereign's name to return to our place, and do as we are bidden and bound. The convention returns. Does not the convention, says Couthon with a singular power of face, see that it is free? None but friends round it? The convention, overflowing with friends and armed sectioners, proceeds to vote as bidden. Many will not vote, but remain silent. Some one or two protest in words. The mountain has a clear unanimity. Commission of 12 and the denounced 22, to whom we add ex-ministers Clavière and Lebrun, these, with some slight extempore alterations, this or that orator proposing, but Marat disposing, are voted to be under arrestment in their own houses. Brissot, Buzot, Vergniaud, Guadet, Louvet, Gensenet, Barberou, Lassource, Lanjuinais, Rabaut, 32 by the tale, all that we have known as Girondins and more than we have known. They, under the safeguard of the French people, by and by, under the safeguard of 2 gendarmes each, shall dwell peaceably in their own houses as non-senators, till further order. Herewith ends séance of Sunday, the 2nd of June, 1793. At 10 o'clock, under mild stars, the 100,000, their work well finished, turn homewards. This same day, Central Insurrection Committee has arrested Madame Roland, imprisoned her in the Abbaye. Roland has fled, no one knows whither. Thus fell the Girondins by insurrection and became extinct as a party, not without a sigh from most historians. The men were men of parts, of philosophically culture, decent behavior, not condemnable in that they were pedants and had not better parts not condemnable, but most unfortunate. They wanted a republic of the virtues, wherein themselves should be head, and they could only get a republic of the strengths, wherein others than they were head. For the rest, bearer shall make report of it. The night concludes with a civic promenade by torchlight. Surely the true reign of fraternity is now not far. Book 3, Roman 4, Terra. Chapter 3, 4I, Charlotte Corday. In the leafy months of June and July, several French departments germinate a set of rebellious paper leaves, named proclamations, resolutions, journals, or diurnals of the Union for resistance to oppression. In particular, the town of Caen in Calvados sees its paper leaf of Bulletin de Caen suddenly bud, suddenly establish itself as newspaper there, under the editorship of Girondin national representatives. For among the proscribed Girondins are certain of a more desperate humor. Some, as Vergniaud, Valazé, Gensenet, arrested in their own houses, will await with stoical resignation what the issue may be. Some, as Brissot Rabaut, will take to flight to concealment, which, as the Paris barriers are opened again in a day or two, is not yet difficult. But others there are who will rush with Buzot to Calvados, or far over France to Lyon, Toulon, Nantes, and elsewhither, and then rendezvous at Caen, to awaken as with war trumpet the respectable departments, and strike down an anarchic mountain faction, at least not yield without a stroke at it. Of this latter temper we count some score or more, of the arrested and of the not yet arrested. A Buzot, a Barberou, Louvet, Guadet, Pétion, who have escaped from arrestment in their own homes. A Sauls, a Pythagorean Valady, a Duchatelet, the Duchatelet that came in blanket and nightcap to vote for the life of Louis, who have escaped from danger and likelihood of arrestment. These, to the number at one time of 27, do accordingly lodge here, at the intendance or departmental mansion of the town of Caen, welcomed by persons in authority, welcomed and defrayed, having no money of their own. And the Bulletin de Caen comes forth, with the most animating paragraphs. How the Bordeaux department, the Lyons department, this department after the other is declaring itself, 60, or say 69, or 72 respectable departments either declaring or ready to declare. Nay, Marseille, it seems, will march on Paris by itself, if need be, so has Marseille town said that she will march. But on the other hand, that Montélimart town has said, no thoroughfare, and means even to bury herself under her own stone and mortar first, of this be no mention in Bulletin of Caen. Such animating paragraphs we read in this newspaper, and fervors and eloquent sarcasm, tirades against the mountain frame pen of deputy Sauls, which resemble, say friends, Pascal's provincials. What is more to the purpose, these Girondins have got a general-in-chief, one Wimpfen, formerly under Dumouriez also, a secondary questionable General Puiset, and others, and are doing their best to raise a force for war. National volunteers, whosoever is of right heart, gather in, ye national volunteers, friends of liberty, from our Calvados townships, from the Jura, from Brittany, from far and near, forward to Paris and extinguish anarchy. Thus at Caen in the early July days there is a drumming and parading, a perorating and consulting, staff and army, council, club of carabots, anti-Jacobin friends of freedom to denounce atrocious Marat. With all which, and the editing of bulletins, a national representative has his hands full. At Caen it is most animated, and as one hopes more or less animated in the 72 departments that adhere to us. And in a France begirt with Cimmerian invading coalitions, and torn with an internal love and day, this is the conclusion we have arrived at, to put down anarchy by civil war. Durum et durum, the proverb says, non faciunt murum. Lavendale burns, Santera can do nothing there, he may return home and brew beer. Cimmerian bombshells fly all along the north. That siege of Mentz is become famed. Lovers of the picturesque, as Goethe will testify, washed country people of both sexes stroll thither on Sundays to see the artillery work and counterwork. You only duck a little while the shot whizzes past. Condé is capitulating to the Austrians. Royal Highness of York, these several weeks, fiercely batters Valenciennes. For alas, our fortified camp of Famars was stormed. General Dampierre was killed. General Custine was blamed, and indeed is now come to Paris to give explanations. Against all which the mountain and atrocious Marat must even make head as they can. They, anarchic convention as they are, publish decrees, expostulatory, explanatory, yet not without severity. They ray forth commissioners, singly or in pairs, the olive branch in one hand, yet the sword in the other. Commissioners come even to Caen, but without effect. Mathematical Rom and Prieur named of the Côte d'Or, venturing thither with their olive and sword, are packed into prison. There may Rom lie under lock and key for 50 days, and meditate his new calendar, if he please. Cimmeria and civil war. Never was republic one and indivisible at a lower ebb. Amid which dim ferment of Caen and the world, history specially notices one thing. In the lobby of the mansion de l'Intendance, where busy deputies are coming and going, a young lady with an aged valet, taking grave, graceful leave of Deputy Barbaroux. She is of stately Norman figure, in her 25th year, of beautiful still countenance. Her name is Charlotte Corday, heretofore styled Darmans, while nobility still was. Barbaroux has given her a note to Deputy Duperret, him who once drew his sword in the effervescence. Apparently she will to Paris on some errand. She was a Republican before the Revolution, and never wanted energy. A completeness, a decision is in this fair female figure. By energy, she means the spirit that will prompt one to sacrifice himself for his country. What if she, this fair young Charlotte, had emerged from her secluded stillness, suddenly like a star, cruel lovely, with half angelic, half demonic splendor, to gleam for a moment, and in a moment be extinguished? To be held in memory, so bright complete was she, through long centuries. Quitting Cimmerian coalitions without, and the dim-simmering 25 millions within, history will look fixedly at this one fair apparition of a Charlotte Corday. Will note whither Charlotte moves, how the little life burns forth so radiant, then vanishes swallowed of the night. With Barbaroux's note of introduction and slight stock of luggage, we see Charlotte on Tuesday the 9th of July, seated in the Caen diligence with a place for Paris. None takes farewell of her, wishes her good journey. Her father will find a line left, signifying that she is gone to England, that he must pardon her and forget her. The drowsy diligence lumbers along, amid drowsy talk of politics and praise of the mountain, in which she mingles not, all night, all day, and again all night. On Thursday, not long before none, we are at the bridge of Neuilly. Here is Paris with her 1,000 black domes, the goal and purpose of thy journey. Arrived at the Inn de la Providence in the Rue des Vieux Augustins, Charlotte demands a room, hastens to bed, sleeps all afternoon and night till the morrow morning. On the morrow morning, she delivers her note to Duperret. It relates to certain family papers which are in the Minister of the Interior's hand, which a nun at Caen, an old convent friend of Charlotte, has need of, which Duperret shall assist her in getting. This then was Charlotte's errand to Paris? She has finished this in the course of Friday, yet says nothing of returning. She has seen and silently investigated several things. The convention, in bodily reality, she has seen, what the mountain is like. The living physiognomy of Marat she could not see. He is sick at present, and confined to home. About 8 on the Saturday morning, she purchases a large sheath knife in the Palais Royal, then straightway in the Place des Victoires takes a hackney coach to the Rue de l'École de Médecine, number 44. It is the residence of the citoyen Marat, the Citoyenne Marat is ill and cannot be seen, which seems to disappoint her much. Her business is with Marat then? Hapless beautiful Charlotte, hapless squalid Marat. From Caen in the utmost west, from Neuchâtel in the utmost east, they two are drawing nigh each other. They two have, very strangely, business together. Charlotte, returning to her inn, dispatches a short note to Marat, signifying that she is from Caen, the seat of rebellion, that she desires earnestly to see him, and will put it in his power to do France a great service. No answer. Charlotte writes another note, still more pressing, sets out with it by coach about 7 in the evening herself. Tired day laborers have again finished their week. Huge Paris is circling and simmering, manifold according to its vague wont. This one fair figure has decision in it, drives straight towards a purpose. It is yellow July evening, we say, the 13th of the month, eve of the Bastille Day, when M. Marat, 4 years ago, in the crowd of the Pont Neuf, shrewdly required of that Besenval hussar party, which had such friendly dispositions, to dismount and give up their arms then, and became notable among patriot men. 4 years, what a road he has travelled, and sits now, about 7:30 of the clock, stewing in slipper bath, sore afflicted, ill of revolution fever, of what other malady this history had rather not name. Excessively sick and worn, poor man, with precisely 11 halfpenny of ready money in paper with slipper bath, strong 3-footed stool for writing on, the while, and a squalid washerwoman one may call her. That is his civic establishment in Medical School Street. Thither and not elsewhither has his road led him. Not to the reign of brotherhood and perfect felicity, yet surely on the way towards that. Hark, a rap again. A musical woman's voice, refusing to be rejected. It is the citoyenne who would do France a service. Marat, recognizing from within, cries, admit her. Charlotte Corday is admitted. Citoyenne Marat, I am from Caen, the seat of rebellion, and wish to speak with you. Be seated, mon enfant. Now what are the traitors doing at Caen? What deputies are at Keene? Charlotte names some deputies. Their heads shall fall within a fortnight, croaks the eager people's friend, clutching his tablets to write. Barbarou, Patience, writes he with bare shrunk arm, turning aside in the bath. Patience and Louvet, and Charlotte has drawn her knife from the sheath, plunges it, with one sure stroke, into the writer's heart. À moi, cheer Amy, help dear. No more could the death-choked say or shriek. The helpful washerwoman running in, there is no friend of the people, or friend of the washerwoman, left, but his life with a groan gushes out, indignant, to the shades below. And so Marat people's friend is ended. The lone stylites has got hurled down suddenly from his pillar. Whitherward he that made him does know. Patriot Paris may sound triple and tenfold in dole and wail, re-echoed by patriot France, and the Convention, Chabot pale with terror declaring that they are to be all assassinated, may decree him Pantheon honors, public funeral Murray-Bow's dust making way for him, and Jacobin societies in lamentable oratory, summing up his character, parallel him to one whom they think it honor to call the good Sansculotte, whom we name not here. Also a chapel may be made, for the urn that holds his heart, in the place du Carrousel, and newborn children be named Marat, and Lego de Como hawkers bake mountains of stucco into unbeautiful busts, and David paint his picture or death scene, and such other apotheoses take place as the human genius, in these circumstances, can devise. But Marat returns no more to the light of this sun. One sole circumstance we have read with clear sympathy in the old Moniteur newspaper, how Marat's brother comes from Neuchâtel to ask of the Convention that the deceased Jean-Paul Marat's musket be given him. For Marat, too, had a brother and natural affections, and was wrapped once in swaddling clothes, and slept safe in a cradle like the rest of us. Ye children of men, a sister of his, they say, lives still to this day in Paris. As for Charlotte Corday, her work is accomplished. The recompense of it is near and sure. The cheer Amy and neighbors of the house flying at her, she overturns some movables, entrenches herself till the gendarmes arrive, then quietly surrenders, goes quietly to the Abbé prison, she alone quiet, all Paris sounding in wonder, in rage, or admiration round her. Duperret is put in arrest on account of her, his papers sealed, which may lead to consequences. Fauchet, in like manner, though Fauchet had not so much as heard of her. Charlotte, confronted with these two deputies, praises the grave firmness of Duperret, censures the dejection of Fauchet. On Wednesday morning, the thronged Palais de Justice and Revolutionary Tribunal can see her face, beautiful and calm. She dates it 4th day of the preparation of peace. A strange murmur ran through the hall at sight of her, you could not say of what character. Tinville has his indictments and tape papers. The cutler of the Palais Royal will testify that he sold her the sheath knife. All these details are needless, interrupted Charlotte. It is I that killed Marat. By whose instigation? By no one's. What tempted you, then? His crimes. I killed one man, added she, raising her voice extremely, extremement, as they went on with their questions. I killed one man to save 100,000, a villain to save innocence, a savage wild beast to give repose to my country. I was a Republican before the Revolution. I never wanted energy. There is therefore nothing to be said. The public gazes astonished. The hasty limners sketch her features, Charlotte not disapproving. The men of law proceed with their formalities. The doom is death as a murderess. To her advocate she gives thanks, in gentle phrase, in high-flown classical spirit. To the priest they send her she gives thanks, but needs not any shriving or ghostly or other aid from him. On this same evening, therefore, about 7:30 from the gate of the conciergerie to a city all on tiptoe, the fatal cart issues. Seated on it a fair young creature, sheeted in red smock of murderess, so beautiful, serene, so full of life, journeying towards death, alone amid the world. Many take off their hats, saluting reverently, for what heart but must be touched? Others growl and howl. Adam Lux of Mentz declares that she is greater than Brutus, that it were beautiful to die with her. The head of this young man seems turned. At the Place de la Révolution, the countenance of Charlotte wears the same still smile. The executioners proceed to bind her feet. She resists, thinking it meant as an insult. On a word of explanation, she submits with cheerful apology. As the last act all being now ready, they take the neckerchief from her neck. A blush of maidenly shame overspreads that fair face and neck. The cheeks were still tinged with it, when the executioner lifted the severed head to show it to the people. It is most true, says Foster, that he struck the cheek insultingly, for I saw it with my eyes. The police imprisoned him for it. In this manner have the beautifulest and the squalidest come in collision and extinguished one another. Jean-Paul Marat and Marie-Anne Charlotte Corday both, suddenly, are no more. Day of the preparation of peace? Alas, how were peace possible or preparable, while, for example, the hearts of lovely maidens in their convent stillness are dreaming not of love paradises and the light of life, but of Codrus sacrifices and death well earned. That 25 million hearts have got to such temper, this is the anarchy, the soul of it lies in this, whereof not peace can be the embodiment. The death of Marat, wedding old animosities tenfold, will be worse than any life. O ye hapless two, mutually extinctive, the beautiful and the squalid, sleep ye well, in the mother's bosom that bore you both. This was the history of Charlotte Corday, most definite, most complete, angelic demonic, like a star. Adam Lux goes home, half delirious, to pour forth his apotheosis of her in paper and print, to propose that she have a statue with this inscription greater than Brutus. Friends represent his danger. Lux is reckless, thinks it were beautiful to die with her. Chapter 3-4, Roman II in Civil War. But during these same hours, another guillotine is at work on another. Charlotte, for the Girondins, dies at Paris today. Chalier, by the Girondins, dies at Lyon tomorrow. From rumbling of cannon along the streets of that city, it has come to firing of them to rabid fighting. Nivercall and the Girondins triumph, behind whom there is, as everywhere, a royalist faction waiting to strike in. Trouble enough at Lyon, and the dominant party carrying it with a high hand. For indeed, the whole south is astir, incarcerating Jacobins, arming for Girondins, wherefore we have got a Congress of Lyon. Also a Revolutionary Tribunal of Lyon, and anarchists shall tremble. So Chalier was soon found guilty of Jacobinism, of murderous plot, address with drawn dagger on the 6th of February last. And on the morrow, he also travels his final road along the streets of Lyon, by the side of an ecclesiastic with whom he seems to speak earnestly, the axe now glittering high. He could weep in old years, this man, and fall on his knees on the pavement, blessing heaven at sight of federation programs or like. Then he pilgrimed to Paris, to worship Marat and the mountain. Now Marat and he are both gone. We said he could not end well. Jacobinism groans inwardly, at Lyon, but dare not outwardly. Chalier, when the tribunal sentenced him, made answer, "My death will cost this city dear." Montélimart town is not buried under its ruins, yet Marseille is actually marching, under order of a Lyon Congress, is incarcerating patriots, the very royalists now showing face, against which a General Cardox fights, though in small force, and with him an artillery major, of the name of Napoleon Buonaparte. This Napoleon, to prove that the Marseillese have no chance ultimately, not only fights but writes, publishes his Supper of Beaucaire, a dialogue which has become curious. Unfortunate cities, with their actions and their reactions, violence to be paid with violence in geometrical ratio, royalism and anarchism both striking in. The final net amount of which geometrical series, what man shall sum? The bar of iron has never yet floated in Marseille harbor, but the body of Rebecque was found floating, self-drowned there. Hot Rebecque, seeing how confusion deepened and respectability grew poisoned with royalism, felt that there was no refuge for a republican but death. Rebecque disappeared. No one knew whither, till one morning they found the empty case or body of him risen to the top, tumbling on the salt waves, and perceived that Rebecque had withdrawn forever. Toulon likewise is incarcerating patriots, sending delegates to Congress, intriguing in case of necessity with the Royalists and English. Montpellier, Bordeaux not, all France that is not under the swoop of Austria and Cimmeria seems rushing into madness and suicidal ruin. The mountain labors, like a volcano in a burning volcanic land. Convention committees of surety of salvation are busy night and day. Convention commissioners whirl on all highways, bearing olive branch and sword, or now perhaps sword only. Chaumet and municipals come daily to the Tuileries demanding a constitution. It is some weeks now since he resolved, in town hall, that a deputation should go every day and demand a constitution till one were got, whereby suicidal France might rally and pacify itself, a thing inexpressibly desirable. This then is the fruit your anti-anarchic Girondins have got from that levying of war in Calvados. This fruit, we may say, and no other whatsoever. For indeed, before either Charlotte's or Chalier's head had fallen, the Calvados war itself had, as it were, vanished dreamlike in a shriek. With 72 departments on one side, one might have hoped better things, but it turns out that respectabilities, though they will vote, will not fight. Possession is always 9 points in law, but in lawsuits of this kind, one may say, it is 99 points. Men do what they were wont to do and have immense irresolution and inertia. They obey him who has the symbols that claim obedience. Consider what in modern society this one fact means: the metropolis is with our enemies. Metropolis, mother city, rightly so named. All the rest are but as her children, her nurslings. Why there is not a leathern diligence, with its postbags and luggage boots that lumbers out from her, but is as a huge life pulse. She is the heart of all. Cut short that one leathern diligence, how much is cut short? General Wimpfen, looking practically into the matter, can see nothing for it but that one should fall back on royalism, get into communication with Pitt. Dark innuendos he flings out to that effect, whereat we Girondins start, horror-struck. He produces as his second in command a certain ci-devant, one Comte Puiset, entirely unknown to Louvet, greatly suspected by him. Few wars, accordingly, were ever levied of a more insufficient character than this of Calvados. He that is curious in such things may read the details of it in the memoirs of that same ci-devant Puiset, the much-enduring man and royalist. How our Girondin national forces, marching off with plenty of wind music, were drawn out about the old chateau of Brecourt, in the wood country near Vernon, to meet the mountain national forces advancing from Paris. How on the 15th afternoon of July they did meet, and, as it were, shrieked mutually, and took mutually to flight without loss. How Puiset thereafter, for the mountain nationals fled first, and we thought ourselves the victors, was roused from his warm bed in the castle of Brecourt, and had to gallop without boots, our nationals in the night watches having fallen unexpectedly into sauve-qui-pute. And in brief, the Calvados war had burnt priming, and the only question now was, whitherward to vanish, in what hole to hide oneself. The national volunteers rush homewards, faster than they came. The 72 respectable departments, says Malin, all turned round and forsook us in the space of 24 hours. Unhappy those who, as at Lyon for instance, have gone too far for turning. One morning, we find placarded on our intendant's mansion the decree of convention which casts us hors-la-loi into outlawry, placarded by our con magistrates, clear hint that we also are to vanish. Vanish, indeed, but whitherward? Gorses has friends in Rents, he will hide there, unhappily will not lie hid. Guadet, Lanjuinais are on cross roads, making for Bordeaux. To Bordeaux, cries the general voice of valor alike and of despair. Some flag of respectability still floats there, or is thought to float. Thitherward, therefore, each as he can. 11 of these ill-fated deputies, among whom we may count, as 12th, friend Riouf the man of letters, do an original thing. Take the uniform of national volunteers and retreat southward with the Breton battalion as private soldiers of that corps. These brave Bretons had stood truer by us than any other. Nevertheless, at the end of a day or two, they also do now get dubious, self-divided. We must part from them, and with some half-dozen as convoy or guide, retreat by ourselves. A solitary marching detachment through waste regions of the West. Chapter 3, 4 Roman 3. A retreat of the 11. It is one of the notablest retreats, this of the 11, that history presents. The handful of forlorn legislators retreating there, continually, with shouldered firelock and well-filled cartridge box, in the yellow autumn, long hundreds of miles between them and Bordeaux, the country all getting hostile, suspicious of the truth, simmering and buzzing on all sides, more and more. Louvet has preserved the itinerary of it, a piece worth all the rest he ever wrote. O virtuous Patience, with thy early white head, O brave young Barbarou, has it come to this? Weary ways, worn shoes, light purse, encompassed with perils as with a sea. Revolutionary committees are in every township. Of Jacobin temper, our friends all cowed, our cause the losing one. In the borough of Moncontour, by ill chance, it is market day. To the gaping public such transit of a solitary marching detachment is suspicious. We have need of energy, of promptitude and luck, to be allowed to march through. Hasten, ye weary pilgrims. The country is getting up, noise of you is brooded day after day, a solitary 12 retreating in this mysterious manner. With every new day, a wider wave of inquisitive pursuing tumult is stirred up till the whole West will be in motion. Cussy is tormented with gout, Buzot is too fat for marching. Riouf, blistered, bleeding, marching only on tiptoe, Barbarou limps with sprained ankle, yet ever cheery, full of hope and valor. Light Louvet glances hare-eyed, not hare-hearted. Only virtuous Patience' serenity was but once seen ruffled. They lie in straw lofts, in woody brakes, rudest payless on the floor of a secret friend is luxury. They are seized in the dead of night by Jacobin mayors and tap of drum, get off by firm countenance, rattle of muskets, and ready wit. Of Bordeaux, through fiery La Vendée and the long geographical spaces that remain, it were madness to think. Well, if you can get to Quimper on the sea-coast and take shipping there. Faster, ever faster. Before the end of the march, so hot has the country grown, it is found advisable to march all night. They do it, under the still night canopy they plod along, and yet behold, rumor has outplotted them. In the paltry village of Carhaix, be its thatched huts and bottomless peat bogs long notable to the traveler, one is astonished to find light still glimmering. Citizens are awake, with rushlights burning in that nook of the terrestrial planet. As we traverse swiftly the one poor street, a voice is heard saying, "There they are, les voilà qui passent. Swifter, ye doomed lame 12. Speed ere they can arm, gain the woods of Quimper before day, and lie squatted there." The doomed 12 do it, though with difficulty, with loss of road, with peril and the mistakes of a night. In Quimper are Girondin friends, who perhaps will harbor the homeless till a Bordeaux ship way. Wayworn, heart-worn, in agony of suspense, till Quimper friendship get warning, they lie there, squatted under the thick wet boskage, suspicious of the face of man. Some pity to the brave, to the unhappy. Unhappiest of all legislators, oh, when ye packed your luggage, some score or 20 months ago, and mounted this or the other leathern vehicle, to be conscript fathers of a regenerated France and reap deathless laurels, did ye think your journey was to lead hither? The Quimper Samaritans find them squatted, lift them up to help and comfort, will hide them in sure places. Thence let them dissipate gradually, or there they can lie quiet and write memoirs till a Bordeaux ship sail. And thus, in Calvados all is dissipated. Rom is out of prison meditating his calendar. Ringleaders are locked in his room. At Keene the Corday family mourns in silence. Buzot's house is a heap of dust and demolition, and amid the rubbish sticks a gallows, with this inscription, "Here dwelt the traitor Buzot who conspired against the Republic." Buzot and the other vanished deputies are hors la loi, as we saw, their lives free to take where they can be found. The worse fares it with the poor arrested visible deputies at Paris. Arrestment at home threatens to become confinement in the Luxembourg. To end where? For example, what pale-visaged thin man is this, journeying towards Switzerland as a merchant of Neuchâtel, whom they arrest in the town of Moulins? To Revolutionary Committee he is suspect. To Revolutionary Committee, on probing the matter, he is evidently Deputy Brissot. Back to thy arrestment, poor Brissot, or indeed to straight confinement, whither others are fared to follow. Rabout has built himself a false partition in a friend's house, lives in invisible darkness between two walls. It will end, this same arrestment business, in prison and the revolutionary tribunal. Nor must we forget Duperret, and the seal put on his papers by reason of Charlotte. One paper is there, fit to breed woe enough, a secret solemn protest against that Suprema dies of the 2nd of June. This secret protest our poor Duperret had drawn up, the same week, in all plainness of speech, waiting the time for publishing it, to which secret protest his signature, and that of other honorable deputies not a few, stands legibly appended. And now, if the seals were once broken, the mountains still victorious. Such protesters, your Merciers, Bailouls 73 by the tail, what yet remains of respectable giardism in the Convention, may tremble to think. These are the fruits of levying civil war. Also we find that, in these last days of July, the famed siege of Mentz is finished, the garrison to march out with honors of war, not to serve against the coalition for a year. Lovers of the picturesque and Goethe standing on the chaussee of Mentz saw, with due interest, the procession issuing forth in all solemnity. Escorted by Prussian horse came first the French garrison. Nothing could look stranger than this latter. A column of Marseillese, slight, swarthy, parti-colored, in patched clothes came tripping on, as if King Edwin had opened the dwarf hill and sent out his nimble host of dwarfs. Next followed regular troops, serious, sullen, not as if downcast or ashamed. But the remarkablest appearance, which struck everyone, was that of the chasers, chasseurs, coming out mounted. They had advanced quite silent to where we stood, when their band struck up the Marseillaise. This revolutionary tedium has in itself something mournful and bodeful, however briskly played. But at present they gave it an altogether slow time, proportionate to the creeping step they rode at. It was piercing and fearful, and a most serious-looking thing, as these cavaliers, long, lean men, of a certain age, with mien suitable to the music, came pacing on. Singly you might have likened them to Don Quixote. In mass they were highly dignified. But now a single troop became notable, that of the commissioners or representants. Merlin of Thionville, in hussar uniform, distinguishing himself by wild beard and look, had another person in similar costume on his left. The crowd shouted out with rage, at sight of this latter, the name of a Jacobin townsman and clubbist, and shook itself to seize him. Merlin drew bridle, referred to his dignity as French representative, to the vengeance that should follow any injury done. He would advise everyone to compose himself, for this was not the last time they would see him here. Thus rode Merlin, threatening in defeat. But what now shall stem that tide of Prussians setting in through the open northeast? Lucky, if fortified lines of Weissenberg and impassabilities of Vosges mountains confine it to French Alsace, keep it from submerging the very heart of the country. Furthermore, precisely in the same days, Valenciennes siege is finished in the northwest. Fallen, under the red hail of York, Condé fell some fortnight since. Cimmerian coalition presses on. What seems very notable, too, on all these captured French towns there flies not the royalist fleur-de-lis in the name of a new Louis the Pretender, but the Austrian flag flies, as if Austria meant to keep them for herself. Perhaps General Custines, still in Paris, can give some explanation of the fall of these strong places. Mother Society, from tribune and gallery, growls loud that he ought to do it. Remarks, however, in a splenetic manner that the messieurs of the Palais Royal are calling long life to this general. The Mother Society, purged now by successive scrutinies or epurations from all taint of giardism, has become a great authority, what we can call shield-bearer or bottle-holder, nay call it fugleman, to the purged National Convention itself. The Jacobins' debates are reported in the Moniteur, like parliamentary ones. Chapter 3-4, Roman 4 Nature. But looking more specially into Paris city, what is this that history on the 10th of August, year 1 of liberty, by old style, year 1793, discerns there? Praised be the heavens, a new feast of pikes. For Chaumet's deputation every day has worked out its result, a constitution. It was one of the rapidest constitutions ever put together, made, some say in 8 days, by Hérault Seychelles and others, probably a workmanlike, roadworthy constitution enough. On which point, however, we are, for some reasons, little called to form a judgment. Workmanlike or not, the 44,000 communes of France, by overwhelming majorities, did hasten to accept it, glad of any constitution whatsoever. Nay, departmental deputies have come, the venerablest republicans of each department, with solemn message of acceptance. And now what remains but that our new final constitution be proclaimed and sworn to in Feast of Pikes? The departmental deputies, we say, are come some time ago. Chaumet very anxious about them, lest Girondin messieurs, agiojobbers, or were it even fils de joie of a Girondin temper, corrupt their morals. 10th of August, immortal anniversary, greater almost than Bastille July, is the day. Painter David has not been idle. Thanks to David and the French genius, there steps forth into the sunlight, this day, a scenic phantasmagory unexampled, whereof history, so occupied with real phantasmagories, will say but little. For one thing, history can notice with satisfaction, on the ruins of the Bastille, a statue of nature, gigantic, spouting water from her two mamelles. Not a dream this, but a fact palpable visible. There she spouts, great nature, dim before daybreak. But as the coming sun ruddies the east, come countless multitudes, regulated and unregulated. Come departmental deputies, come mother society and daughters. Comes national convention, led on by handsome herald, soft wind music breathing note of expectation. Lo, as great soul scatters his first fire handful, tipping the hills and chimney heads with gold, Herald is at great nature's feet, she is plaster of Paris merely. Herald lifts in an iron saucer water spouted from the sacred breasts, drinks of it with an eloquent pagan prayer, beginning, O nature. And all the departmental deputies drink, each with what best suitable ejaculation or prophetic utterance is in him. Amid breathings, which become blasts of wind music and the roar of artillery and human throats, finishing well the first act of this solemnity. Next are processionings along the boulevards, deputies or officials bound together by long indivisible tricolor riband, general members of the sovereign walking pell-mell, with pikes, with hammers, with the tools and emblems of their crafts, among which we notice a plough, and ancient bosses and philemon seated on it, drawn by their children. Many-voiced harmony and dissonance filling the air. Through triumphal arches enough, at the basis of the first of which we descry, whom thinkest thou? The heroines of the insurrection of women. Strong dames of the market, they sit their Therigny too ill to attend, one fears, with oak branches, tricolor bedizenment, firm-seated on their cannons. To whom handsome herald, making pause of admiration, addresses soothing eloquence, whereupon they rise and fall into the march. And now mark, in the Place de la Révolution, what other august statue may this be, veiled in canvas, which swiftly we shear off by pulley and cord? The Statue of Liberty, she too is of plaster, hoping to become of metal, stands where a tyrant Louis Quinze once stood. 3,000 birds are let loose into the whole world with labels round their neck, we are free, imitate us. Holocaust of royalist and ci-devant trumpery, such as one could still gather, is burnt. Pontifical eloquence must be uttered by handsome herald and pagan orisons offered up. And then forward across the river, where is new enormous statuary, enormous plaster mountain, Hercules' pupil with uplifted all-conquering club, many-headed dragon of Girondin federalism rising from fetid marsh, needing new eloquence from herald. To say nothing of Champdimars and Fatherland's altar there, with urn of slain defenders, carpenter's level of the law and such exploding, gesticulating and perorating, that herald's lips must be growing white and his tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth. Towards 6 o'clock let the wearied president, let Paris patriotism generally sit down to what repast, and social repasts, can be had, and with flowing tankard or light-mantling glass, usher in this new and newest era. In fact, is not Rom's new calendar getting ready? On all housetops flicker little tricolor flags, their flagstaff a pike and liberty cap. On all house walls, for no patriot not suspect will be behind another, there stand printed these words: Republic one and indivisible, liberty, equality, fraternity, or death. As to the new calendar, we may say here rather than elsewhere that speculative men have long been struck with the inequalities and incongruities of the old calendar, that a new one has long been as good as determined on. Marechal the atheist, almost 10 years ago, proposed a new calendar, free at least from superstition. This the Paris municipality would now adopt in defect of a better. At all events, let us have either this of Marechals or a better, the new era being come. Petitions more than once have been sent to that effect, and indeed for a year past, all public bodies, journalists, and patriots in general have dated first year of the Republic. It is a subject not without difficulties, but the convention has taken it up, and Rom, as we say, has been meditating it, not Marechals' new calendar, but a better new one of Rom, S, and our own. Rom, aided by a Monge, a Lagrange, and others, furnishes mathematics. Faber-d'Eglantine furnishes poetic nomenclature. And so, on Theth of October 1793, after trouble enough, they bring forth this new republican calendar of theirs in a complete state, and by law get it put in action. 4 equal seasons, 12 equal months of 30 days each. This makes 360 days, and 5 odd days remain to be disposed of. The 5 odd days we will make festivals and name the 5 Sansculottides, or days without breeches: festival of genius, festival of labor, of actions, of rewards of opinion. These are the 5 Sansculottides, whereby the great circle, or year, is made complete. Solely every 4th year, whilom called leap year, we introduce a 6th Sansculottide, and name it Festival of the Revolution. Now as to the day of commencement, which offers difficulties, is it not one of the luckiest coincidences that the Republic herself commenced on this of September, close on the vernal equinox? Vernal equinox, at midnight for the meridian of Paris, in the year Willem Christian 1792, from that moment shall the new era reckon itself to begin. Vendemiaira, Brumaire, Frimaire, or as one might say in mixed English, Vintagerius, Fagarius, Frosterius. These are our 3 autumn months. Nivose, Pluviose, Ventose, or say Snowus, Rainus, Windus make our winter season. Germinal, Floreal, Prairial, or Buddle, Floweral, Meadowal are our spring season. Messidor, Thermidor, Fructidor, that is to say, dor being Greek for gift, Repidor, Heatidor, Fruitidor are Republican summer. These 12 in a singular manner divide the Republican year. Then as to minuter subdivisions, let us venture at once on a bold stroke. Adopt your decimal subdivision, and instead of world-old week or Sanite, make it a tenite or decade, not without results. There are 3 decades, then, in each of the months, which is very regular, and the decadi or 10th day shall always be the day of rest. And the Christian Sabbath, in that case, shall shift for itself. This, in brief, in this new calendar of Rom and the Convention, calculated for the meridian of Paris, and Gospel of Jean-Jacques, not one of the least afflicting occurrences for the actual British reader of French history, confusing the soul with Messidor's Meadowals, till at last, in self-defense, one is forced to construct some ground scheme or rule of commutation from new style to old style and have it lying by him. Such ground scheme, almost worn out in our service, but still legible and printable, we shall now, in a note, present to the reader, for the Rom calendar, in so many newspapers, memoirs, public acts, has stamped itself deep into that section of time. A new era that lasts some 12 years and odd is not to be despised. Let the reader, therefore, with such ground scheme help himself, where needful, out of new style into old style, called also slave style, style esclave, whereof we, in these pages, shall as much as possible use the latter only. Thus, with new Feast of Pikes and new era or new calendar, did France accept her new constitution, the most democratic constitution ever committed to paper. How it will work in practice? Patriot deputations from time to time solicit fruition of it, that it be set a-going. Always, however, this seems questionable, for the moment, unsuitable. Till in some weeks, Salut Public through the organ of Saint Just makes report that in the present alarming circumstances, the state of France is revolutionary, that her government must be revolutionary till the peace. Solely as paper, then, and as a hope must this poor new constitution exist, in which shape we may conceive it lying, even now with an infinity of other things, in that limbo near the moon. Further than paper it never got, nor ever will get. Chapter 3.4v, Sword of Sharpness. In fact, it is something quite other than paper theorems. It is iron and audacity that France now needs. Is not La Vendée still blazing? Alas, too literally, rogue Rossignol burning the very corn mills? General Santerre could do nothing there. General Rossignol, in blind fury, often in liquor, can do less than nothing. Rebellion spreads, grows ever madder. Happily those lean Quixote figures, whom we saw retreating out of Mentz, bound not to serve against the coalition for a year, have got to Paris. National Convention packs them into post vehicles and conveyances, sends them swiftly, by post, into La Vendée. They're valiantly struggling in obscure battle and skirmish under rogue Rossignol. Let them, unlaureled, save the Republic, and be cut down gradually to the last man. Does not the coalition like a fire tide pour in, Prussia through the open northeast, Austria, England through the northwest? General Houchard prospers no better there than General Custine did. Let him look to it. Through the eastern and the western Pyrenees Spain has deployed itself, spreads, rustling with Bourbon banners over the face of the south. Ashes and embers of confused Girondin civil war covered that region already. Marseille is damped down, not quenched, to be quenched in blood. Toulon, terror-struck, too far gone for turning, has flung itself, ye righteous powers, into the hands of the English. On Toulon arsenal there flies a flag, nay, not even the fleur-de-lis of a Louis Pretender. There flies that accursed St. George's Cross of the English and Admiral Hood. What remnants of seacraft, arsenals, roperies, war navy France had, has given itself to these enemies of human nature. Enemis du genre humain. Beleaguer it, bombard it, ye commissioners Barras, Freyron, Robespierre Jr., thou General Cartox, General Dugommier, above all, thou remarkable artillery major Napoleon Buonaparte. Hood is fortifying himself, victualling himself, means, apparently, to make a new Gibraltar of it. But lo, in the autumn night, late night, among the last of August, what sudden red sunblaze is this that has risen over Lyons city, with a noise to deafen the world? It is the powder tower of Lyon, nay the arsenal with 4 powder towers, which has caught fire in the bombardment, and sprung into the air, carrying 117 houses after it. With a light, one fancies, as of the noon sun, with a roar second only to the last trumpet. All living sleepers far and wide it has awakened. What a sight was that, which the eye of history saw in the sudden nocturnal sunblaze, the roofs of hapless Lyon and all its domes and steeples made momentarily clear, Rhone and Saône streams flashing suddenly visible, and height and hollow, hamlet and smooth stubble-field and all the region round. Heights, alas, all scarped and counterscarped, into trenches, curtains, redouts, blue artillerymen, little powder devilkins, plying their hell trade there, through the not ambrosial night. Let the darkness cover it again, for it pains the eye. Of a truth, Chalier's death is costing this city dear. Convention commissioners, Lyon congresses have come and gone, and action there was and reaction, bad ever growing worse till it has come to this. Commissioner Dubois-Crancey, with 70,000 men and all the artillery of several provinces, bombarding Lyon day and night. Worse things still are in store. Famine is in Lyon and ruin and fire. Desperate are the sallies of the besieged, brave Précy, their national colonel and commandant, doing what is in man, desperate but ineffectual. Provisions cut off, nothing entering our city but shot and shells. The arsenal has roared aloft, the very hospital will be battered down, and the sick buried alive. A black flag hung on this latter noble edifice, appealing to the pity of the besiegers, for though maddened were they not still our brethren. In their blind wrath they took it for a flag of defiance and aimed thitherward the more. Bad is growing ever worse here, and how will the worst stop till it have grown worst of all? Commissioner Dubois will listen to no pleading, to no speech save this only: we surrender at discretion. Lyons contains in it subdued Jacobins, dominant Girondins, secret royalists. And now, mere deaf madness and cannon shot enveloping them, will not the desperate municipality fly, at last, into the arms of royalism itself? Majesty of Sardinia was to bring help, but it failed. Emigrant Audichamp, in name of the 2 pretender royal highnesses, is coming through Switzerland with help, coming, not yet come. Précy hoists the fleur-de-lis. At sight of which all true Girondins sorrowfully fling down their arms. Let our tricolor brethren storm us then, and slay us in their wrath. With you we conquer not. The famishing women and children are sent forth. Deaf Dubois sends them back, reigns in mere fire and madness. Our redouts of cotton bags are taken, retaken. Précy under his fleur-de-lis is valiant as despair. What will become of Lyon? It is a siege of 70 days. Or see, in these same weeks, far in the western waters, breasting through the Bay of Biscay, a greasy, dingy little merchant ship, with Scotch skipper, under hatches whereof sit, disconsolate, the last forlorn nucleus of Girondism, the deputies from Quimper. Several have dissipated themselves, whithersoever they could. Poor Riouf fell into the talons of Revolutionary Committee and Paris prison. The rest sit here under hatches, Reverend Patian with his grey hair, angry Buzot, suspicious Louvet, brave young Barbaroux, and others. They have escaped from Quimper in this sad craft, are now tacking and struggling, in danger from the waves, in danger from the English, in still worse danger from the French, banished by heaven and earth to the greasy belly of this Scotch skipper's merchant vessel, unfruitful Atlantic raving round. They are for Burdo, if peradventure hope yet linger there. Enter not Burdo, O friends. Bloody convention representatives, Tallien and such like, with their edicts, with their guillotine, have arrived there. Respectability is driven underground. Jacobinism lords it on high. From that rail landing place, or beak of Ambs as it were, pale death, waving his revolutionary sword of sharpness, waves you elsewhither. On one side or the other of that beck dams, the Scotch skipper with difficulty moors, a dexterous greasy man, with difficulty lands his girondins, who, after reconnoitring, must rapidly burrow in the earth, and so, in subterranean ways, in friends, back closets, in cellars, barn lofts, in caves of Saint-Emilion and Libourne, stave off cruel death. Unhappiest of all senators. Chapter 3-4 Roman 6, Risen against tyrants. Against all which incalculable impediments, horrors, and disasters, what can a Jacobin convention oppose? The uncalculating spirit of Jacobinism and sansculotic sans-formulistic frenzy. Our enemies press in on us, says Danton, but they shall not conquer us. We will burn France to ashes rather, nous brûlerons la France. Committees of Sûreté or Salut have raised themselves, à la hauteur, to the height of circumstances. Let all mortals raise themselves à la hauteur. Let the 44,000 sections and their revolutionary committees stir every fiber of the Republic, and every Frenchman feel that he is to do or die. They are the life circulation of Jacobinism, these sections and committees. Danton, through the organ of bearer and salut public, gets decreed that there be in Paris, by law, 2 meetings of section weekly. Also, that the poorer citizen be paid for attending, and have his day's wages of 40 sous. This is the celebrated law of the 40 sous, fiercely stimulant to sansculottism, to the life circulation of Jacobinism. On the 23rd of August, Committee of Public Salvation, as usual through bearer, had promulgated, in words not unworthy of remembering, their report, which is soon made into a law, of levy in mass. All France, and whatsoever it contains of men or resources, is put under requisition, says bearer, really in Théotian words, the best we know of his. The Republic is one vast besieged city. 250 forges shall in these days be set up in the Luxembourg garden and round the outer wall of the Tuileries, to make gun barrels in sight of earth and heaven. From all hamlets towards their departmental town, from all their departmental towns towards the appointed camp and seat of war, the sons of freedom shall march, their banner is to bear. Le peuple francais débat contre les tyrans, the French people risen against tyrants. Young men shall go to the battle, it is their task to conquer. The married men shall forge arms, transport baggage and artillery, provide subsistence. The women shall work at soldiers' clothes, make tents, serve in the hospitals. The children shall scrape old linen into surgeon's lint. The aged men shall have themselves carried into public places, and there, by their words, excite the courage of the young, preach hatred to kings and unity to the Republic. Théotian words, which tingle through all French hearts. In this humor, then, since no other serves, will France rush against its enemies. Headlong, reckoning no cost or consequence, heeding no law or rule but that supreme law, salvation of the people. The weapons are all the iron that is in France. The strength is that of all the men, women, and children that are in France. There, in their 250 shed smithies, in garden of Luxembourg or Tuileries, let them forge gun barrels, in sight of heaven and earth. Nor with heroic daring against the foreign foe, can black vengeance against the domestic be wanting. Life circulation of the revolutionary committees being quickened by that law of the 40 sous, Deputy Merlin, not the Thionviller, whom we saw ride out of Mentz, but Merlin of Douai, named subsequently Merlin Suspect, comes, about a week after, with his world-famous law of the suspect, ordering all sections, by their committees, instantly to arrest all persons suspect, and explaining withal who the arrestable and suspect specially are. Are suspect, says he, all who by their actions, by their connections, speakings, writings have in short become suspect. Nay Chaumet, illuminating the matter still further in his municipal placards and proclamations, will bring it about that you may almost recognize a suspect on the streets and clutch him there, off to committee and prison. Watch well your words, watch well your looks. If suspect of nothing else, you may grow, as came to be a saying, suspect of being suspect. For are we not in a state of revolution? No frightfuler law ever ruled in a nation of men. All prisons and houses of arrest in French land are getting crowded to the ridge tile. 44,000 committees, like as many companies of reapers or gleaners, gleaning France, are gathering their harvest and storing it in these houses. Harvest of aristocrat tares. Nay, lest the 44,000, each on its own harvest field, prove insufficient, we are to have an ambulant, revolutionary army. 6,000 strong under right captains, this shall perambulate the country at large, and strike in wherever it finds such harvest work slack. So have municipality and mother society petitioned, so has convention decreed. Let aristocrats, federalists, messieurs vanish, and all men tremble. The soil of liberty shall be purged, with a vengeance. Neither hitherto has the revolutionary tribunal been keeping holiday. Blancheland, for losing Saint Domingo, conspirators of Orleans, for assassinating, for assaulting the sacred deputy Leonard Burden, these with many nameless to whom life was sweet have died. Daily the great guillotine has its due. Like a black spectre, daily at eventide, glides the death tumbrel through the variegated throng of things. The variegated street shudders at it for the moment, next moment forgets it, the aristocrats. They were guilty against the Republic. Their death, were it only that their goods are confiscated, will be useful to the Republic. Vive la République. In the last days of August fell a notabler head. General Custine. Custine was accused of harshness, of unskillfulness, perfidiousness, accused of many things, found guilty, we may say, of one thing, unsuccessfulness. Hearing his unexpected sentence, Custine fell down before the crucifix, silent for the space of 2 hours. He fared, with moist eyes and a book of prayer, towards the Place de la Révolution, glanced upwards at the clear suspended axe, then mounted swiftly aloft, swiftly was struck away from the lists of the living. He had fought in America, he was a proud, brave man, and his fortune led him hither. On the 2nd of this same month, at 3 in the morning, a vehicle rolled off with closed blinds from the Temple to the Conciergerie. Within it were 2 municipals, and Marie Antoinette, once Queen of France. There in that Conciergerie, in ignominious dreary cell, she, cut off from children, kindred, friend and hope, sits long weeks, expecting when the end will be. The guillotine, we find, gets always a quicker motion, as other things are quickening. The guillotine, by its speed of going, will give index of the general velocity of the Republic. The clanking of its huge axe, rising and falling there, in horrid systole-diastole, is portion of the whole enormous life movement and pulsation of the sansculottic system. Orleans conspirators and assaulters had to die, in spite of much weeping and entreating, so sacred is the person of a deputy. Yet the sacred can become desecrated. Your very deputy is not greater than the guillotine. Poor deputy journalist Gorses, we saw him hide at Rennes when the Calvados wore burnt priming. He stole afterwards in August to Paris, lurked several weeks about the Palais ci-devant Royal, was seen there one day, was clutched, identified, and without ceremony, being already out of the law, was sent to the Place de la Révolution. He died, recommending his wife and children to the pity of the Republic. It is the 9th day of October 1793. Gorses is the first deputy that dies on the scaffold. He will not be the last. Ex-Mayor Bailey is in prison, ex-Procureur Manuel. Brissot and our poor arrested Girondins have become incarcerated indicted Girondins, universal Jacobinism clamoring for their punishment. Duperret's seals are broken. Those 73 secret protesters, suddenly one day, are reported upon, are decreed accused, the convention doors being previously shut, that none implicated might escape. They were marched in a very rough manner to prison that evening. Happy those of them who chanced to be absent. Condorcet has vanished into darkness, perhaps, like Rabaut, sits between 2 walls in the house of a friend. Chapter 3-4, Roman 7, Marie Antoinette. On Monday the 14th of October, 1793, a cause is pending in the Palais de Justice, in the new revolutionary court, such as these old stone walls never witnessed, the trial of Marie Antoinette. The once brightest of queens, now tarnished, defaced, forsaken, stands here at Fauquier Tinville's judgment bar, answering for her life. The indictment was delivered her last night. To such changes of human fortune what words are adequate? Silence alone is adequate. There are few printed things one meets with, of such tragic, almost ghastly significance as those bald pages of the Bulletin du Tribunal Révolutionnaire, which bear title, Trial of the Widow Capet. Dim, as if in disastrous eclipse, like the pale kingdoms of Dis. plutonic judges, plutonic Tinville, encircled 9 times with Styx and Lethe, with fire Phlegethon and Cocytus named of lamentation. The very witnesses summoned are like ghosts. Exculpatory, inculpatory, they themselves are all hovering over death and doom. They are known in our imagination as the prey of the guillotine. Tall ci-devant Count D'Estaing, anxious to show himself patriot, cannot escape, nor Bailey, who, when asked if he knows the accused, answers with a reverent inclination towards her. "Ah, yes, I know, madame." Expatriates are here, sharply dealt with as Procureur Manuel, ex-ministers shorn of their splendor. We have cold aristocratic impassivity, faithful to itself even in Tartarus, rabid stupidity of patriot corporals, patriot washerwomen, who have much to say of plots, treasons, August 10th, old insurrection of women. For all now has become a crime, in her who is lost. Marie Antoinette, in this her utter abandonment and hour of extreme need, is not wanting to herself, the imperial woman. Her look, they say, as that hideous indictment was reading, continued calm. She was sometimes observed moving her fingers as when one plays on the piano. You discern, not without interest, across that dim revolutionary bulletin itself, how she bears herself queen-like. Her answers are prompt, clear, often of laconic brevity. Resolution, which has grown contemptuous without ceasing to be dignified, veils itself in calm words. You persist then in denial? My plan is not denial. It is the truth I have said, and I persist in that. Scandalous Hebert has borne his testimony as to many things. As to one thing, concerning Marie Antoinette and her little son, wherewith human speech had better not further be soiled. She has answered Hebert. A juryman begs to observe that she has not answered as to this. I have not answered, she exclaims with noble emotion, because nature refuses to answer such a charge brought against a mother. I appeal to all the mothers that are here. Robespierre, when he heard of it, broke out into something almost like swearing at the brutish blockheadism of this Hebert, on whose foul head his foul lie has recoiled. At 4 o'clock on Wednesday morning, after 2 days and 2 nights of interrogating, jury charging, and other darkening of counsel, the result comes out: sentence of death. Have you anything to say? The accused shook her head without speech. Night's candles are burning out, and with her 2 time is finishing, and it will be eternity and day. This hall of Tinville's is dark, ill-lighted except where she stands. Silently she withdraws from it to die. 2 processions, or royal progresses, 23 years apart, have often struck us with a strange feeling of contrast. The first is of a beautiful archduchess and dauphiness, quitting her mother's city at the age of 15, towards hopes such as no other daughter of Eve then had. On the morrow, says Weber, an eyewitness, the dauphiness left Vienna. The whole city crowded out, at first with a sorrow which was silent. She appeared. You saw her sunk back into her carriage, her face bathed in tears, hiding her eyes now with her handkerchief, now with her hands, several times putting out her head to see yet again this palace of her father's, whither she was to return no more. She motioned her regret, her gratitude to the good nation, which was crowding here to bid her farewell. Then arose not only tears, but piercing cries on all sides. Men and women alike abandoned themselves to such expression of their sorrow. It was an audible sound of wail, in the streets and avenues of Vienna. The last courier that followed her disappeared, and the crowd melted away. The young imperial maiden of 15 has now become a worn, discrowned widow of 38, gray before her time. This is the last procession. Few minutes after the trial ended, the drums were beating to arms in all sections. At sunrise, the armed force was on foot, cannons getting placed at the extremities of the bridges, in the squares, crossways, all along from the Palais de Justice to the Place de la Révolution. By 10 o'clock, numerous patrols were circulating in the streets, 30,000 foot and horse drawn up under arms. At 11, Marie Antoinette was brought out. She had on an undress of piqué blanc. She was led to the place of execution in the same manner as an ordinary criminal, bound on a cart, accompanied by a constitutional priest in lay dress, escorted by numerous detachments of infantry and cavalry. These and the double row of troops all along her road she appeared to regard with indifference. On her countenance there was visible neither abashment nor pride. To the cries of Vive la République and Down with Tyranny, which attended her all the way, she seemed to pay no heed. She spoke little to her confessor. The tricolor streamers on the housetops occupied her attention. In the streets du Roule and Saint-Honoré, she also noticed the inscriptions on the house fronts. On reaching the Place de la Révolution, her looks turned towards the Jardin National Whilom Tuileries. Her face at that moment gave signs of lively emotion. She mounted the scaffold with courage enough. At 12:15, her head fell. The executioner showed it to the people, amid universal, long-continued cries of Vive la République. Chapter 3 for Roman 8, the 22. Whom next, O Tinville? The next are of a different color, our poor arrested Girondin deputies. What of them could still be laid hold of? Our Vergniaud, Brissot, Fauchet, Valazé, Gensenet, the once flower of French patriotism, 22 by the tail, hither at Tinville's bar, onward from safeguard of the French people. From confinement in the Luxembourg, imprisonment in the conciergerie, have they now, by the course of things, arrived. Fauquier Tinville must give what account of them he can. Undoubtedly this trial of the Girondins is the greatest that Fauquier has yet had to do. 22, all chief Republicans, ranged in a line there, the most eloquent in France, lawyers too not without friends in the auditory. How will Tinville prove these men guilty of royalism, federalism, conspiracy against the Republic? Vergniaud's eloquence awakes once more, draws tears, they say, and journalists report, and the trial lengthens itself out day after day. Threatens to become eternal, murmur many. Jacobinism and municipality rise to the aid of Fauquier. On Theth of the month, Hebert and others come in deputation to inform a patriot convention that the Revolutionary Tribunal is quite shackled by forms of law, that a patriot jury ought to have the power of cutting short, of terminer les débats, when they feel themselves convinced. Which pregnant suggestion of cutting short passes itself, with all dispatch, into a decree. Accordingly, at 10 o'clock on the night of the 30th of October, the 22, summoned back once more, receive this information, that the jury feeling themselves convinced have cut short, have brought in their verdict, that the accused are found guilty, and the sentence on one and all of them is death with confiscation of goods. Loud natural clamor rises among the poor Girondins, tumult which can only be repressed by the gendarmes. Valazé stabs himself, falls down dead on the spot. The rest, amid loud clamor and confusion, are driven back to their conciergerie, Lassource exclaiming, I die on the day when the people have lost their reason, you will die when they recover it. No help. Yielding to violence, the doomed uplift the hymn of the Marseillaise, return singing to their dungeon. Riouf, who was their prison mate in these last days, has lovingly recorded what death they made. To our notions, it is not an edifying death. Gay satirical potpourri by Ducos, rhymed scenes of tragedy, wherein Bearer and Robespierre discourse with Satan, death's eve spent in singing and sallies of gaiety, with discourses on the happiness of peoples. These things, and the like of these, we have to accept for what they are worth. It is the manner in which the Girondins make their last supper. Valazé, with bloody breast, sleeps cold in death, hears not their singing. Vergniaud has his dose of poison, but it is not enough for his friends, it is enough only for himself, wherefore he flings it from him, presides at this last supper of the Girondins, with wild coruscations of eloquence, with song and mirth. Poor human will struggles to assert itself, if not in this way, then in that. But on the morrow morning all Paris is out, such a crowd as no man had seen. The death carts, Valazé's cold corpse stretched among the yet living 21, roll along. Bareheaded, hands bound, in their shirt sleeves, coat flung loosely round the neck, so fare the eloquent of France, bemurmured, beshouted. To the shouts of Vive la République, some of them keep answering with counter-shouts of Vive la République. Others, as Brissot, sit sunk in silence. At the foot of the scaffold they again strike up, with appropriate variations, the hymn of the Marseillaise, such an act of music, conceive it well. The yet living chant there, the chorus so rapidly wearing weak. Samson's axe is rapid, 1 head per minute, or little less. The chorus is worn out, farewell for evermore ye Girondins. Te Deum Fauchet has become silent, Valazé's dead head is lopped. The sickle of the guillotine has reaped the Girondins all away. The eloquent, the young, the beautiful and brave. Exclaims Riouf, O death, what feast is toward in thy ghastly halls? Nor alas, in the far Bordeaux region will Girondism fare better. In caves of Saint-Emilion, in loft and cellar, the weariest months roll on, apparel worn, purse empty, wintry November come, under Tallien and his guillotine, all hope now gone. Danger drawing ever nigher, difficulty pressing ever straighter, they determine to separate. Not unpathetic the farewell, tall Barbaroux, cheeriest of brave men, stoops to clasp his louvit. In what place soever thou findest my mother, cries he, try to be instead of a son to her. No resource of mine but I will share with thy wife, should chance ever lead me where she is. Louvet went with Guadet, with Sauls and Valady, Barberou with Buzot and Patian. Valady soon went southward on a way of his own. The two friends and Louvet had a miserable day and night, the 14th of November month, 1793. Sunk in wet, weariness, and hunger, they knock on the morrow for help at a friend's country house. The faint-hearted friend refuses to admit them. They stood therefore under trees in the pouring rain. Flying desperate, Louvet thereupon will to Paris. He sets forth, there and then, splashing the mud on each side of him, with a fresh strength gathered from fury or frenzy. He passes villages, finding the sentry asleep in his box in the thick rain. He is gone, before the man can call after him. He bilks revolutionary committees, rides in carriers' carts, covered carts and open lies hidden in one, under knapsacks and cloaks of soldiers, wives on the street of Orleans, while men search for him. Has hairbreadth escapes that would fill 3 romances. Finally he gets to Paris to his fair helpmate, gets to Switzerland, and waits better days. Poor Guadet and Sauls were both taken. Ere long, they died by the guillotine in Bordeaux, drums beating to drown their voice. Valady also is caught and guillotined. Barberou and his 2 comrades weathered it longer into the summer of 1794, but not long enough. One July morning, changing their hiding place as they have often to do, about a league from Saint-Emilion, they observe a great crowd of country people. Doubtless Jacobins come to take them. Barberou draws a pistol, shoots himself dead. Alas, and it was not Jacobins, it was harmless villagers going to a village wake. 2 days afterwards, Buzot and Patian were found in a cornfield, their bodies half-eaten with dogs. Such was the end of Girondism. They arose to regenerate France, these men, and have accomplished this. Alas, whatever quarrel we had with them has not their cruel fate abolished it. Pity only survives. So many excellent souls of heroes sent down to Hades, they themselves given as a prey of dogs and all manner of birds. But here too the will of the supreme power was accomplished. As Vergniaud said, the revolution, like Saturn, is devouring its own children. Book 3 v. Terror, the Order of the Day. Chapter 3-5I, Rushing Down. We are now therefore got to that black precipitous abyss, whither all things have long been tending, where, having now arrived on the giddy verge, they hurl down in confused ruin, headlong, pell-mell, down, down, till sansculottism have consummated itself. And in this wondrous French Revolution, as in a doomsday, a world have been rapidly, if not born again, yet destroyed and engulfed. Terror has long been terrible, but to the actors themselves it has now become manifest that their appointed course is one of terror, and they say, be it so. Que la terreur soit à l'ordre du jour. So many centuries, say only from Hugh Capet downwards, had been adding together, century transmitting it with increase to century, the sum of wickedness, of falsehood, oppression of man by man. Kings were sinners, and priests were, and people. Open scoundrels rode triumphant, bediademed, becoronated, bemitred, or the still fataler species of secret scoundrels, in their fair-sounding formulas, speciosities, respectabilities hollow within. The race of quacks was grown many as the sands of the sea. Till at length such a sum of quackery had accumulated itself as, in brief, the earth and the heavens were weary of. Slow seemed the day of settlement. Coming on, all imperceptible, across the bluster and fanfaronade of courtierisms, conquering heroisms, most Christian grand monarchisms, well-beloved pompadourisms. Yet behold it was always coming, behold it has come, suddenly, unlooked for by any man. The harvest of long centuries was ripening and whitening so rapidly of late, and now it is grown white and is reaped rapidly, as it were, in one day. Reaped in this reign of terror, and carried home to Hades and the pit. Unhappy sons of Adam, it is ever so, and never do they know it, nor will they know it. With cheerfully smoothed countenances, day after day, and generation after generation, they, calling cheerfully to one another, well speed ye, are at work, sowing the wind. And yet, as God lives, they shall reap the whirlwind. No other thing, we say, is possible, since God is a truth and his world is a truth. History, however, in dealing with this reign of terror, has had her own difficulties. While the phenomenon continued in its primary state, as mere horrors of the French Revolution, there was abundance to be said and shrieked, with and also without profit. Heaven knows there were terrors and horrors enough, yet that was not all the phenomenon, nay, more properly, that was not the phenomenon at all, but rather was the shadow of it, the negative part of it. And now, in a new stage of the business, when history, ceasing to shriek, would try rather to include under her old forms of speech or speculation this new amazing thing. That so some accredited scientific law of nature might suffice for the unexpected product of nature, and history might get to speak of it articulately, and draw inferences and profit from it. In this new stage, history, we must say, babbles and flounders perhaps in a still painfuller manner. Take, for example, the latest form of speech we have seen propounded on the subject as adequate to it, almost in these months, by our worthy M. Roux in his Histoire parlementaire. The latest and the strangest, that the French Revolution was a deadlift effort, after 1800 years of preparation, to realize the Christian religion. Unity, indivisibility, brotherhood, or death did indeed stand printed on all houses of the living, also on cemeteries or houses of the dead, stood printed, by order of Procureur Chaumet, here is eternal sleep. But a Christian religion realized by the guillotine and death eternal is suspect to me, as Robespierre was wont to say, est suspect. Alas, no, M. Roux, a gospel of brotherhood, not according to any of the four old evangelists, and calling on men to repent and amend each his own wicked existence, that they might be saved, but a gospel rather, as we often hint, according to a new fifth evangelist Jean-Jacques, calling on men to amend each the whole world's wicked existence, and be saved by making the Constitution. A thing different and distant toto cielo, as they say, the whole breadth of the sky and further if possible. It is thus, however, that history, and indeed all human speech and reason does yet, what Father Adam began life by doing. Strive to name the new things it sees of nature's producing, often helplessly enough. But what if history were to admit, for once, that all the names and theorems yet known to her fall short, that this grand product of nature was even grand, and new, in that it came not to range itself under old recorded laws of nature at all, but to disclose new ones? In that case, history renouncing the pretension to name it at present, will look honestly at it, and name what she can of it. Any approximation to the right name has value. Were the right name itself once here, the thing is known thenceforth. The thing is then ours, and can be dealt with. Now surely not realization, of Christianity or of aught earthly, do we discern in this reign of terror, in this French Revolution of which it is the consummating. Destruction rather we discern of all that was destructible. It is as if 25 millions, risen at length into the Pythian mood, had stood up simultaneously to say, with a sound which goes through far lands and times, that this untruth of an existence had become insupportable. O ye hypocrisies and speciosities, royal mantles, cardinal plush cloaks, ye credos, formulas, respectabilities, fair-painted sepulchres full of dead men's bones, behold, ye appear to us to be altogether a lie. Yet our life is not a lie, yet our hunger and misery is not a lie. Behold, we lift up, one and all, our 25 million right hands, and take the heavens and the earth and also the pit of Tophet to witness, that either ye shall be abolished, or else we shall be abolished. No inconsiderable oath, truly, forming, as has been often said, the most remarkable transaction in these last 1,000 years, wherefrom likewise there follow and will follow results. The fulfillment of this oath, that is to say, the black desperate battle of men against their whole condition and environment, a battle, alas, withal, against the sin and darkness that was in themselves as in others. This is the reign of terror. Transcendental despair was the purport of it, though not consciously so. False hopes of fraternity, political millennium, and what not we have always seen. But the unseen heart of the whole, the transcendental despair, was not false, neither has it been of no effect. Despair, pushed far enough, completes the circle, so to speak, and becomes a kind of genuine productive hope again. Doctrine of fraternity, out of old Catholicism, does, it is true, very strangely in the vehicle of a Jean-Jacques evangel, suddenly plump down out of its cloud firmament, and from a theorem determined to make itself a practice. But just so do all creeds, intentions, customs, knowledges, thoughts, and things which the French have, suddenly plump down. Catholicism, classicism, sentimentalism, cannibalism, all isms that make up man in France are rushing and roaring in that gulf, and the theorem has become a practice, and whatsoever cannot swim sinks. Not evangelist Jean-Jacques alone, there is not a village schoolmaster but has contributed his quota. Do we not thou one another, according to the free peoples of antiquity? The French patriot, in red Phrygian nightcap of liberty, christens his poor little red infant Cato, censor or else of Utica. Gracchus has become Babeuf and edits newspapers, Mutius Scaevola, cordwainer of that ilk, presides in the section Mutius Scaevola, and in brief, there is a world wholly jumbling itself to try what will swim. Wherefore we will, at all events, call this reign of terror a very strange one. Dominant sansculottism makes, as it were, free arena, one of the strangest temporary states humanity was ever seen in. A nation of men, full of wants and void of habits. The old habits are gone to wreck because they were old. Men, driven forward by necessity and fierce Pythian madness, have, on the spur of the instant, to devise for the want the way of satisfying it. The wanted tumbles down, by imitation, by invention, the unwanted hastily builds itself up. What the French national head has in it comes out, if not a great result, surely one of the strangest. Neither shall the reader fancy that it was all blank, this reign of terror, far from it. How many hammermen and squaremen, bakers and brewers, washers and ringers over this France must ply their old daily work, let the government be one of terror or one of joy. In this Paris there are 23 theaters nightly, some count as many as 60 places of dancing. The playwright manufactures pieces of a strictly republican character. Ever fresh novel garbage, as of old, fodders the circulating libraries. The cesspool of agio, now in the time of paper money, works with a vivacity unexampled, unimagined, exhales from itself sudden fortunes, like Aladdin palaces, really a kind of miraculous fata morganas, since you can live in them for a time. Terror is as a sable ground on which the most variegated of scenes paints itself. In startling transitions, in colors all intensated, the sublime, the ludicrous, the horrible succeed one another. Or rather, in crowding tumult, accompany one another. Here, accordingly, if anywhere, the 100 tongues, which the old poets often clamor for, were of supreme service. In defect of any such organ on our part, let the reader stir up his own imaginative organ. Let us snatch for him this or the other significant glimpse of things in the fittest sequence we can. Chapter 3, 5 Roman 2 Death. In the early days of November, there is one transient glimpse of things that is to be noted, the last transit to his long home of Philippe d'Orléans' Égalité. Philippe was decreed accused, along with the Girondins, much to his and their surprise, but not tried along with them. They are doomed and dead some 3 days when Philippe, after his long half-year of durance at Marseille, arrives in Paris. It is, as we calculate, the 3rd of November. On which same day, 2 notable female prisoners are also put in ward there, Dame Dubarry and Josephine Beauharnais. Dame Willem Countess Dubarry, unfortunate female, had returned from London. They snatched her, not only as ex-harlot of a whilom majesty, and therefore suspect, but as having furnished the emigrants with money. Contemporaneously with whom, there comes the wife of Beauharnais, soon to be the widow. She that is Josephine Tascher Beauharnais, that shall be Josephine Empress Buonaparte, for a black divineress of the tropics prophesied long since that she should be a queen and more. Likewise, in the same hours, poor Adam Lux, nigh turned in the head, who, according to Foster, has taken no food these 3 weeks, marches to the guillotine for his pamphlet on Charlotte Corday. He sprang to the scaffold, said he died for her with great joy. Amid such fellow travelers does Philippe arrive. For be the month named Brumaire year 2 of liberty, or November year 1793 of slavery, the guillotine goes always, guillotine va taugers. Enough, Philippe's indictment is soon drawn, his jury soon convinced. He finds himself made guilty of royalism, conspiracy, and much else. Nay, it is a guilt in him that he voted Louis's death, though he answers, I voted in my soul and conscience. The doom he finds is death forthwith. This present 6th dim day of November is the last day that Philippe is to see. Philippe, says Montgillard, thereupon called for breakfast. Sufficiency of oysters, 2 cutlets, best part of an excellent bottle of claret, and consumed the same with apparent relish. A revolutionary judge or some official convention emissary then arrived to signify that he might still do the state some service by revealing the truth about a plot or 2. Philippe answered that on him, in the past things had come to, the state had, he thought, small claim, that nevertheless, in the interest of liberty, he, having still some leisure on his hands, was willing, were a reasonable question asked him, to give reasonable answer. And so, says Montgillard, he leant his elbow on the mantelpiece, and conversed in an undertone with great seeming composure, till the leisure was done or the emissary went his ways. At the door of the conciergerie, Philippe's attitude was erect and easy, almost commanding. It is 5 years, all but a few days, since Philippe within these same stone walls stood up with an air of graciosity and asked King Louis whether it was a royal session then or a bed of justice. Oh heaven! 3 poor blackguards were to ride and die with him. Some say they objected to such company and had to be flung in, neck and heels, but it seems not true. Objecting or not objecting, the gallows vehicle gets under way. Philippe's dress is remarked for its elegance. Green frock, waistcoat of white piqué, yellow buckskins, boots clear as Warren, his air, as before, entirely composed, impassive, not to say easy and brummily impolite, through street after street, slowly, amid execrations, past the Palais Égalité whilom Palais Royal. The cruel populace stopped him there some minutes. Dame de Buffon, it is said, looked out on him in Jezebel head tire. Along the ashlar wall there ran these words in huge tricolour print: Republic one and indivisible, liberty, equality, fraternity or death, national property. Philippe's eyes flashed hellfire one instant, but the next instant it was gone, and he sat impassive, brummily impolite. On the scaffold, Samson was for drawing of his boots. Tush, said Philippe, they will come better off after. Let us have done Desperchen's news. So Philippe was not without virtue, then? God forbid that there should be any living man without it. He had the virtue to keep living for 45 years, other virtues perhaps more than we know of. Probably no mortal ever had such things recorded of him, such facts and also such lies. For he was a Jacobin prince of the blood. Consider what a combination. Also, unlike any Nero, any Borgia, he lived in the age of pamphlets. Enough for us. Chaos has reabsorbed him. May it late or never bear his like again. Brave young Orleans Égalité, deprived of all, only not deprived of himself, is gone to Quarren the Grisons, under the name of Corby, to teach mathematics. The Égalité family is at the darkest depths of the nadir. A far nobler victim follows, one who will claim remembrance from several centuries. Jean-Marie Flippon, the wife of Roland. Queenly, sublime in her uncomplaining sorrow, seemed she to Riouf in her prison. Something more than is usually found in the looks of women painted itself, says Riouf, in those large black eyes of hers, full of expression and sweetness. She spoke to me often at the grate. We were all attentive round her, in a sort of admiration and astonishment. She expressed herself with a purity, with a harmony and prosody that made her language like music, of which the ear could never have enough. Her conversation was serious, not cold. Coming from the mouth of a beautiful woman, it was frank and courageous as that of a great man. And yet her maid said, before you she collects her strength, but in her own room she will sit 3 hours sometimes, leaning on the window and weeping. She had been in prison, liberated once, but recaptured the same hour, ever since the 1st of June, in agitation and uncertainty, which has gradually settled down into the last stern certainty, that of death. In the Abbé prison, she occupied Charlotte Corday's apartment. Here in the conciergerie, she speaks with Riouf, with ex-minister Clavière, calls the beheaded 22 Nas Amis our friends, whom we are soon to follow. During these 5 months, those memoirs of hers were written, which all the world still reads. But now, on the 8th of November, clad in white, says Riouf, with her long black hair hanging down to her girdle, she is gone to the judgment bar. She returned with a quick step, lifted her finger to signify to us that she was doomed. Her eyes seemed to have been wet. Fauquier Tinville's questions had been brutal. Offended female honor flung them back on him, with scorn, not without tears. And now, short preparations soon done, she shall go her last road. There went with her a certain Lamarche, director of a signet printing, whose dejection she endeavored to cheer. Arrived at the foot of the scaffold, she asked for pen and paper, to write the strange thoughts that were rising in her, a remarkable request, which was refused. Looking at the Statue of Liberty which stands there, she says bitterly, O Liberty, what things are done in thy name? For Lamarche's sake, she will die first. Show him how easy it is to die. Contrary to the order, said Samson. Pshaw, you cannot refuse the last request of a lady, and Samson yielded. Noble white vision, with its high queenly face, its soft proud eyes, long black hair flowing down to the girdle, and as brave a heart as ever beat in woman's bosom. Like a white Grecian statue, serenely complete, she shines in that black wreck of things, long memorable. Honor to great nature who, in Paris city in the era of noble sentiment and Pompidourism, can make a Jean Flippon and nourish her to clear perennial womanhood, though but on logics, encyclopedies, and the gospel according to Jean Jacques. Biography will long remember that trait of asking for a pen to write the strange thoughts that were rising in her. It is as a little light beam, shedding softness and a kind of sacredness over all that preceded. So in her too there was an unnameable. She too was a daughter of the infinite. There were mysteries which philosophism had not dreamt of. She left long written counsels to her little girl. She said her husband would not survive her. Still crueler was the fate of poor Bailey, first national president, first mayor of Paris, doomed now for royalism, Fayettism, for that red flag business of the Champ de Mars. One may say in general, for leaving his astronomy to meddle with revolution. It is the 10th of November 1793, a cold, bitter, drizzling rain, as poor Bailey is led through the streets, howling populace covering him with curses, with mud, waving over his face a burning or smoking mockery of a red flag. Silent, unpitied, sits the innocent old man. Slow faring through the sleety drizzle, they have got to the Champ de Mars. Not there, vociferates the cursing populace. Such blood ought not to stain an altar of the fatherland, not there, but on that dung heap by the riverside. So vociferates the cursing populace, officiality gives ear to them. The guillotine is taken down, though with hands numbed by the sleety drizzle, is carried to the riverside, is there set up again with slow numbness, pulse after pulse still counting itself out in the old man's weary heart. For hours long, amid curses and bitter frost rain. Bailey, thou tremblest, said one. Mon ami, it is for cold, said Bailey, say de Freud. Crueler end had no mortal. Some days afterwards, Roland, hearing the news of what happened on the 8th, embraces his kind friends at Rouen, leaves their kind house which had given him refuge, goes forth, with farewell too sad for tears. On the morrow morning, 16th of the month, some 4 leagues from Rouen, Paris ward near Bergbaden in M. In Norman's Avenue, there is seen sitting leant against a tree the figure of rigorous wrinkled man, stiff now in the rigor of death, a cane sword run through his heart, and at his feet this writing: Whoever thou art that findest me lying, respect my remains. They are those of a man who consecrated all his life to being useful, and who has died as he lived, virtuous and honest. Not fear, but indignation, made me quit my retreat, on learning that my wife had been murdered. I wished not to remain longer on an earth polluted with crimes. Barnave's appearance at the Revolutionary Tribunal was of the bravest, but it could not stead him. They have sent for him from Grenoble, to pay the common smart, vain is eloquence, forensic or other, against the dumb clothosiers of Tinville. He is still but 32, this Barnave, and has known such changes. Short while ago, we saw him at the top of Fortune's wheel, his word a law to all patriots. And now surely he is at the bottom of the wheel, in stormful altercation with a Tinville tribunal which is dooming him to die. And Patience, once also of the extreme left and named Patient Virtue, where is he? Civilly dead in the caves of Saint-Emilion, to be devoured of dogs. And Robespierre, who rode along with him on the shoulders of the people, is in committee of salut, civilly alive, not to live always. So giddy swift whirls and spins this immeasurable tormentum of a revolution, wild booming, not to be followed by the eye. Barnave, on the scaffold, stamped his foot, and looking upwards was heard to ejaculate, This then is my reward. Deputy ex-procureur Manuel is already gone, and Deputy Osselin, famed also in August and September, is about to go, and Rabaut, discovered treacherously between his 2 walls and the brother of Rabaut. National deputies not a few, and generals. The memory of General Custine cannot be defended by his son is already guillotined. Custine the ex-noble was replaced by Houchard the plebeian. He too could not prosper in the north. For him too there was no mercy. He has perished in the Place de la Revolution after attempting suicide in prison. And generals Bayern, Beauharnais, Brunet, whatsoever general prospers not, tough old Luckner with his eyes grown rheumy, Alsatian Westerman, valiant and diligent in love and day. None of them can, as the psalmist sings, his soul from death deliver. How busy are the revolutionary committees, sections with their 40 halfpence a day. Arrestment on arrestment falls quick, continual, followed by death. Ex-minister Clavière has killed himself in prison. Ex-minister Lebrun, seized in a hayloft under the disguise of a working man, is instantly conducted to death. Nay, withal, is it not what Bearer calls coining money on the Place de la Révolution? For always the property of the guilty, if property he have, is confiscated. To avoid accidents, we even make a law that suicide shall not defraud us, that a criminal who kills himself does not the less incur forfeiture of goods. Let the guilty tremble, therefore, and the suspect, and the rich, and in a word all manner of quixotic men. Luxembourg Palace, once Monsieur S., has become a huge loathsome prison. Chantilly Palace, too, once, and their landlords are at Blankenberg, on the wrong side of the Rhine. In Paris are now some 12 prisons, in France some 44,000. Thitherward, thick as brown leaves in autumn, rustle and travel the suspect. Shaken down by revolutionary committees, they are swept thitherward as into their storehouse, to be consumed by Samson and Tinville. The guillotine goes not ill, la guillotine n'y va pas mal. Chapter 3, 5 Roman 3 Destruction. The suspect may well tremble, but how much more the open rebels, the Girondin cities of the south. Revolutionary army is gone forth under Ronson the playwright, 6,000 strong, in red nightcap, in tricolor waistcoat, in black shag trousers, black shag spencer, with enormous moustachios, enormous saber, in carmagnole complete, and has portable guillotines. Representative Carrier has got to naught, by the edge of blazing La Vendée, which Rossignol has literally set on fire. Carrier will try what captives you make, what accomplices they have, royalist or Girondin. His guillotine goes always Vautougers, and his wool-capped company of Marat. Little children are guillotined, and aged men. Swift as the machine is, it will not serve. The headsman and all his valets sink, worn down with work, declare that the human muscles can no more. Whereupon you must try fusillading, to which perhaps still frightfuler methods may succeed. In Brest, to like purpose, rules Jeanbon Saint-André, with an army of red nightcaps. In Bordeaux rules Tallien with his Issebau and henchmen, Guadets, cusses, salices may fall, the bloody pike and nightcap bearing supreme sway, the guillotine coining money. Bristly fox-haired Tallien, once able editor, still young in years, is now become most gloomy, potent, a Pluto on earth, and has the keys of Tartarus. One remarks, however, that a certain Senhorina Cabarrus, or call her rather Senhora and wedded not yet widowed Dame de Fontenay, brown beautiful woman, daughter of Cabarrus the Spanish merchant, has softened the red bristly countenance, pleading for herself and friends, and prevailing. The keys of Tartarus, or any kind of power, are something to a woman. Gloomy Pluto himself is not insensible to love. Like a new Proserpine, she, by this red gloomy dis, is gathered, and they say, softens his stone heart a little. Mainet at Orange in the south, Lebanon at Arras in the north become world's wonders. Jacobin Popular Tribunal with its national representative, perhaps where Girondin Popular Tribunal had lately been, rises here and rises there, wheresoever needed. Fauchets, Mainets, Barreses, Freyrons scour the southern departments, like reapers with their guillotine sickle. Many are the laborers, great is the harvest. By the hundred and the thousand, men's lives are cropped, cast like brands into the burning. Marseille is taken and put under martial law. Lo, at Marseille, what one besmutted red-bearded cornier is this which they cut. One gross man, we mean with copper-studded face, plenteous beard or beard stubble of a tile color? By Nemesis and the fatal sisters, it is Jurden Couptert. Him they have clutched in these martial law districts, him too with their national razor, their rasoir national, they sternly shave away. Lo now is Jurden the headsman's own head, lo as Deshutz's and Varigny, S., which he sent on pikes in the insurrection of women. No more shall he, as a copper portent, be seen gyrating through the cities of the south, no more sit judging with pipes and brandy in the ice tower of Avignon. The all-hiding earth has received him, the bloated tilebeard. May we never look upon his like again. Jurden one names, the other hundreds are not named. Alas, they, like confused faggots, lie massed together for us, counted by the cartload, and yet not an individual faggot twig of them but had a life and history, and was cut, not without pangs as when a Kaiser dies. Least of all cities can Lyon escape. Lyon, which we saw in dread sunblaze that autumn night when the powder tower sprang aloft, was clearly verging towards a sad end. Inevitable, what could desperate valor and Précy do? Dubois-Cransay, deaf as destiny, stern as doom, capturing their redouts of cotton bags, hemming them in ever closer with his artillery lava. Never would that ci-devant Dautichamp arrive, never any help from Blankenberg. The Lyon Jacobins were hidden in cellars. The Girondin municipality waxed pale in famine, treason, and red fire. Précy drew his sword, and some 1,500 with him sprang to saddle to cut their way to Switzerland. They cut fiercely, and were fiercely cut and cut down, not hundreds, hardly units of them ever saw Switzerland. Lyon, on the 9th of October, surrenders at discretion. It is become a devoted town. Abbé Lamourette, now Bishop Lamourette, whilom legislator, he of the old Bezerel Lamourette or Delilicus is seized here, is sent to Paris to be guillotined. He made the sign of the cross, they say, when Tinville intimated his death sentence to him, and died as an eloquent constitutional bishop. But woe now to all bishops, priests, aristocrats, and federalists that are in Lyons. The Monets of Chalier are to be appeased. The Republic, maddened to the Sibylline pitch, has bared her right arm. Behold. Representative Fauché, it is Fauché of Nantes, a name to become well known. He with a patriot company goes duly in wondrous procession to raise the corpse of Chalier. An ass, housed in priest's cloak with a mitre on its head, and trailing the mass books, some say the very Bible at its tail, paces through Lyons streets, escorted by multitudinous patriotism, by clangor as of the pit, towards the grave of martyr Chalier. The body is dug up and burnt, the ashes are collected in an urn, to be worshipped of Paris patriotism. The holy books were part of the funeral pile, their ashes are scattered to the wind. Amid cries of vengeance, vengeance, which, writes Fauché, shall be satisfied. Lyon in fact is a town to be abolished, not Lyon henceforth but Commune Franchi, township freed. The very name of it shall perish. It is to be razed, this once great city, if Jacobinism prophesy right, and a pillar to be erected on the ruins, with this inscription: Lyon rebelled against the Republic. Lyon is no more. Fauché, Couthon, Calat, convention representatives succeed one another. There is work for the hangman, work for the hammerman, not in building. The very houses of aristocrats, we say, are doomed. Paralytic Couthon, born in a chair, taps on the wall with emblematic mallet, saying, La loi te frappe, the law strikes thee. Masons, with wedge and crowbar, begin demolition. Crash of downfall, dim ruin, and dust clouds fly in the winter wind. Had Lyon been of soft stuff, it had all vanished in those weeks, and the Jacobin prophecy had been fulfilled. But towns are not built of soap froth. Lyon town is built of stone. Lyon, though it rebelled against the Republic, is to this day. Neither have the Lyon Girondins all one neck, that you could dispatch it at one swoop. Revolutionary tribunal here, and military commission, guillotining, fusillading, do what they can. The kennels of the place d'Estero run red. Mangled corpses roll down the Rhone. Calat de Herbois, they say, was once hissed on the Lyon stage. But with what sibilation of world catcall or hoarse Tartarian trumpet will ye hiss him now, in this his new character of convention representative, not to be repeated? 209 men are marched forth over the river, to be shot in mass by musket and cannon in the promenade of the Brato. It is the second of such scenes. The first was of some 70. The corpses of the first were flung into the Rhone, but the Rhone stranded some, so these now of the second lot are to be buried on land. Their one long grave is dug, they stand ranked by the loose moldridge, the younger of them singing the Marseillaise. Jacobin National Guards give fire, but have again to give fire and again, and to take the bayonet and the spade, for though the doomed all fall, they do not all die, and it becomes a butchery too horrible for speech. So that the very nationals, as they fire, turn away their faces. Calat, snatching the musket from one such national, and leveling it with unmoved countenance, says it is thus a republican ought to fire. This is the second fusillade, and happily the last. It is found too hideous, even inconvenient. They were 209 marched out, one escaped at the end of the bridge, yet behold, when you count the corpses, they are 210. Redouse this riddle, O Calat. After long guessing, it is called to mind that 2 individuals here in the Brato ground did attempt to leave the rank, protesting with agony that they were not condemned men, that they were police commissaries, which 2 we repulsed and disbelieved and shot with the rest. Such is the vengeance of an enraged republic. Surely this, according to Bearer's phrase, is justice under rough forms, sus des formes acerbes. But the republic, as Fauché says, must march to liberty over corpses. Or again, as Bearer has it, none but the dead do not come back, il ni aque les morts qui n'y reviennent pas. Terror hovers far and wide. The guillotine goes not ill. But before quitting those southern regions, over which history can cast only glances from aloft, she will alight for a moment, and look fixedly at one point, the siege of Toulon. Much battering and bombarding, heating of balls in furnaces or farmhouses, serving of artillery well and ill, attacking of Alliols passes, Forts Malbosquet, there has been, as yet to small purpose. We have had General Cartox here, a whilom painter elevated in the troubles of Marseille, General Doppet, a whilom medical man elevated in the troubles of Piedmont, who, under Cransay, took Lyon but cannot take Toulon. Finally, we have General Dugommier, a pupil of Washington. Convention representants also we have had. Barrés's, Salistes, Robespierre's the younger. Also an artillery chef de brigade of extreme diligence who often takes his nap of sleep among the guns. A short, taciturn, olive-complexioned young man, not unknown to us by name Buonaparte, one of the best artillery officers yet met with, and still Toulon is not taken. It is the 4th month now, December in slave style, Frosterius or Frimaire in new style, and still their cursed red-blue flag flies there. They are provisioned from the sea, they have seized all heights, felling wood and fortifying themselves. Like the coney, they have built their nest in the rocks. Meanwhile, Frosterius is not yet become Snowus or Nivose, when a council of war is called. Instructions have just arrived from government and salut public. Carnot, in salut public, has sent us a plan of siege. On which plan General Dugommier has this criticism to make, Commissioner Salisty has that. And criticisms and plans are very various, when that young artillery officer ventures to speak. The same whom we saw snatching sleep among the guns, who has emerged several times in this history, the name of him Napoleon Buonaparte. It is his humble opinion, for he has been gliding about with spyglasses, with thoughts that a certain Fort Elegalette can be clutched as with lion spring on the sudden, wherefrom were it once ours, the very heart of Toulon might be battered, the English lines were, so to speak, turned inside out, and Hood and our natural enemies must next day either put to sea or be burnt to ashes. Commissioners arch their eyebrows with negatory sniff. Who is this young gentleman with more wit than we all? Brave veteran Dugommier, however, thinks the idea worth a word. Questions the young gentleman, becomes convinced, and there is for issue, try it. On the taciturn bronze countenance, therefore, things being now all ready, there sits a grimmer gravity than ever, compressing a hotter central fire than ever. Yonder, thou seest, is Fort Elegalette, a desperate lion spring, yet a possible one, this day to be tried. Tried it is, and found good. By stratagem and valor, stealing through ravines, plunging fiery through the fire tempest Fort Elegalette is clutched at, is carried. The smoke having cleared, wiser the tricolor fly on it. The bronze-complexioned young man was right. Next morning, Hood, finding the interior of his lines exposed, his defenses turned inside out, makes for his shipping. Taking such royalists as wished it on board with him, he weighs anchor. On this 19th of December 1793, Toulon is once more the Republic-s. Cannonading has ceased at Toulon, and now the guillotining and fusillading may begin. Civil horrors, truly, but at least that infamy of an English domination is purged away. Let there be civic feast universally over France, so reports bearer or painter David, and the convention assist in a body. Nay, it is said, these infamous English, with an attention rather to their own interests than to ours, set fire to our storehouses, arsenals, warships in Toulon harbor, before weighing, some score of brave warships, the only ones we now had. However, it did not prosper, though the flames spread far and high. Some 2 ships were burnt, not more. The very galley slaves ran with buckets to quench. These same proud ships, ships L'Orient and the rest, have to carry this same young man to Egypt first. Not yet can they be changed to ashes or to sea nymphs, not yet to skyrockets, O ship L'Orient, nor became the prey of England, before their time. And so, over France universally, there is civic feast and high tide, and Toulon sees fusillading, grape-shotting in mass as Lyon saw, and death is poured out in great floods, vomi à grands flots, and 12,000 masons are requisitioned from the neighboring country to raise Toulon from the face of the earth. For it is to be raised, so reports bearer, all but the national shipping establishments, and to be called henceforth not Toulon, but Port of the Mountain. There in black death cloud we must leave it, hoping only that Toulon too is built of stone, that perhaps even 12,000 masons cannot pull it down till the fit pass. One begins to be sick of death vomited in great floods. Nevertheless hearest thou not, O reader, for the sound reaches through centuries, in the dead December and January nights over Nantes town, confused noises, as of musketry and tumult, as of rage and lamentation, mingling with the everlasting moan of the Loire waters there. Not town is sunk in sleep, but representant carrier is not sleeping, the wool-capped company of Marat is not sleeping. Why unmoors that flat-bottomed craft, that Gabar, about 11 at night, with 90 priests under hatches? They are going to Belle Isle. In the middle of the Loire stream, on signal given, the Gabar is scuttled, she sinks with all her cargo. Sentence of deportation, writes Carrier, was executed vertically. The 90 priests with their gabar coffin lie deep. It is the first of the noyades, what we may call drownages of Carrier, which have become famous forever. Guillotining there was at Nantes, till the headsman sank worn out. Then fusillading in the plain of Saint Mauve. Little children fusilladed, and women with children at the breast, children and women by the 120, and by the 500, so hot is love and day, till the very Jacobins grew sick, and all but the company of Marat cried, Hold. Wherefore now we have got noyading. And on the 24th night of Frosterius year 2, which is 14th of December 1793, we have a second noyade, consisting of 138 persons. Or why waste a gabar, sinking it with them? Fling them out with their hands tied. Pour a continual hail of lead over all the space, till the last struggler of them be sunk unsound sleepers of Nantes and the sea villages thereabouts, hear the musketry amid the night winds, wonder what the meaning of it is. And women were in that gabar, whom the red nightcaps were stripping naked, who begged in their agony that their smocks might not be stripped from them. And young children were thrown in, their mothers vainly pleading. Wolflings, answered the company of Marat, who would grow to be wolves. By degrees, daylight itself witnesses noyades. Women and men are tied together, feet and feet, hands and hands, and flung in. This they call marriage republican marriage. Cruel is the panther of the woods, the she-bear bereaved of her whelps, but there is in man a hatred crueler than that. Dumb out of suffering now, as pale swollen corpses, the victims tumble confusedly seaward along the Loire stream, the tide rolling them back. Clouds of ravens darken the river, wolves prowl on the shoal places. Carrier writes, Quel torrent revolutionnaire, what a torrent of revolution! For the man is rabid, and the time is rabid. These are the noyades of Carrier. 25 by the tale, for what is done in darkness comes to be investigated in sunlight. Not to be forgotten for centuries, we will turn to another aspect of the consummation of sansculottism, leaving this as the blackest. But indeed men are all rabid, as the time is. Representative Leban at Arras dashes his sword into the blood flowing from the guillotine, exclaims, How I like it! Mothers, they say, by his order, have to stand by while the guillotine devours their children. A band of music is stationed near, and at the fall of every head strikes up its caillera. In the Burg of Bedouin, in the Orange region, the Liberty Tree has been cut down overnight. Representative Mainet at Orange hears of it, burns Bedouin Burg to the last dog hutch, guillotines the inhabitants, or drives them into the caves and hills. Republic one and indivisible, she is the newest birth of nature's waste inorganic deep, which men name Orcus, chaos, primeval night, and knows one law, that of self-preservation. Tigress national, meddle not with a whisker of her. Swift crushing is her stroke, look what a paw she spreads, pity has not entered her heart. Prudhomme, the dull-blustering printer and able editor, as yet a Jacobin editor, will become a renegade one, and publish large volumes on these matters, crimes of the Revolution, adding innumerable lies withal, as if the truth were not sufficient. We, for our part, find it more edifying to know, one good time, that this republic and national tigress is a new birth, a fact of nature among formulas in an age of formulas, and to look, oftenest in silence, how the so genuine nature fact will demean itself among these. For the formulas are partly genuine, partly delusive, supposititious. We call them, in the language of metaphor, regulated modeled shapes, some of which have bodies and life still in them, most of which, according to a German writer, have only emptiness, glass eyes glaring on you with a ghastly affectation of life, and in their interior unclean accumulation of beetles and spiders. But the fact, let all men observe, is a genuine and sincere one, the sincerest of facts, terrible in its sincerity as very death. Whatsoever is equally sincere may front it and beard it, but whatsoever is not. Chapter 3:5, Roman 4 Carmagnole complete. Simultaneously with this Tophet-black aspect, there unfolds itself another aspect, which one may call a Tophetred aspect, the destruction of the Catholic religion, and indeed, for the time being of religion itself. We saw Rom's new calendar establish its 10th day of rest, and asked, what would become of the Christian Sabbath? The calendar is hardly a month old till all this is set at rest. Very singular, as Mercier observes, last Corpus Christi Day 1792, the whole world and sovereign authority itself walked in religious gala, with a quite devout air. Butcher Legender, supposed to be irreverent, was like to be massacred in his gig, as the thing went by. A Gallican hierarchy and church formulas seemed to flourish, a little brown-leaved or so, but not browner than of late years or decades, to flourish far and wide in the sympathies of an unsophisticated people, defying philosophism, legislature, and the encyclopedia. Far and wide, alas, like a brown-leaved Vallombrosa, which waits but one whirl-blast of the November wind and in an hour stands bare. Since that Corpus Christi day, Brunswick has come, and the emigrants and La Vendée, and 18 months of time. To all flourishing, especially to brown-leaved flourishing, there comes, were it never so slowly, an end. On the 7th of November, a certain Citoyen Perens, curate of Boisseys-le-Bertrand, writes to the convention that he has all his life been preaching a lie, and is grown weary of doing it, wherefore he will now lay down his curacy and stipend, and begs that an august convention would give him something else to live upon. Mention honorable, shall we give him? Or reference to Committee of Finances? Hardly is this got decided, when Goose-Gobel, constitutional Bishop of Paris, with his chapter, with municipal and departmental escort in red nightcaps, makes his appearance, to do as Perens has done. Goose-Gobel will now acknowledge no religion but liberty. Therefore he doffs his priest gear and receives the fraternal embrace. To the joy of departmental Mamaro, of municipal Chaumets and Hayberts, of Vincent and the Revolutionary Army. Chaumet asks, ought there not in these circumstances to be among our intercalary days sans breeches a feast of reason? Proper surely. Let atheist Marechal, Lalande, and little atheist Nagin rejoice. Let Clootz, speaker of mankind, present to the convention his evidences of the Mahometan religion, a work evincing the nullity of all religions, with thanks. There shall be universal republic now, thinks Clootz, and one God only le pupil. The French nation is of gregarious imitative nature. It needed but a fuggle motion in this matter, and Goose-Gobel, driven by municipality and force of circumstances, has given one. What curé will be behind him of Boisseys? What bishop behind him of Paris? Bishop Grégoire indeed courageously declines, to the sound of we force no one, let Grégoire consult his conscience. But Protestant and Romish by the 100 volunteer and assent. From far and near, all through November into December, till the work is accomplished, come letters of renegation, come curates who are learning to be carpenters. Curates with their new-wedded nuns. Has not the day of reason dawned very swiftly and become noon? From sequestered townships comes addresses, stating plainly, though in patois dialect, that they will have no more to do with the black animal called curé, animal noir, appelé curé. Above all things there come patriotic gifts, of church furniture. The remnant of bells, except for tocsin, descend from their belfries into the national melting pot to make cannon. Censers and all sacred vessels are beaten broad. Of silver, they are fit for the poverty-stricken mint. Of pewter, let them become bullets to shoot the enemies of du genre humane. Dalmatics of plush make breeches for him who has none. Linen stoles will clip into shirts for the defenders of the country. Old clothesmen, Jew or heathen, drive the briskest trade. Chalier's ass procession, at Lyons, was but a type of what went on, in those same days, in all towns. In all towns and townships, as quick as the guillotine may go, so quick goes the axe and the wrench. Sacristies, lutrines, altar rails are pulled down, the mass books torn into cartridge papers. Men dance the carmagnole all night about the bonfire. All highways jingle with metallic priest tackle, beaten broad, sent to the convention to the poverty-stricken mint. Good St. Genevieve's chasse is let down, alas, to be burst open, this time, and burnt on the place to grieve. St. Louis's shirt is burnt. Might not a defender of the country have had it? At St. Denis town, no longer St. Denis but Franciade, patriotism has been down among the tombs, rummaging, the Revolutionary Army has taken spoil. This, accordingly, is what the streets of Paris saw. Most of these persons were still drunk, with the brandy they had swallowed out of chalices, eating mackerel on the patenas, mounted on asses which were housed with priests' cloaks, they reined them with priests' stoles. They held clutched with the same hand communion cup and sacred wafer. They stopped at the doors of dram shops, held out ciboriums, and the landlord, stoop in hand, had to fill them thrice. Next came mules high-laden with crosses, chandeliers, censers, holy water vessels, hyssops, recalling to mind the priests of Cybele, whose panniers filled with the instruments of their worship served at once as storehouse, sacristy, and temple. In such equipage did these profaners advance towards the convention. They enter there in an immense train ranged in 2 rows, all masked like mummers in fantastic sacerdotal vestments, bearing on hand barrows their heaped plunder, ciboriums, suns, candelabras, plates of gold and silver. The address we do not give, for indeed it was in strophes, sung viva voce with all the parts, Danton glooming considerably in his place, and demanding that there be prose and decency in future. Nevertheless, the captors of such spolia opima crave, not untouched with liquor, permission to dance the carmagnole also on the spot, whereto an exhilarated convention cannot but accede. Nay, several members, continues the exaggerative Mercier, who was not there to witness, being in limbo now, as one of Duperret's 73. Several members, quitting their curule chairs, took the hand of girls flaunting in priests' vestures and danced the carmagnole along with them. Such old Hallowtide have they, in this year, once named of grace, 1793. Out of which strange fall of formulas, tumbling there in confused welter, betrampled by the patriotic dance, is it not passing strange to see a new formula arise? For the human tongue is not adequate to speak what triviality run distracted there is in human nature. Black mumbo-jumbo of the woods, and most Indian wow-wows, one can understand. But this of Procureur Anaxagoras Willem John Peter Chomet. We will say only, man is a born idol worshipper, sight worshipper, so sensuous imaginative is he, and also partakes much of the nature of the ape. For the same day, while this brave carmagnole dance has hardly jigged itself out, there arrive Procureur Chomet and municipals and departmentals, and with them the strangest freightage, a new religion. Demoiselle Quindet of the opera, a woman fair to look upon when well rouged, she borne on palanquin shoulder-high, with red woolen nightcap, in azure mantle, garlanded with oak, holding in her hand the pike of the Jupiter pupil, sails in, heralded by white young women girt in tricolor. Let the world consider it. This, O national convention wonder of the universe, is our new divinity, goddess of reason, worthy and alone worthy of revering. Nay, were it too much to ask of an august national representation that it also went with us to the ci-devant cathedral called of Notre Dame, and executed a few strophes in worship of her. President and secretaries give goddess Candide, borne at due height round their platform, successively the fraternal kiss, whereupon she, by decree, sails to the right hand of the president and there alights. And now, after due pause and flourishes of oratory, the convention, gathering its limbs, does get under way in the required procession towards Notre Dame. Reason, again in her litter, sitting in the van of them, borne, as one judges, by men in the Roman costume, escorted by wind music, red nightcaps, and the madness of the world. And so straightway, reason taking seat on the high altar of Notre Dame, the requisite worship or quasi-worship is, say the newspapers, executed, National Convention chanting, the hymn to liberty, words by Chenier, music by Gossec. It is the first of the feasts of reason, first communion service of the new religion of Chomet. The corresponding festival in the church of Saint Eustache, says Mercier, offered the spectacle of a great tavern. The interior of the choir represented a landscape decorated with cottages and bosquets of trees. Round the choir stood tables overloaded with bottles, with sausages, pork puddings, pastries, and other meats. The guests flowed in and out through all doors. Whosoever presented himself took part of the good things, children of 8, girls as well as boys, put hand to plate in sign of liberty. They drank also of the bottles, and their prompt intoxication created laughter. Reason sat in azure mantle aloft, in a serene manner, cannoneers, pipe in mouth, serving her as acolytes. And out of doors, continues the exaggerative man, were mad multitudes dancing round the bonfire of chapel balustrades, of priests and canons' stalls. And the dancers, I exaggerate nothing, the dancers nigh bare of breeches, neck and breast naked, stockings down, went whirling and spinning, like those dust vortexes, forerunners of tempest and destruction. At St. Gervais Church again there was a terrible smell of herrings. Section or municipality having provided no food, no condiment, but left it to chance. Other mysteries, seemingly of a Cabiric or even Paphian character, we heave under the veil, which appropriately stretches itself, along the pillars of the aisles, not to be lifted aside by the hand of history. But there is one thing we should like almost better to understand than any other, what reason herself thought of it all the while, What articulate words poor Mrs. Mamaro, for example, uttered, when she had become ungoddessed again and the bibliopolist and she sat quiet at home at supper? For he was an earnest man, bookseller Mamaro, and had notions of agrarian law. Mrs. Mamaro, it is admitted, made one of the best goddesses of reason, though her teeth were a little defective. And now if the reader will represent to himself that such visible adoration of reason went on all over the Republic, through these November and December weeks, till the church woodwork was burnt out, and the business otherwise completed, he will feel sufficiently what an adoring republic it was, and without reluctance quit this part of the subject. Such gifts of church spoil are chiefly the work of the Armée Révolutionnaire, raised, as we said some time ago. It is an army with portable guillotine, commanded by playwright Ronson in terrible moustachios, and even by some uncertain shadow of Usher Maillard, the old Bastille hero, leader of the Menades, September Man in Grey. Clerk Vincent of the War Office, one of Pasha's old clerks, with a head heated by the ancient orators, had a main hand in the appointments, at least in the staff appointments. But of the marchings and retreatings of these 6,000 no Xenophon exists. Nothing but an inarticulate hum of cursing and sooty frenzy, surviving dubious in the memory of ages. They scour the country round Paris, seeking prisoners, raising requisitions, seeing that edicts are executed, that the farmers have thrashed sufficiently, lowering church bells or metallic virgins. Detachments shoot forth dim, towards remote parts of France, nay new provincial revolutionary armies rise dim, here and there, as Carrier's company of Marat, as Tallien's Bordeaux troop, like sympathetic clouds in an atmosphere all electric. Ronson, they say, admitted in candid moments that his troops were the elixir of the rascality of the earth. One sees them drawn up in marketplaces, travel-plashed, rough-bearded, in Carmagnole complete. The first exploit is to prostrate what royal or ecclesiastical monument, crucifix or the like, there may be, to plant a cannon at the steeple, fetch down the bell without climbing for it, bell and belfry together. This, however, it is said, depends somewhat on the size of the town. If the town contains much population, and these perhaps of a dubious choleric aspect, the revolutionary army will do its work gently, by ladder and wrench. Nay, perhaps will take its billet without work at all, and, refreshing itself with a little liquor and sleep, pass on to the next stage. Pipe in cheek, sabre on thigh, in Carmagnole complete. Such things have been, and may again be. Charles II sent out his Highland host over the western Scotch Whigs. Jamaica planters got dogs from the Spanish Main to hunt their maroons with. France, too, is bescoured with a devil's pack, the baying of which, at this distance of half a century, still sounds in the mind's ear. Chapter 3:5v, like a thundercloud. But the grand, and indeed substantially primary and generic aspect of the consummation of terror remains still to be looked at. Nay, blinkered history has for most part all but overlooked this aspect, the soul of the whole, that which makes it terrible to the enemies of France. Let despotism and Cimmerian coalitions consider. All French men and French things are in a state of requisition. 14 armies are got on foot. Patriotism, with all that it has of faculty in heart or in head, in soul or body or breeches pocket, is rushing to the frontiers to prevail or die. Busy sits Carnot in salut public, busy for his share in organizing victory. Not swifter pulses that guillotine, in dread systole diastole in the Place de la Révolution, than smites the sword of patriotism, smiting Cimmeria back to its own borders, from the sacred soil. In fact, the government is what we can call revolutionary, and some men are à la hauteur, on a level with the circumstances, and others are not à la hauteur, so much the worse for them. But the anarchy, we may say, has organized itself. Society is literally overset, its old forces working with mad activity, but in the inverse order, destructive and self-destructive. Curious to see how all still refers itself to some head and fountain, not even an anarchy, but must have a center to revolve round. It is now some 6 months since the Committee of Salut Public came into existence, some 3 months since Danton proposed that all power should be given it, and a sum of 50 millions, and the government be declared revolutionary. He himself, since that day, would take no hand in it, though again and again solicited, but sits private in his place on the mountain. Since that day, the 9, or if they should even rise to 12, have become permanent, always re-elected when their term runs out. salut public, sûreté générale have assumed their ulterior form and mode of operating. Committee of Public Salvation as supreme, of general surety as subaltern. These, like a lesser and greater council, most harmonious hitherto, have become the center of all things. They ride this whirlwind, they, raised by force of circumstances, insensibly, very strangely, thither to that dread height, and guide it and seem to guide it. Stranger set of cloud compellers the earth never saw. A Robespierre, a Ballade, a Calat, Couthan, Saint Just, not to mention still meaner Amers, Vadiers, in Sûreté générale, these are your cloud compellers. Small intellectual talent is necessary. Indeed, where among them, except in the head of Carnot, busied organizing victory, would you find any? The talent is one of instinct rather. It is that of divining aright what this great dumb whirlwind wishes and wills, that of willing, with more frenzy than anyone, what all the world wills. To stand at no obstacles, to heed no considerations human or divine, to know well that of divine or human there is one thing needful, triumph of the Republic, destruction of the enemies of the Republic. With this one spiritual endowment, and so few others, it is strange to see how a dumb, inarticulately storming whirlwind of things puts, as it were, its reins into your hand, and invites and compels you to be leader of it. Hard by sits a municipality of Paris, all in red nightcaps since the 4th of November last. A set of men fully on a level with circumstances, or even beyond it. Sleek Mayor Pache, studious to be safe in the middle, Chaumets, Hayberts, Varlets, and Henriette their great commandant, not to speak of Vincent the war clerk, of Mamaros, Dobsons, and such like, all intent to have churches plundered, to have reason adored, suspects cut down, and the revolution triumph. Perhaps carrying the matter too far, Danton was heard to grumble at the civic strophes, and to recommend prose and decency. Robespierre also grumbles that in overturning superstition we did not mean to make a religion of atheism. In fact, your Chaumet and company constitute a kind of hyper-Jacobinism, or rabid, faction des Enragés, which has given orthodox patriotism some umbrage, of late months. To know a suspect on the streets. What is this but bringing the law of the suspect itself into ill odor? Men half frantic, men zealous overmuch, they toil there, in their red nightcaps, restlessly, rapidly, accomplishing what of life is allotted them. And the 44,000 other townships, each with revolutionary committee, based on Jacobin daughter society, enlightened by the spirit of Jacobinism, quickened by the 40 sous a day. The French Constitution spurned always at anything like 2 chambers, and yet behold, has it not verily got 2 chambers? National Convention, elected for one, Mother of Patriotism, self-elected for another. Mother of Patriotism has her debates reported in the Moniteur as important state procedures, which indisputably they are. A second chamber of legislature we call this Mother Society, if perhaps it were not rather comparable to that old Scotch body named Lords of the Articles, without whose origination, and signal given, the so-called Parliament could introduce no bill, could do no work. Robespierre himself, whose words are a law, opens his incorruptible lips copiously in the Jacobins' hall. Smaller council of salut public, greater council of sûreté générale, all active parties come here to plead, to shape beforehand what decision they must arrive at, what destiny they have to expect. Now if a question arose, which of those 2 chambers, convention or Lords of the Articles, was the stronger? Happily they as yet go hand in hand. As for the National Convention, truly it has become a most composed body. Quench now the old effervescence, the 73 locked in ward, once noisy friends of the Girondins sunk all into silent men of the plain, called even frogs of the marsh, crapauds du marais. Addresses come, revolutionary church plunder comes, deputations with prose or strophes, these the convention receives. But beyond this, the convention has one thing mainly to do, to listen what salut public proposes and say yea. Bazier, followed by Chabot, with some impetuosity declared one morning that this was not the way of a free assembly. There ought to be an opposition side, a catadroit, cried Chabot. If none else will form it, I will. People say to me, you will all get guillotined in your turn, first you and Bazier, then Danton, then Robespierre himself. So spake the disfrocked with a loud voice. Next week, Bazier and he lie in the Abbaye, wending, one may fear, towards Tinville and the axe, and people say to me, what seems to be proving true. Bazier's blood was all inflamed with revolution fever, with coffee and spasmodic dreams. Chabot again, how happy with his rich Jew-Austrian wife, late Fraulein Frey, but he lies in prison, and his 2 Jew-Austrian brothers-in-law, the bankers Frey, lie with him waiting the urn of doom. Let a national convention, therefore, take warning and know its function. Let the convention, all as one man, set its shoulder to the work, not with bursts of parliamentary eloquence, but in quite other and serviceable ways. Convention commissioners, what we ought to call representatives, representants on mission, fly like the herald Mercury to all points of the territory, carrying your behests far and wide. In their round hat plumed with tricolor feathers, girt with flowing tricolor taffeta, in close frock, tricolor sash, sword, and jackboots, these men are powerfuler than king or kaiser. They say to whomso they meet, do, and he must do it. All men's goods are at their disposal, for France is as one huge city in siege. They smite with requisitions and forced loan. They have the power of life and death. Saint Just and Lebas order the rich classes of Strasbourg to strip off their shoes, and send them to the armies where as many as 10,000 pairs are needed. Also, that within 24 hours, 1,000 beds are to be got ready, wrapped in matting, and sent under way. For the time presses. Like swift bolts, issuing from the fuliginous Olympus of Salut Public rush these men, oftenest in pairs, scatter your thunder orders over France, make France one enormous revolutionary thundercloud. Chapter 3:5 Romans 6 Do thy duty. Accordingly, alongside of these bonfires of church balustrades, and sounds of fusillading and noyating, there rise quite another sort of fires and sounds. Smithy fires and proof volleys for the manufacture of arms. Cut off from Sweden and the world, the Republic must learn to make steel for itself, and by aid of chemists she has learnt it. Towns that knew only iron now know steel. From their new dungeons at Chantley, aristocrats may hear the rustle of our new steel furnace there. Do not bells transmute themselves into cannon, iron stanchions into the white weapon arme blanche, by sword cutlery? The wheels of langurs scream amid their sputtering fire halo, grinding mere swords. The stithies of Charleville ring with gun-making. What say we, Charleville? 258 forges stand in the open spaces of Paris itself, 140 of them in the esplanade of the Invalides, 54 in the Luxembourg Garden. So many forges stand, grim smiths beating and forging at lock and barrel there. The clockmakers have come, requisitioned, to do the touch-holes, the hard solder and filework. 5 great barges swing at anchor on the Seine stream, loud with boring, the great press drills grating harsh thunder to the general ear and heart. And deaf stockmakers do gouge and rasp, and all men bestir themselves according to their cunning. In the language of hope, it is reckoned that 1,000 finished muskets can be delivered daily. Chemists of the Republic have taught us miracles of swift tanning, the cordwainer bores and stitches, not of wood and pasteboard, or he shall answer it to Tinville. The women sew tents and coats, the children scrape surgeon's lint, the old men sit in the marketplaces, able men are on march, all men in requisition. From town to town flutters, on the heavens winds, this banner, the French people risen against tyrants. All which is well. But now arises the question, what is to be done for saltpeter? Interrupted commerce and the English Navy shut us out from saltpeter, and without saltpeter there is no gunpowder. Republican science again sits meditative, discovers that saltpeter exists here and there, though in attenuated quantity, that old plaster of walls holds a sprinkling of it, that the earth of the Paris cellars holds a sprinkling of it diffused through the common rubbish, that were these dug up and washed, saltpeter might be had. Whereupon swiftly, see, the citoyens with upshoved bonnet rouge or with doffed bonnet and hair toil-wetted, digging fiercely, each in his own cellar for saltpeter. The earth heap rises at every door, the citoyens with hod and bucket carrying it up, the citoyens, pith in every muscle, shoveling and digging, for life and saltpeter. Dig, my braves, and right well speed ye. What of saltpeter is essential the Republic shall not want. Consummation of sansculottism has many aspects and tints, but the brightest tint, really of a solar or stellar brightness, is this which the armies give it. That same fervor of Jacobinism which internally fills France with hatred, suspicions, scaffolds, and reason worship, does, on the frontiers, show itself as a glorious pro-patria mori. Ever since Dumouriez's defection, 3 convention representatives attend every general. Committee of Salette has sent them, often with this laconic order only, do thy duty, fais ton devoir. It is strange, under what impediments the fire of Jacobinism, like other such fires, will burn. These soldiers have shoes of wood and pasteboard, or go booted in harropes in dead of winter. they skewer a bass mat round their shoulders and are destitute of most things. What then? It is for rights of Frenchhood, of manhood, that they fight. The unquenchable spirit, here as elsewhere, works miracles. With steel and bread, says the convention representative, one may get to China. The generals go fast to the guillotine, justly and unjustly. From which what inference? This among others, that ill success is death, that in victory alone is life. To conquer or die is no theatrical palabra in these circumstances, but a practical truth and necessity. All giantism, halfness, compromise is swept away. Forward, ye soldiers of the Republic, captain and man. Dash with your Gaelic impetuosity on Austria, England, Prussia, Spain, Sardinia, Pitt, Coburg, York, and the devil and the world. Behind us is but the guillotine, before us is victory, apotheosis, and millennium without end. See accordingly on all frontiers how the sons of night, astonished after short triumph, do recoil. The sons of the Republic flying at them with wild Saira or Marseilles ox arms, with the temper of Cato Mountain or demon incarnate, which no son of night can stand. Spain, which came bursting through the Pyrenees, rustling with Bourbon banners, and went conquering here and there for a season, falters at such Cato Mountain welcome, draws itself in again, too happy now were the Pyrenees impassable. Not only does Dugommier, conqueror of Toulon, drive Spain back, he invades Spain. General Dugommier invades it by the eastern Pyrenees, General Muller shall invade it by the western. Shall, that is the word, Committee of Select Public has said it, Representative Cavaignac on mission there must see it done. Impossible, cries Muller, infallible, answers Cavaignac. Difficulty, impossibility, is to no purpose. The committee is deaf on that side of its head, answers Cavaignac, and n'entend pas de cette oreille là. How many wantest thou of men, of horses, cannons? Thou shalt have them. Conquerors, conquered or hanged, forward we must. Which things also, even as the representative spake them, were done. The spring of the new year sees Spain invaded, and redoubts are carried, and passes and heights of the most scarp description. Spanish field officerism struck mute at such Cato Mountain spirit, the cannon forgetting to fire. Swept are the Pyrenees, town after town flies up, burst by terror or the petard. In the course of another year, Spain will crave peace, acknowledge its sins and the Republic. Nay, in Madrid there will be joy as for a victory that even peace is got. Few things, we repeat, can be notabler than these convention representatives, with their power more than kingly. Nay, at bottom are they not kings, able men of a sort, chosen from the 749 French kings? With this order, do thy duty. Representative Levasseur, of small stature, by trade a mere Pacific surgeon accoucheur, has mutinies to quell. Mad hosts, mad at the doom of Custine, bellowing far and wide. He alone amid them, the one small representative, small, but as hard as flint, which also carries fire in it. So too, at Hanskuten, far in the afternoon, he declares that the battle is not lost, that it must be gained, and fights himself with his own obstetric hand, horse shot under him, or say on foot, up to the haunches in tide water. Cutting staccato and passato there, in defiance of water, earth, air, and fire, the choleric little representative that he was. Whereby, as natural, Royal Highness of York had to withdraw, occasionally at full gallop, like to be swallowed by the tide. And his siege of Dunkirk became a dream, realizing only much loss of beautiful siege artillery and of brave lives. General Houchard, it would appear, stood behind a hedge on this Hanskuten occasion, wherefore they have since guillotined him. A new General Jourdan, late Sergeant Jourdan, commands in his stead. He, in long-winded battles of Wattigny, murderous artillery fire mingling itself with sound of revolutionary battle hymns, forces Austria behind the Sambre again, has hopes of purging the soil of liberty. With hard wrestling, with artillerying and collierying, it shall be done. In the course of a new summer, Valenciennes will see itself beleaguered, Condé beleaguered, whatsoever is yet in the hands of Austria beleaguered and bombarded. Nay, by convention decree, we even summon them all either to surrender in 24 hours or else be put to the sword. A high saying, which, though it remains unfulfilled, may show what spirit one is of. Representative Drouet, as an old dragoon, could fight by a kind of second nature, but he was unlucky. Him, in a night foray at Maubeuge, the Austrians took alive in October last. They stripped him almost naked, he says, making a show of him as king-taker of Varennes. They flung him into carts, sent him far into the interior of Cimmeria, to a fortress called Spitzberg on the Danube River, and left him there at an elevation of perhaps 150 feet to his own bitter reflections, and also devices. For the indomitable old dragoon constructs wing machinery of paper kite, saws window bars, determines to fly down. He will seize a boat, will follow the river's course, land somewhere in Crim Tartary in the Black Sea or Constantinople region, a la Sinbad. Authentic history, accordingly looking far into Cimmeria, discerns dimly a phenomenon. In the dead night watches, the Spitzberg sentry is near fainting with terror. Is it a huge vague portent descending through the night air? It is a huge national representative old dragoon, descending by paper kite, too rapidly, alas. For Drouet had taken with him a small provision store, 20 pounds weight or thereby, which proved accelerative. So he fell, fracturing his leg, and lay there, moaning, till day dawned, till you could discern clearly that he was not a portent but a representative. Or see Saint Just, in the lines of Weissenberg, though physically of a timid, apprehensive nature, how he charges with his Alsatian peasants armed hastily for the nonce, the solemn face of him blazing into flame, his black hair and tricolor hat taffeta flowing in the breeze. These are lines of Weissenberg were indeed forced, and Prussia and the emigrants rolled through, but we reinforce the lines of Weissenberg. And Prussia and the emigrants roll back again still faster, hurled with bayonet charges and fiery colliering. Ci-devant Sergeant Pichegru, ci-devant Sergeant Hotch, risen now to be generals, have done wonders here. Tall Pichegru was meant for the church, was teacher of mathematics once in Brienne school. His remarkablest pupil there was the boy Napoleon Buonaparte. He then, not in the sweetest humor, enlisted exchanging ferula for musket, and had got the length of the halberd, beyond which nothing could be hoped, when the Bastille barriers falling made passage for him, and he is here. Hotch bore a hand at the literal overturn of the Bastille. He was, as we saw, a sergeant of the Gardes Francaises, spending his pay in rushlights and cheap editions of books. How the mountains are burst, and many an Enceladus is disimprisoned, and captains founding on 4 parchments of nobility are blown with their parchments across the Rhine into lunar limbo. What high feats of arms, therefore, were done in these 14 armies, and how, for love of liberty and hope of promotion, low-born valor cut its desperate way to generalship. And from the central Carnot in Salut public to the outmost drummer on the frontiers, men strove for their republic, let readers fancy. The snows of winter, the flowers of summer continue to be stained with warlike blood. Gaelic impetuosity mounts ever higher with victory, spirit of Jacobinism weds itself to national vanity. The soldiers of the Republic are becoming, as we prophesied, very sons of fire. Barefooted, barebacked, but with bread and iron you can get to China. It is one nation against the whole world, but the nation has that within her which the whole world will not conquer. Cimmeria, astonished, recoils faster or slower. All round the Republic there rises fiery, as it were, a magic ring of musket volleying and colliering. Majesty of Prussia, as Majesty of Spain, will by and by acknowledge his sins and the Republic and make a peace of bail. Foreign commerce, colonies, factories in the East and in the West are fallen or falling into the hands of sea-ruling Pitt, enemy of human nature. Nevertheless, what sound is this that we hear on the 1st of June, 1794? Sound of his war thunder born from the ocean too, of tone most piercing, war thunder from off the breast waters. Villeret Joyeuse and English Howe, after long maneuvering, have ranked themselves there, and are belching fire. The enemies of human nature are on their own element, cannot be conquered, cannot be kept from conquering. 12 hours of raging cannonade, sun now sinking westward through the battle smoke, 6 French ships taken, the battle lost, what ship soever can still sail, making off. But how is it then with that Vengeur ship? She neither strikes nor makes off. She is lamed, she cannot make off, strike she will not. Fire rakes her fore and aft from victorious enemies, the Vengeur is sinking. Strong are ye tyrants of the sea, yet we also are we weak. Lo, all flags, streamers, jacks, every rag of tricolor that will yet run on rope, fly rustling aloft. The whole crew crowds to the upper deck, and with universal soul-maddening yell shouts Vive la République, sinking, sinking. She staggers, she lurches, her last drunk whirl. Ocean yawns abysmal, down rushes the Vengeur, carrying Vive la République along with her, unconquerable into eternity. Let foreign despots think of that. There is an unconquerable in man when he stands on his rights of man. Let despots and slaves and all people know this, and only them that stand on the wrongs of man tremble to know it. So has history written, nothing doubting, of the sunk Vengeur. Reader, Mendez Pinto, Munchausen, Cagliostro, Salmanazar have been great, but they are not the greatest. O bearer, Anacreon of the guillotine, must inquisitive pictorial history, in a new edition ask again, how is it with the Vengeur, in this its glorious suicidal sinking, and with resentful brush dash a bend sinister of contumelious lampblack through thee in it? Alas, alas! The Vengeur, after fighting bravely, did sink altogether as other ships do, her captain and above 200 of her crew escaping gladly in British boats, and this same enormous inspiring feat, and rumor of sound most piercing, turns out to be an enormous inspiring nonentity, extant nowhere save, as falsehood in the brain of bearer. Actually so. Founded, like the world itself, on nothing, proved by convention report, by solemn convention decree and decrees, and wooden model of the Vengeur. Believed, bewept, besung by the whole French people to this hour, it may be regarded as bearer's masterpiece, the largest, most inspiring piece of blague manufactured, for some centuries, by any man or nation. As such, and not otherwise, be it henceforth memorable. Chapter 3:5 Roman 7 Flame Picture. In this manner, mad blazing with flame of all imaginable tints, from the red of Tophet to the stellar bright, blazes off this consummation of sansculottism. But the 100th part of the things that were done, and the 1,000th part of the things that were projected and decreed to be done, would tire the tongue of history. Statue of the pupil souverain, high as Strasbourg steeple, which shall fling its shadow from the Pont Neuf over Jardin National and Convention Hall, enormous, in painter David's head, with other the like enormous statues not a few, realized in paper decree. For indeed, the Statue of Liberty herself is still but plaster in the Place de la Révolution. Then equalization of weights and measures, with decimal division, institutions of music and of much else, institute in general, School of Arts, School of Mars, Élèves de la Patrie, normal schools, amid such gun-boring, altar-burning, saltpeter digging, and miraculous improvements in tannery. What, for example, is this that engineer chap is doing in the Park of Vincennes? In the Park of Vincennes, and onwards, they say, in the Park of Lepeletier Saint Fargeau the assassinated deputy, and still onwards to the heights of Ecouen and further, he has scaffolding set up, has posts driven in, wooden arms with elbow joints are jerking and fuggling in the air, in the most rapid mysterious manner. Citoyens ran up suspicious. Yes, O citoyens, we are signaling. It is a device this, worthy of the Republic, a thing for what we will call far writing without the aid of postbags. In Greek, it shall be named telegraph. Télégraphe sacré, answers citoyenism, for writing to traitors to Austria, and tears it down. Chap had to escape and get a new legislative decree. Nevertheless, he has accomplished it, the indefatigable chap. This his far writer, with its wooden arms and elbow joints, can intelligibly signal, and lines of them are set up, to the north frontiers and elsewhither. On an autumn evening of the year 2, far writer having just written that Condé town has surrendered to us, we send from Tuileries Convention Hall this response in the shape of decree. The name of Condé is changed to Nordlibre Northfree. The army of the north ceases not to merit well of the country. To the admiration of men, for lo, in some half hour, while the convention yet debates, there arrives this new answer. I inform thee, G.T. Annonce, citizen president, that the decree of convention, ordering change of the name Condé into Northfree, and the other declaring that the army of the north ceases not to merit well of the country, are transmitted and acknowledged by telegraph. I have instructed my officer at Lille to forward them to Northfree by express. Signed, Chap. Or see, over Fleurus in the Netherlands, where General Jourdan, having now swept the soil of liberty and advanced thus far, is just about to fight and sweep or be swept, things there not in the heavens vault, some prodigy seen by Austrian eyes and spyglasses, in the similitude of an enormous windbag, with netting and enormous saucer depending from it. A Jove's balance, O ye Austrian spyglasses. One saucer hole of a Jove's balance, your poor Austrian scale having kicked itself quite aloft out of sight. By heaven, answer the spyglasses, it is a Montgolfier, a balloon, and they are making signals. Austrian cannon battery barks at this Montgolfier, harmless as dog at the moon. The Montgolfier makes its signals, detects what Austrian ambuscade there may be, and descends at its ease. What will not these devils incarnate contrive? On the whole, is it not, O reader, one of the strangest flame pictures that ever painted itself, flaming off there on its ground of guillotine black? And the nightly theaters are 23, and the salons de dance are 60, full of mere égalité, fraternite, and carmagnole. And section committee rooms are 48, redolent of tobacco and brandy, vigorous with 20 pence a day, coercing the suspect. And the houses of arrest are 12 for Paris alone, crowded and even crammed. And at all turns you need your certificate of civism, be it for going out or for coming in, nay, without it you cannot for money get your daily ounces of bread. Dusky red-capped bakers' queues wagging themselves, not in silence. For we still live by maximum in all things, weighted on by these two, scarcity and confusion. The faces of men are darkened with suspicion, with suspecting or being suspect. The streets lie unswept, the ways unmended. Law has shut her books, speaks little save impromptu through the throat of Tinville. Crimes go unpunished, not crimes against the revolution. The number of foundling children, as some compute, is doubled. How silent now sits royalism, sits all aristocratism, respectability that kept its gig. The honor now and the safety is to poverty, not to wealth. Your citizen who would be fashionable walks abroad with his wife on his arm in red wool nightcap, black shag spencer, and carmagnole complete. Aristocratism crouches low, in what shelter is still left, submitting to all requisitions, vexations, too happy to escape with life. Ghastly shadows stare on you by the wayside, disroofed, diswindowed, which the national housebroker is peeling for the lead and ashlar. The old tenants hover disconsolate over the Rhine with Condé. A spectacle to men. Ci devant seigneur, exquisite in palate, will become an exquisite restaurateur cook in Hamburg. Ci devant madame, exquisite in dress, a successful marchand des modes in London. In Newgate Street, you meet M. Lamarquis, with a rough deal on his shoulder, ads and Jack Clane under arm. He is taken to the joiner trade, it being necessary to live faute vivre. Higher than all Frenchmen the domestic stock jobber flourishes, in a day of paper money. The farmer also flourishes. Farmers' houses, says Mercier, have become like pawnbrokers' shops. All manner of furniture, apparel, vessels of gold and silver accumulate themselves there. Bread is precious. The farmer's rent is paper money, and he alone of men has bread. Farmer is better than landlord, and will himself become landlord. And daily, we say, like a black spectre, silently through that life tumult, passes the revolution cart, writing on the walls its mean thou art weighed and found wanting. A spectre with which one has grown familiar. Men have adjusted themselves, complaint issues not from that death tumbrel. Weak women and ci devants, their plumage and finery all tarnished, sit there with a silent gaze, as if looking into the infinite black. The once light lip wears a curl of irony, uttering no word, and the tumbrel fares along. They may be guilty before heaven or not, they are guilty, we suppose, before the revolution. Then does not the Republic coin money of them with its great axe? Red nightcaps howl dire approval. The rest of Paris looks on, if with a sigh, that is much. Fellow creatures whom sighing cannot help, whom black necessity and Tinville have clutched. One other thing, or rather two other things, we will still mention, and no more, the blonde perukes, the tannery at Meudon. Great talk is of these perukes blondes. O reader, they are made from the heads of guillotined women. The locks of a duchess, in this way, may come to cover the scalp of a cordwainer. Her blonde German Frankism his black Gaelic pole, if it be bald, or they may be worn affectionately as relics, rendering one suspect. Citizens use them, not without mockery, of a rather cannibal sort. Still deeper into one's heart goes that tannery at Meudon, not mentioned among the other miracles of tanning. At Meudon, says Montgillard with considerable calmness, there was a tannery of human skins, such of the guillotined as seemed worth flaying, of which perfectly good wash leather was made, for breeches and other uses. The skin of the men, he remarks, was superior in toughness, consistence, and quality to sham. That of women was good for almost nothing, being so soft in texture. History looking back over cannibalism, through Purchas's Pilgrims and all early and late records, will perhaps find no terrestrial cannibalism of a sort on the whole so detestable. It is a manufactured, soft-feeling, quietly elegant sort, a sort perfied. Alas, then, is man's civilization only a rapage, through which the savage nature of him can still burst, infernal as ever. Nature still makes him, and has an infernal in her as well as a celestial. Book 3, Romans 6, Thermidor. Chapter 3, 6I, The Gods Are Athirst. What then is this thing called La Révolution, which like an angel of death hangs over France, noyading, fusillading, fighting, gun-boring, tanning human skins? La Révolution is but so many alphabetic letters. A thing nowhere to be laid hands on, to be clapped under lock and key. Where is it? What is it? It is the madness that dwells in the hearts of men. In this man it is, and in that man, as a rage or as a terror, it is in all men. Invisible, impalpable. And yet no black Azrael, with wings spread over half a continent, with sword sweeping from sea to sea, could be a truer reality. To explain what is called explaining the march of this revolutionary government be no task of ours. Men cannot explain it. A paralytic Couthon asking in the Jacobins, "What hast thou done to be hanged if the counter-revolution should arrive?" A sombre Saint Just, not yet 26, declaring that, for revolutionists there is no rest but in the tomb. A sea-green Robespierre converted into vinegar and gall, much more an Amer and Vadier, a Calat and Ballade, to inquire what thoughts, predetermination or prevision might be in the head of these men. Record of their thought remains not. Death and darkness have swept it out utterly. Nay, if we even had their thought, all they could have articulately spoken to us, how insignificant a fraction were that of the thing which realized itself, which decreed itself, on signal given by them. As has been said more than once, this revolutionary government is not a self-conscious, but a blind, fatal one. Each man, enveloped in his ambient atmosphere of revolutionary fanatic madness, rushes on, impelled and impelling, and has become a blind brute force. No rest for him but in the grave. Darkness and the mystery of horrid cruelty cover it for us, in history, as they did in nature. The chaotic thundercloud, with its pitchy black, and its tumult of dazzling jagged fire in a world all electric. Thou wilt not undertake to show how that comported itself, what the secrets of its dark womb were, from what sources, with what specialities, the lightning it held did, in confused brightness of terror, strike forth, destructive and self-destructive, till it ended. Like a blackness naturally of Erebus, which by will of Providence had for once mounted itself into dominion and the azure. Is not this properly the nature of Sansculottism consummating itself? Of which Erebus blackness be it enough to discern that this and the other dazzling fire bolt, dazzling fire torrent, does by small volition and great necessity, verily issue, in such and such succession, destructive so and so, self-destructive so and so, till it end. Royalism is extinct, sunk, as they say, in the mud of the Loire. Republicanism dominates without and within. What therefore on the 15th day of March 1794 is this? Arrestment, sudden really as a bolt out of the blue, has hit strange victims. Hebert Pierre Duchesne, Bibliopolist Mamaro, Clerk Vincent, General Ronson, High Cordelier patriots, red-capped magistrates of Paris, worshippers of reason, commanders of revolutionary army. 8 short days ago, their Cordelier Club was loud, and louder than ever, with patriot denunciations. Hebert Pierre Duchesne had held his tongue and his heart these 2 months at sight of moderates, crypto-aristocrats, Camille's, scélérats in the convention itself, but could not do it any longer, would, if other remedy were not, invoke the sacred right of insurrection. So spake Hebert in Cordelier session, with vivats till the roofs rang again. 8 short days ago, and now already. They rub their eyes, it is no dream, they find themselves in the Luxembourg. Goose Goebel too, and they that burnt churches, Chaumet himself, potent procureur, agent national as they now call it, who could recognize the suspect by the very face of them. He lingers but 3 days, on the 3rd day he too is hurled in. Most chopfallen, blue, enters the national agent this limbo whither he has sent so many. Prisoners crowd round, gibing and jeering. Sublime national agent, says one, in virtue of thy immortal proclamation, lo there. I am suspect, thou art suspect, he is suspect, we are suspect, ye are suspect, they are suspect. The meaning of these things? Meaning, it is a plot of the most extensive ramifications, which however bearer holds the threads of. Such church-burning and scandalous masquerades of atheism fit to make the revolution odious. Where indeed could they originate but in the gold of Pitt? Pitt indubitably, as preternatural insight will teach one, did hire this faction of enrigues to play their fantastic tricks, to roar in their Cordeliers Club about moderatism, to print their Pierre Duchesne, worship sky-blue reason in red nightcap, rob all altars, and bring the spoil to us. Still more indubitable, visible to the mere bodily sight, is this, that the Cordeliers Club sits pale with anger and terror and has veiled the rights of man, without effect. Likewise that the Jacobins are in considerable confusion, busy purging themselves, apparent, as in times of plot and public calamity they have repeatedly had to do. Not even Camille Desmoulins but has given offense. Nay, there have risen murmurs against Danton himself, though he bellowed them down, and Robespierre finished the matter by embracing him in the tribune. Whom shall the Republic and a jealous mother society trust, in these times of temptation, of preternatural insight? For there are factions of the stranger, de l'étranger, factions of moderates, of enraged, all manner of factions. We walk in a world of plots, strings universally spread of deadly gins and fall traps, baited by the gold of Pitt. Clootz, speaker of mankind so-called, with his evidences of Mahometan religion and babble of universal republic, him an incorruptible Robespierre has purged away. Baron Clootz and Pain rebellious needlemen lie these 2 months in the Luxembourg, limbs of the faction de l'étranger. Representative Philippot is purged out. He came back from La Vendée with an ill report in his mouth against rogue Rossignol and our method of warfare there. Recant it, O Philippot, we entreat thee. Philippot will not recant, and is purged out. Representative Faber d'Eglantine, famed nomenclator of Rahm's calendar, is purged out. Ney is cast into the Luxembourg, accused of legislative swindling in regard to moneys of the India Company. There with his chabots, baziers, guilty of the like, let Faber wait his destiny. And Westerman friend of Danton, he who led the Marseillese on the 10th of August and fought well in La Vendée, but spoke not well of rogue Rossignol, is purged out. Lucky if he too go not to the Luxembourg, and your proles guzmans of the faction of the stranger, they have gone, Pereira, though he fled, is gone, taken in the disguise of a tavern cook. I am suspect, thou art suspect, he is suspect. The great heart of Danton is weary of it. Danton is gone to native Arcis, for a little breathing time of peace. Away, black arachnoebs, thou world of fury, terror, and suspicion. Welcome, thou everlasting mother, with thy spring greenness, thy kind household loves and memories, true art thou where all else untrue. The great Titan walks silent, by the banks of the murmuring Aube, in young native haunts that knew him when a boy, wonders what the end of these things may be. But strangest of all, Camille Desmoulins is purged out. Couthon gave as a test in regard to Jacobin purgation the question, what hast thou done to be hanged if counter-revolution should arrive? Yet Camille, who could so well answer this question, is purged out. The truth is, Camille, early in December last, began publishing a new journal or series of pamphlets, entitled the Via Cordelier, Old Cordelier. Camille, not afraid at one time to embrace liberty on a heap of dead bodies, begins to ask now, whether among so many arresting and punishing committees there ought not to be a committee of mercy. Saint Just, he observes, is an extremely solemn young republican, who carries his head as if it were a saint sacrament, adorable hostie, or divine real presence. Sharply enough, this old Cordelier, Danton and he were of the earliest primary Cordeliers, shoots his glittering war shafts into your new Cordeliers, your Hayberts, Mamaros, with their brawling brutalities and dispossabilities. Say, as the sun god for poor Camille is a poet shot into that python serpent sprung of mud. Whereat, as was natural, the Haybertist python did hiss and writhe amazingly, and threaten sacred right of insurrection, and, as we saw, get cast into prison. Nay, with all the old wit dexterity and light graceful poignancy, Camille, translating out of Tacitus from the reign of Tiberius, pricks into the law of the suspect itself, making it odious. Twice in the decade his Wilde leaves issue, full of wit, nay of humor, of harmonious ingenuity and insight, one of the strangest phenomenon of that dark time, and smite in their wild sparkling way at various monstrosities, saint sacrament heads, and juggernaut idols in a rather reckless manner. To the great joy of Josephine Beauharnais and the other 5,000 and odd suspect who fill the 12 houses of arrest, on whom a ray of hope dawns. Robespierre, at first approbatory, knew not at last what to think, then thought with his Jacobins that Camille must be expelled. A man of true revolutionary spirit, this Camille, but with the unwisest sallies, whom aristocrats and moderates have the art to corrupt. Jacobinism is in uttermost crisis and struggle, enmeshed wholly in plots, corruptibilities, neckgins, and baited fall traps of Pitt enemy du genre humain. Camille's first number begins with O Pitt. His last is dated 15 Pluvios year 2, 3d February 1794, and ends with these words of Montezuma s. Les dia ont soif, the gods are athirst. Be this as it may, the Hébertists lie in prison only some 9 days. On the 24th of March, therefore, the revolution tumbrils carry through that life tumult a new cargo. Hebert, Vincent, Mamaro, Ronson, 19 of them in all, with whom, curious enough, sits Cloot's speaker of mankind. They have been massed swiftly into a lump, this miscellany of nondescripts, and travel now their last road. No help. They too must look through the little window. They too must sneeze into the sack, eternward dans le sac. As they have done to others, so is it done to them. Saint Guillotine, meseems, is worse than the old saints of superstition. A man-devouring saint? Clootz, still with an air of polished sarcasm, endeavors to jest, to offer cheering arguments of materialism. He requested to be executed last, in order to establish certain principles, which philosophy has not retained. General Ronson, too, he still looks forth with some air of defiance, eye of command. The rest are sunk in a stony paleness of despair. Mamaro, poor bibliopolist, no agrarian law yet realized, they might as well have hanged thee at Evreux 20 months ago, when Girondin Buzot hindered them. Hebert Pierre Duchesne shall never in this world rise in sacred right of insurrection. He sits there low enough, head sunk on breast, red nightcaps shouting round him in frightful parody of his newspaper articles. Grand collar of the Pierre Duchesne? Thus perish they, the sack receives all their heads. Through some section of history, 19 spectre chimeras shall flit, speaking and gibbering, till oblivion swallow them. In the course of a week, the revolutionary army itself is disbanded, the general having become spectral. This faction of rabids, therefore, is also purged from the republican soil. Here also the baited fall traps of that pit have been wrenched up harmless, and anew there is joy over a plot discovered. The revolution, then, is verily devouring its own children. All anarchy, by the nature of it, is not only destructive but self-destructive. Chapter 3, 6 Roman 2, Danton, no weakness. Danton, meanwhile, has been pressingly sent for from Arcis. He must return instantly, cried Camille, cried Philippot and friends, who scented danger in the wind. Danger enough. A Danton, a Robespierre, chief products of a victorious revolution, are now arrived in immediate front of one another, must ascertain how they will live together, rule together. One conceives easily the deep mutual incompatibility that divided these two. With what terror of feminine hatred the poor sea-green formula looked at the monstrous colossal reality, and grew greener to behold him. The reality, again, struggling to think no ill of a chief product of the revolution, yet feeling at bottom that such chief product was little other than a chief windbag, blown large by popular air. Not a man with the heart of a man, but a poor spasmodic incorruptible pedant with a logic formula instead of heart, of Jesuit or Methodist parson nature, full of sincere cant incorruptibility, of virulence, poltroonery, barren as the east wind. Two such chief products are too much for one revolution. Friends, trembling at the results of a quarrel on their part, brought them to meet. It is right, said Danton, swallowing much indignation, to repress the royalists. But we should not strike except where it is useful to the Republic. We should not confound the innocent and the guilty. And who told you, replied Robespierre with a poisonous look, that one innocent person had perished? Quoi, said Danton, turning round to friend Paris, self-named Fabricius, juryman in the Revolutionary Tribunal. Quoi, not one innocent? What sayest thou of it, Fabricius? Friends, Westermen, this Paris and others urged him to show himself, to ascend the tribune and act. The man Danton was not prone to show himself, to act or uproar for his own safety. A man of careless, large, hoping nature, a large nature that could rest, he would sit whole hours, they say, hearing Camille talk and liked nothing so well. Friends urged him to fly, his wife urged him. Whither fly? Answered he. If freed France cast me out, there are only dungeons for me elsewhere. One carries not his country with him at the sole of his shoe. The man Danton sat still. Not even the arrestment of friend Harold, a member of Salut, yet arrested by Salut, can rouse Danton. On the night of the 30th of March, juryman Paris came rushing in, haste looking through his eyes. A clerk of the Select Committee had told him Danton's warrant was made out, he is to be arrested this very night. Entreaties there are and trepidation of poor wife of Paris and friends. Danton sat silent for a while, then answered, Ils en they dare not, and would take no measures. Murmuring, they dare not, he goes to sleep as usual. And yet on the morrow morning, strange rumor spreads over Paris city. Danton, Camille, Philippot, Lacroix have been arrested overnight. It is verily so. The corridors of the Luxembourg were all crowded, prisoners crowding forth to see this giant of the revolution among them. "Messieurs," said Danton politely, "I hoped soon to have got you all out of this, but here I am myself, and one sees not where it will end." Rumor may spread over Paris. The convention clusters itself into groups, wide-eyed whispering, Danton arrested. Who then is safe? Legendre, mounting the tribune, utters at his own peril a feeble word for him, moving that he be heard at that bar before indictment, but Robespierre frowns him down. "Did you hear Chabot or Bazier? Would you have two weights and measures?" Legendre cowers low. Danton, like the others, must take his doom. Danton's prison thoughts were curious to have, but are not given in any quantity. Indeed, few such remarkable men have been left so obscure to us as this titan of the Revolution. He was heard to ejaculate, "This time 12-month, I was moving the creation of that same revolutionary tribunal. I crave pardon for it of God and man. They are all brothers Cain. Brissot would have had me guillotined as Robespierre now will. I leave the whole business in a frightful welter, Gachy's epouvantable. Not one of them understands anything of government. Robespierre will follow me. I drag down Robespierre. Oh, it were better to be a poor fisherman than to meddle with governing of men." Camille's young beautiful wife, who had made him rich not in money alone, hovers round the Luxembourg, like a disembodied spirit, day and night. Camille's stolen letters to her still exist, stained with the mark of his tears. "I carry my head like a saint sacrament." So saint, just was heard to mutter. Perhaps he will carry his like a Saint Denis. Unhappy Danton, thou still unhappier like Camille, once light procureur de la Lanterne, ye also have arrived then at the bourne of creation, where, like Ulysses Polites at the limit and utmost gads of his voyage, gazing into that dim waste beyond creation, a man does see the shade of his mother, pale, ineffectual. And days when his mother nursed and wrapped him are all too sternly contrasted with this day. Danton, Camille, Hérault, Westermann, and the others, very strangely massed up with Baziers, swindler Chabots, Faber d'Eglantines, banker Frays, a most motley batch. Fournay, as such things will be called, stand ranked at the bar of Tinville. It is the 2d of April 1794. Danton has had but 3 days to lie in prison, for the time presses. "What is your name, place of abode?" and the like Fauquier asks according to formality. "My name is Danton," answers he, "a name tolerably known in the Revolution. My abode will soon be annihilation dans l'néant, but I shall live in the pantheon of history." A man will endeavor to say something forcible, be it by nature or not. Hérault mentions epigrammatically that he sat in this hall and was detested of parlementaires. Camille makes answer, "My age is that of the bon sansculotte Jesus, an age fatal to revolutionists." O Camille, Camille, and yet in that divine transaction, let us say, there did lie, among other things, the fatalest reproof ever uttered here below to worldly right honorableness, the highest fact, so devout Novalis calls it, in the rights of man. Camille's real age, it would seem, is 34. Danton is 1 year older. Some 5 months ago, the trial of the 22 Girondins was the greatest that Fauquier had then done. But here is a still greater to-do, a thing which tasks the whole faculty of Fauquier, which makes the very heart of him waver. For it is the voice of Danton that reverberates now from these domes, in passionate words, piercing with their wild sincerity, winged with wrath. Your best witnesses he shivers into ruin at one stroke. He demands that the committeemen themselves come as witnesses, as accusers. He will cover them with ignominy. He raises his huge stature, he shakes his huge black head, fire flashes from the eyes of him, piercing to all republican hearts, so that the very galleries, though we filled them by ticket, murmur sympathy, and are like to burst down and raise the people and deliver him. He complains loudly that he is classed with chabots, with swindling stockjobbers, that his indictment is a list of platitudes and horrors. Danton hidden on the 10th of August? Reverberates he, with the roar of a lion in the toils. Where are the men that had to press Danton to show himself that day? Where are these high-gifted souls of whom he borrowed energy? Let them appear, these accusers of mine. I have all the clearness of my self-possession when I demand them. I will unmask the 3 shallow scoundrels, Lestois Platts Coquins, Saint Just, Couthon Lebas, who fawn on Robespierre and lead him towards his destruction. Let them produce themselves here. I will plunge them into nothingness, out of which they ought never to have risen. The agitated president agitates his bell, and joins calmness in a vehement manner. "What is it to thee how I defend myself?" cries the other. "The right of dooming me is thine always." The voice of a man speaking for his honor and his life may well drown the jingling of thy bell. Thus Danton, higher and higher, till the lion voice of him dies away in his throat. Speech will not utter what is in that man. The galleries murmur ominously. The first day's session is over. "O Tinville, President Herman, what will ye do? They have 2 days more of it by strictest revolutionary law." The galleries already murmur. If this Danton were to burst your meshwork, very curious indeed to consider. It turns on a hair, and what a hoity-toity were there, justice and culprit changing places, and the whole history of France running changed. For in France there is this Danton only that could still try to govern France. He only, the wild amorphous Titan, and perhaps that other olive-complexioned individual, the artillery officer at Toulon, whom we left pushing his fortune in the south. On the evening of the second day, matters looking not better but worse and worse, Fauquier and Herman, distraction in their aspect, rush over to Salut Public. What is to be done? Salut Public rapidly concocts a new decree, whereby if men insult justice, they may be thrown out of the debates. For indeed, withal, is there not a plot in the Luxembourg prison? Ci-devant General Dillon, and others of the suspect, plotting with Camille's wife to distribute assignats, to force the prisons, overset the Republic. Citizen Laflot, himself suspect but desiring enfranchisement, has reported said plot for us, a report that may bear fruit. Enough, on the morrow morning, an obedient convention passes this decree. Salut rushes off with it to the aid of Tinville, reduced now almost to extremities. And so, hors des débats, out of the debates, ye insolents. Policemen, do your duty. In such manner, with a deadlift effort, Salut, Tinville, Herman, Larry Dixaout, and all stanch jurymen setting heart and shoulder to it, the jury becomes sufficiently instructed. Sentence is passed, is sent by an official and torn and trampled on, death this day. It is th of April, 1794. Camille's poor wife may cease hovering about this prison. Nay, let her kiss her poor children, and prepare to enter it and to follow. Danton carried a high look in the death cart. Not so Camille. It is but 1 week, and all is so topsy-turvied. Angel wife left weeping. Love, riches, revolutionary fame left all at the prison gate. Carnivorous rabble now howling round. Palpable and yet incredible like a madman's dream. Camille struggles and writhes. His shoulders shuffle the loose coat off them, which hangs knotted, the hands tied. "Come, my friend," said Danton. "Heed not that vile canaille, laces lacet vile canaille." At the foot of the scaffold, Danton was heard to ejaculate, "O my wife, my well-beloved, I shall never see thee more then." But, interrupting himself, "Danton, no weakness," he said to Hérault Seychelles, stepping forward to embrace him. "Our heads will meet there, in the headsman's sack." His last words were to Samson the headsman himself. "Thou wilt show my head to the people, it is worth showing." So passes, like a gigantic mass of valor, ostentation, fury, affection, and wild revolutionary manhood, this Danton to his unknown home. He was of Arcis-sur-Aube, born of good farmer people there. He had many sins, but one worse sin he had not, that of cant. No hollow formalist, deceptive and self-deceptive, ghastly to the natural sense was this, but a very man, with all his dross he was a man, fiery real from the great fire bosom of nature herself. He saved France from Brunswick, he walked straight his own wild road, whither it led him. He may live for some generations in the memory of men. Chapter 3, 6 Roman 3 The Tumbrils. Next week it is still but the 10th of April, there comes a new 19. Chaumette Gobel, Hébert's widow, the widow of Camille, these also roll their fated journey, Black Death devours them. Mean Hébert's widow was weeping, Camille's widow tried to speak comfort to her. O ye kind heavens, azure, beautiful, eternal behind your tempests and time clouds, is there not pity for all? Gobel, it seems, was repentant. He begged absolution of a priest, did as a Gobel best could. For Anaxagoras Chaumette, the sleek head now stripped of its bonnet rouge, what hope is there? Unless death were an eternal sleep? Wretched Anaxagoras, God shall judge thee, not I. Hébert therefore is gone, and the Hébertists, they that robbed churches and adored blue reason in red nightcap. Great Danton and the Dantonists, they also are gone. Down to the catacombs they are become silent men. Let no Paris municipality, no sect or party of this hue or that, resist the will of Robespierre and Salut. Mayor Pache, not prompt enough in denouncing these Pitt's plots, may congratulate about them now, never so heartily, it skills not. His course likewise is to the Luxembourg. We appoint one Fleuriot-Lescot interim mayor in his stead. An architect from Belgium, they say, this Fleuriot, he is a man one can depend on. Our new agent national is Payan, lately juryman, whose cynosure also is Robespierre. Thus then, we perceive, this confusedly electric Erebus cloud of revolutionary government has altered its shape somewhat. Two masses, or wings, belonging to it, an overelectric mass of Cordelier rabids and an underelectric of Dantonist moderates and clemency men, these two masses, shooting bolts at one another, so to speak, have annihilated one another. For the Erebus cloud, as we often remark, is of suicidal nature, and in jagged irregularity darts its lightning withal into itself. But now these two discrepant masses being mutually annihilated, it is as if the Erebus cloud had got to internal composure, and did only pour its hellfire lightning on the world that lay under it. In plain words, terror of the guillotine was never terrible till now. Systole, diastole, swift and ever swifter goes the axe of Samson. Indictment cease by degrees to have so much as plausibility. Fauquier chooses from the 12 houses of arrest what he calls batches, fournaise, a score or more at a time. His jurymen are charged to make few defile, fire filing till the ground be clear. Citizen Laflotte's report of plot in the Luxembourg is verily bearing fruit. If no speakable charge exist against a man or batch of men, Fauquier has always this, a plot in the prison. Swift and ever swifter goes Samson, up, finally, to 60 and more at a batch. It is the high day of death, none but the dead return not. O dusky Dispraminil, what a day is this, the 22d of April, thy last day. The Palais Hall here is the same stone hall, where thou, 5 years ago, stoodest perorating, amid endless pathos of rebellious parlement in the grey of the morning, bound to march with Dagos to the Isles of Hieres. The stones are the same stones, but the rest, men, rebellion, pathos, peroration, see, it has all fled, like a gibbering troop of ghosts, like the phantasms of a dying brain. With Dispraminil in the same line of tumbrils goes the mournfulest medley. Chapelier goes, ci-devant popular president of the Constituent, whom the Menads and Maillard met in his carriage on the Versailles road. Thoueret likewise, ci-devant president, father of constitutional law acts, he whom we heard saying, long since, with a loud voice, the Constituent Assembly has fulfilled its mission. And the noble old Malesherbes, who defended Louis and could not speak, like a grey old rock dissolving into sudden water. He journeys here now, with his kindred, daughters, sons and grandsons, his Lamignons, Chateaubriands, silent towards death. One young Chateaubriand alone is wandering amid the Natchez, by the roar of Niagara Falls, the moan of endless forests. Welcome, thou great nature, savage, but not false, not unkind, unmotherly. No formula thou, or rapid jangle of hypothesis, parliamentary eloquence, constitution building, and the guillotine. Speak thou to me, O mother, and sing my sick heart thy mystic everlasting lullaby song, and let all the rest be far. Another row of tumbrils we must notice, that which holds Elizabeth, the sister of Louis. Her trial was like the rest, for plots, for plots. She was among the kindliest, most innocent of women. There sat with her amid 24 others a once timorous Marchioness de Crussol, courageous now, expressing towards her the liveliest loyalty. At the foot of the scaffold, Elizabeth, with tears in her eyes, thanked this Marchioness, said she was grieved she could not reward her. Ah, madame, would your royal highness deign to embrace me, my wishes were complete. Right willingly, Marquise de Crussol, and with my whole heart. Thus they, at the foot of the scaffold. The royal family is now reduced to two, a girl and a little boy. The boy, once named Dauphin, was taken from his mother while she yet lived, and given to one Simon, by trade a cordwainer, on service then about the Temple prison, to bring him up in principles of Sansculottism. Simon taught him to drink, to swear, to sing the Carmagnole. Simon is now gone to the municipality, and the poor boy, hidden in a tower of the Temple, from which in his fright and bewilderment and early decrepitude he wishes not to stir out, lies perishing, his shirt not changed for 6 months. Amid squalor and darkness, lamentably, so as none but poor factory children and the like are wont to perish, and not be lamented. The spring sends its green leaves and bright weather, bright May brighter than ever, death pauses not. Lavoisier, famed chemist, shall die and not live. Chemist Lavoisier was Farmer General Lavoisier too, and now all the farmers general are arrested, all and shall give an account of their moneys and incomings, and die for putting water in the tobacco they sold. Lavoisier begged a fortnight more of life to finish some experiments, but the Republic does not need such. The axe must do its work. Cynic Champfort, reading these inscriptions of brotherhood or death, says it is a brotherhood of Cain. Arrested, then liberated. Then about to be arrested again, this Champfort cuts and slashes himself with frantic, uncertain hand, gains, not without difficulty, the refuge of death. Condorcet has lurked deep these many months, Argus eyes watching and searching for him. His concealment is become dangerous to others and himself. He has to fly again, to skulk round Paris in thickets and stone quarries. And so, at the village of Clamours, one bleared May morning, there enters a figure, ragged, rough-bearded, hunger-stricken, asks breakfast in the tavern there. Suspect, by the look of him. Servant out of place, sayest thou? Committee president of 40 sous finds a Latin Horace on him. Art thou not one of those ci-devants that were wont to keep servants? Suspect. He is hailed forthwith, breakfast unfinished, towards burglariany on foot. He faints with exhaustion, is set on a peasant's horse, is flung into his damp prison cell. On the morrow, recollecting him, you enter, Condorcet lies dead on the floor. They die fast and disappear. The notabilities of France disappear, one after one, like lights in a theater which you are snuffing out. Under which circumstances, is it not singular and almost touching to see Paris city drawn out, in the meek May nights in civic ceremony, which they call super-fraternal, brotherly supper? Spontaneous or partially spontaneous, in the 12th, 13th, 14th nights of this May month, it is seen. Along the Rue Saint-Honoré and main streets and spaces, each citizen brings forth what of supper the stingy maximum has yielded him, to the open air, joins it to his neighbor's supper, and with common table, cheerful light burning frequent, and what do modicum of cut glasses and other garnish and relish is convenient, they eat frugally together, under the kind stars. See it o' night. With cheerfully pledged wine cup, hobnobbing to the reign of liberty, equality, brotherhood, with their wives in best ribbons, with their little ones romping round, the citizens in frugal love feast sit there. Night in her wide empire sees nothing similar. O my brothers, why is the reign of brotherhood not come? It is come, it shall come, say the citizens frugally hobnobbing. Ah me, these everlasting stars, do they not look down like glistening eyes, bright with immortal pity over the lot of man? One lamentable thing, however, is that individuals will attempt assassination of representatives of the people. Representative Calat, member even of Salut, returning home, about 1 in the morning, probably touched with liquor, as he is apt to be, meets on the stairs the cry scélérat, and also the snap of a pistol, which latter flashes in the pan, disclosing to him momentarily a pair of truculent saucer eyes, swart grim-clenched countenance, recognizable as that of our little fellow-lodger, Sidian Amaral, formerly a clerk in the lotteries. Calat shouts murder, with lungs fit to awaken all the Rue Favart. Amaral snaps a second time. A second time flashes in the pan, then darts up into his apartment. And after their firing, still with inadequate effect, one musket at himself and another at his captor, is clutched and locked in prison. An indignant little man this Amaral, of southern temper and complexion, of considerable muscular force. He denies not that he meant to purge France of a tyrant. Nay, avows that he had an eye to the incorruptible himself, but took Calat as more convenient. Rumor enough hereupon, heaven-high congratulation of Calat, fraternal embracing at the Jacobins and elsewhere. And yet, it would seem the assassin mood proves catching. 2 days more, it is still but the 23d of May, and towards 9 in the evening, Cecile Renault, paper dealer's daughter, a young woman of soft blooming look, presents herself at the cabinet maker's in the Rue Saint-Honoré, desires to see Robespierre. Robespierre cannot be seen. She grumbles irreverently. They lay hold of her. She has left a basket in a shop hard by. In the basket are female change of raiment and 2 knives. Poor Cecile, examined by committee, declares she wanted to see what a tyrant was like. The change of raiment was, for my own use in the place I am surely going to. What place? Prison, and then the guillotine, answered she. Such things come of Charlotte Corday, in a people prone to imitation and monomania. Swart choleric men try Charlotte's feat, and their pistols misfire. Soft blooming young women try it, and only half resolute, leave their knives in a shop. O pit and ye faction of the stranger, shall the Republic never have rest, but be torn continually by baited springs, by wires of explosive spring guns? Swart Amaral, fair young Cecile, and all that knew them, and many that did not know them, lie locked, waiting the scrutiny of Tinville. Chapter 3, 6, Roman 4, Mumbo-Jumbo. But on the day they call Decadi, New Sabbath, 20 Prairial, th June by Old Style, What thing is this going forward, in the Jardin National, whilom Tuileries garden? All the world is there in holiday's clothes. Foul linen went out with the Hébertists. Nay, Robespierre, for one, would never once countenance that, but went always elegant and frizzled, not without vanity even, and had his room hung round with sea-green portraits and busts. In holiday clothes, we say, are the innumerable citoyens and citoyennes. The weather is of the brightest. Cheerful expectation lights all countenances. Jurem and Villate gives breakfast to many a deputy, in his official apartment, in the pavilion ci-devant of Flora, rejoices in the bright-looking multitudes, in the brightness of leafy June, in the auspicious Decadi or New Sabbath. This day, if it please heaven, we are to have, on improved anti-Chomet principles, a new religion. Catholicism being burned out and reason-worship guillotined, was there not need of one? Incorruptible Robespierre, not unlike the ancients, as legislator of a free people will now also be priest and prophet. He has donned his sky-blue coat, made for the occasion, white silk waistcoat broidered with silver, black silk breeches, white stockings, shoe buckles of gold. He is president of the convention. He has made the convention decree, so they name it, decreter the existence of the supreme being, and likewise see principe consolator of the immortality of the soul. These consolatory principles, the basis of rational republican religion, are getting decreed. And here, on this blessed Decadi, by help of heaven and painter David, is to be our first act of worship. See, accordingly, how after decree passed, and what has been called the scraggiest prophetic discourse ever uttered by man. Mahomet Robespierre, in sky-blue coat and black breeches, frizzled and powdered to perfection, bearing in his hand a bouquet of flowers and wheatears, issues proudly from the convention hall. Convention following him, yet, as is remarked, with an interval. Amphitheater has been raised, or at least monticule or elevation, hideous statues of atheism, anarchy, and such like, thanks to heaven and painter David, strike abhorrence into the heart. Unluckily, however, our monticule is too small. On the top of it not half of us can stand, wherefore there arises indecent shoving, nay treasonous irreverent growling. Peace, thou burden de Eloise, peace, or it may be worse for thee. The sea-green pontiff takes a torch, painter David handing it, mouths some other frothran of vocables, which happily one cannot hear, strides resolutely forward in sight of expectant France, sets his torch to atheism and company, which are but made of pasteboard steeped in turpentine. They burn up rapidly, and from within there rises, by machinery, an incombustible statue of wisdom, which, by ill hap, gets besmoked a little, but does stand there visible in as serene attitude as it can. And then, why then there is other processioning, scraggy discoursing, and this is our feast of the Erder Supreme, our new religion, better or worse, is come. Look at it one moment, O reader, not two, the shabbiest page of human annals, or is there that thou wottest of one shabbier? Mumbo-jumbo of the African woods to me seems venerable beside this new deity of Robespierre, for this is a conscious mumbo-jumbo, and knows that he is machinery. O sea-green prophet, unhappiest of windbags blown nigh to bursting, what distracted chimera among realities are thou growing to? This then, this common pitch-link for artificial fireworks of turpentine and pasteboard, this is the miraculous Aaron's rod thou wilt stretch over a hag-ridden hell-ridden France, and bid her plague cease. Vanish, thou in it. Avec ton Erder Supreme, said Ballade, tu commences à m'emberder, with thy Erder Supreme thou beginnest to be a bore to me. Catherine Theot, on the other hand, an ancient serving maid 79 years of age, inured to prophecy and the Bastille from of old, sits in an upper room in the Rue de Contrescarpe, poring over the Book of Revelations, with an eye to Robespierre, finds that this astonishing thrice-potent Maximilian really is the man spoken of by prophets, who is to make the earth young again. With her sit devout old marchionesses, ci-devant honorable women, among whom old constituent Dom Jurel with his addle head cannot be wanting. They sit there in the Rue de Contrescarpe in mysterious adoration. Mumbo is Mumbo and Robespierre is his prophet. A conspicuous man, this Robespierre. He has his volunteer bodyguard of tapdeurs, let us say strike-sharps, fierce patriots with ferruled sticks, and Jacobins kissing the hem of his garment. He enjoys the admiration of many, the worship of some, and is well worth the wonder of one and all. The grand question and hope, however, is, will not this feast of the Tuileries mumbo-jumbo be a sign perhaps that the guillotine is to abate? Far enough from that. Precisely on the second day after it, Couthon, one of the three shallow scoundrels, gets himself lifted into the tribune, produces a bundle of papers. Couthon proposes that, as plots still abound, the law of the suspect shall have extension, and arrestment new vigor and facility. Further that, as in such case business is like to be heavy, our revolutionary tribunal too shall have extension, be divided, say, into 4 tribunals, each with its president, each with its fauquier or substitute of fauquier, all laboring at once, and any remnant of shackle or dilatory formality be struck off. In this way it may perhaps still overtake the work. Such is Couthon's decree of the 22nd Prairial, famed in those times. At hearing of which decree the very mountain gasped, awestruck, and one Rouamps ventured to say that if it passed without adjournment and discussion, he, as one representative, would blow his brains out. Vain saying, the incorruptible knit his brows, spoke a prophetic fateful word or two, the law of Prairial is law, Rouamps glad to leave his rash brains where they are. Death then, and always death, even so. Fauquier is enlarging his borders, making room for batches of 150 at once, getting a guillotine set up, of improved velocity, and to work under cover in the apartment close by. So that Salud itself has to intervene and forbid him. Wilt thou demoralize the guillotine? Asks Calat reproachfully, demoralizer le supplice. There is indeed danger of that. Were not the Republican faith great, it were already done. See, for example, on the 17th of June, what a batch, 54 at once. Swart Amaral is here, he of the pistol that missed fire. Young Cecile Renault with her father, family, entire kith and kin. The widow of Despréménil, old M. de Sombreuil of the Invalids with his son, poor old Sombreuil, 73 years old, his daughter saved him in September, and it was but for this. Faction of the stranger, 54 of them. In red shirts and smocks, as assassins and faction of the stranger, they flit along there, red baleful phantasmagorie, towards the land of phantoms. Meanwhile will not the people of the Place de la Révolution, the inhabitants along the Rue Saint-Honoré, as these continual tumbrils pass, begin to look gloomy? Republicans too have bowels. The guillotine is shifted, then again shifted, finally set up at the remote extremity of the southeast. Suburbs Saint-Anton and Saint-Mars, it is to be hoped if they have bowels, have very tough ones. Chapter 36v, The Prisons. It is time now, however, to cast a glance into the prisons. When Desmoulins moved for his Committee of Mercy, these 12 houses of arrest held 5,000 persons. Continually arriving since then, there have now accumulated 12,000. They are ci-devants, royalists, in far greater part, they are Republicans of various Girondin, Fayettish, unjacobin color. Perhaps no human habitation or prison ever equaled in squalor, in noisome horror, these 12 houses of arrest. There exist records of personal experience in them, Mémoires sur les prisons, one of the strangest chapters in the biography of man. Very singular to look into it. How a kind of order rises up in all conditions of human existence, and wherever 2 or 3 are gathered together, there are formed modes of existing together, habitudes, observances, nay gracefulnesses, joys. Citoyen Coitant will explain fully how our lean dinner, of herbs and carrion, was consumed not without politeness and plaisance dames. How Seigneur and Shoeblack, Duchess and Doll Tearsheet, flung pell-mell into a heap, ranked themselves according to method. At what hour the citoyens took to their needlework. And we, yielding the chairs to them, endeavored to talk gallantly in a standing posture, or even to sing and harp more or less. Jealousies, enmities are not wanting, nor flirtations, of an effective character. Alas, by degrees even needlework must cease. Plot in the prison rises, by citoyen Laflot and preternatural suspicion. Suspicious municipality snatches from us all implements. All money and possession of means or metal is ruthlessly searched for, in pocket, in pillow and payless, and snatched away, red-capped commissaries entering every cell. Indignation, temporary desperation at robbery of its very thimble, fills the gentle heart. Old nuns shriek shrill discord, demand to be killed forthwith. No help from shrieking. Better was that of the 2 shifty male citizens who, eager to preserve an implement or 2, were it but a pipe picker, or needle to darn hose with determined to defend themselves, by tobacco. Swift then, as your fell red caps are heard in the corridor rummaging and slamming, the 2 citoyens light their pipes and begin smoking. Thick darkness envelops them. The red nightcaps, opening the cell, breathe but one mouthful, burst forth into chorus of barking and coughing. Quoi, messieurs, cry the 2 citoyens, you don't smoke? Is the pipe disagreeable? Est-ce que vous n'y fumez pas? But the red nightcaps have fled with slight search. Vous en aimez pas la pipe, cry the citoyens as their door slams to again. My poor brother citoyens, oh surely in a reign of brotherhood you are not the two I would guillotine. Rigor grows, stiffens into horrid tyranny, plot in the prison getting ever riper. This plot in the prison, as we said, is now the stereotype formula of Tinville. Against whomsoever he knows no crime, this is a ready-made crime. His judgment bar has become unspeakable, a recognized mockery, known only as the wicked one passes through, towards death. His indictments are drawn out in blank, you insert the names after. He has his moutons detestable traitor jackals who report and bear witness, that they themselves may be allowed to live, for a time. His fernays, says the reproachful Calat, shall in no case exceed 60, that is his maximum. Nightly come his tumbrils to the Luxembourg with the fatal roll call, list of the fournay of tomorrow. Men rush towards the grate, listen if their name be in it, one deep-drawn breath when the name is not in, we live still one day, and yet some score or scores of names were in. Quick these, they clasp their loved ones to their heart, one last time, with brief adieu, wet-eyed or dry-eyed they mount and are away. This night to the conciergerie, through the palais misnamed of justice, to the guillotine tomorrow. Recklessness, defiant levity, the stoicism if not of strength yet of weakness, has possessed all hearts. Weak women and sight of ants, their locks not yet made into blonde perukes, their skins not yet tanned into breeches, are accustomed to act the guillotine by way of pastime. In fantastic mummery, with towel turbans, blanket ermine, a mock Sanhedrim of judges sits, a mock Tinville pleads, a culprit is doomed, is guillotined by the oversetting of 2 chairs. Sometimes we carry it farther, Tinville himself in his turn is doomed, and not to the guillotine alone. With blackened face, hirsute, horned, a shaggy Satan snatches him not unshrieking, shows him, with outstretched arm and voice, the fire that is not quenched, the worm that dies not, the monotony of hell pain, and the what hour, answered by, it is eternity. And still the prisons fill fuller, and still the guillotine goes faster. On all high roads march flights of prisoners, wending towards Paris. Not ci-devants now, they, the noisy of them, are mown down, it is republicans now. Chained 2 and 2 they march in exasperated moments, singing their Marseillaise. 132 men of Nantes, for instance, march towards Paris in these same days, Republicans, or say even Jacobins to the marrow of the bone, but Jacobins who had not approved noyading. Vive la République rises from them in all streets of towns. They rest by night in unutterable noisome dens, crowded to choking, 1 or 2 dead on the morrow. They are wayworn, weary of heart, can only shout, "Live the Republic, we as under horrid enchantment, dying in this way for it." Some 400 priests, of whom also there is record, ride at anchor, in the roads of the Isle of Aix, long months, looking out on misery, vacuity, waste sands of Oleron and the ever-moaning brine. Ragged, sordid, hungry, wasted to shadows, eating their unclean ration on deck, circularly in parties of a dozen with finger and thumb, beating their scandalous clothes between 2 stones, choked in horrible miasmata, closed under hatches, 70 of them in a berth through night, so that the aged priest is found lying dead in the morning in the attitude of prayer. How long, O Lord? Not forever, no. All anarchy, all evil injustice is, by the nature of it, dragon's teeth, suicidal and cannot endure. Chapter 3:6 Romans 6, to finish the terror. It is very remarkable indeed that since the Erder Supreme feast, and the sublime continued harangues on it, which Belaud feared would become a bore to him, Robespierre has gone little to committee, but held himself apart, as if in a kind of pet. Nay, they have made a report on that old Catherine Theot and her regenerative man spoken of by the prophets, not in the best spirit. This Theot mystery they affect to regard as a plot, but have evidently introduced a vein of satire, of irreverent banter, not against the spinster alone, but obliquely against her regenerative man. Bearer's light pen was perhaps at the bottom of it. Read through the solemn, snuffling organs of old Vadier of the Sûreté Gainrail, the Theot report had its effect, wrinkling the general Republican visage into an iron grin. Ought these things to be? We note farther that among the prisoners in the 12 houses of arrest, there is one whom we have seen before. Señora Fontenay, born Cabarrus, the fair Proserpine whom Representative Tallien Plutolike did gather at Bordeaux, not without effect on himself. Tallien is home, by recall, long since, from Bordeaux, and in the most alarming position. Vain that he sounded, louder even than ever the note of Jacobinism to hide past shortcomings. The Jacobins purged him out, 2 times has Robespierre growled at him words of omen from the convention tribune. And now his fair Cabarrus, hit by denunciation, lies arrested, suspect, in spite of all he could do. Shut in horrid pinfold of death, the Señora smuggles out to her red gloomy Italian the most pressing entreaties and conjurings. Save me, save thyself. Seest thou not that thy own head is doomed, thou with a too fiery audacity, a Dantonist withal, against whom lie grudges? Are ye not all doomed, as in the Polyphemus cavern, the fawningest slave of you will be but eaten last? Talion feels with a shudder that it is true. Talion has had words of omen, Burden has had words, Freyron is hated and Barras. Each man feels his head if it yet stick on his shoulders. Meanwhile Robespierre, we still observe, goes little to convention, not at all to committee, speaks nothing except to his Jacobin House of Lords, amid his bodyguard of taptures. These 40 days, for we are now far in July, he has not showed face in committee, could only work there by his 3 shallow scoundrels, and the terror there was of him. The incorruptible himself sits apart, or is seen stalking in solitary places in the fields with an intensely meditative air. Some say, with eyes red-spotted, fruit of extreme bile, the lamentablest sea-green chimera that walks the earth that July. O hapless chimera, for thou too hadst a life and a heart of flesh, what is this the stern gods, seeming to smile all the way, have led and let thee to? Art not thou he who, few years ago, was a young advocate of promise, and gave up the heiress judgeship rather than sentence one man to die? What his thoughts might be, his plans for finishing the terror, one knows not. Dim vestiges there flit of agrarian law, a victorious sansculottism become landed proprietor, old soldiers sitting in national mansions, in hospital palaces of Chambord and Chantley, peace bought by victory, breaches healed by feast of Erter Supreme. And so, through seas of blood to equality, frugality, worksome blessedness, fraternity, and republic of the virtues. Bless shore of such a sea of aristocrat blood, but how to land on it? Through one last wave, blood of corrupt sansculottists, traitorous or semi-traitorous conventionals, rebellious Talions belauds, to whom with my Erter Supreme I have become a bore, with my apocalyptic old woman a laughing-stock. So stalks he, this poor Robespierre, like a sea-green ghost through the blooming July. Vestiges of schemes flit dim, but what his schemes or his thoughts were will never be known to man. New catacombs, some say, are digging for a huge simultaneous butchery. Convention to be butchered down to the right pitch by General Henriot and Company, Jacobin House of Lords made dominant, and Robespierre dictator. There is actually, or else there is not actually, a list made out, which the hairdresser has got eye on as he frizzled the incorruptible locks. Each man asks himself, is it I? Nay, as tradition and rumor of anecdote still convey it, there was a remarkable bachelor's dinner one hot day at Bearers. For doubt not, O reader, this Bearer and others of them gave dinners, had country house at Clichy, with elegant enough sumptuosities, and pleasures high-rouged. But at this dinner we speak of, the day being so hot, it is said, the guests all stripped their coats and left them in the drawing-room. Whereupon Carnot glided out, driven by a necessity needing of all things paper, groped in Robespierre's pocket, found a list of 40, his own name among them, and tarried not at the wine-cup that day. Ye must bestir yourselves, O friends, ye dull frogs of the marsh, mute ever since giantism sank under, even ye now must croak or die. Councils are held with word and beck, nocturnal, mysterious as death. Does not a feline Maximilian stalk there, voiceless as yet, his green eyes red-spotted, back bent and hair up? Rash Talion, with his rash temper and audacity of tongue, he shall bell the cat. Fix a day, and be it soon, lest never. Lo, before the fixed day, on the day which they call 8th of Thermidor, 26th July 1794, Robespierre himself reappears in convention, mounts to the tribune. The biliary face seems clouded with new gloom, judge whether your Talions, Bordens listened with interest. It is a voice bodeful of death or of life. Long-winded, unmelodious as the screech owls, sounds that prophetic voice, degenerate condition of republican spirit, corrupt moderatism. Sûreté, salut committees themselves infected, backsliding on this hand and on that, I, Maximilian, alone left incorruptible, ready to die at a moment's warning. For all which what remedy is there? The guillotine, new vigor to the all-healing guillotine, death to traitors of every hue, so sings the prophetic voice, into its convention sounding board. The old song this, but today, O heavens, has the sounding board ceased to act? There is not resonance in this convention. There is, so to speak, a gasp of silence. nay a certain grating of one knows not what. Lecanter, our old draper of Versailles in these questionable circumstances, sees nothing he can do so safe as rise, insidiously or not insidiously, and move according to established wont that the Robespierre speech be printed and sent to the departments. Hark, gratings, even of dissonance. Honorable members hint dissonance. Committee members, inculpated in the speech, utter dissonance, demand delay in printing. Ever higher rises the note of dissonance. Inquiry is even made by editor Fréron. What has become of the liberty of opinions in this convention? The order to print and transmit, which had got passed, is rescinded. Robespierre, greener than ever before, has to retire, foiled, discerning that it is mutiny, that evil is nigh. Mutiny is a thing of the fatalest nature in all enterprises whatsoever. A thing so incalculable, swift frightful, not to be dealt with in fright. But mutiny in a Robespierre convention above all, it is like fire seen sputtering in the ship's powder room. One death-defiant plunge at it this moment, and you may still tread it out. Hesitate till next moment, ship and ship's captain, crew and cargo are shivered far. The ship's voyage has suddenly ended between sea and sky. If Robespierre can tonight produce his Henriette and company and get his work done by them, he and Sansculottism may still subsist some time. If not, probably not. Oliver Cromwell, when that agitator sergeant stepped forth from the ranks, with plea of grievances, and began gesticulating and demonstrating, as the mouthpiece of thousands expectant there, discerned, with those truculent eyes of his, how the matter lay, plucked a pistol from his holster's blue agitator and agitation instantly out. Noel was a man fit for such things. Robespierre, for his part, glides over at evening to his Jacobin House of Lords, unfolds there, instead of some adequate resolution, his woes, his uncommon virtues, incorruptibilities. Then, secondly, his rejected screech-owl oration, reads this latter over again, and declares that he is ready to die at a moment's warning. "Thou shalt not die," shouts Jacobinism from its thousand throats. "Robespierre, I will drink the hemlock with thee," cries painter David, "Je boirai la cigue avec toi," a thing not essential to do, but which, in the fire of the moment, can be said. Our Jacobin sounding board, therefore, does act. Applauses heaven-high cover the rejected oration, fire-eyed fury lights all Jacobin features. Insurrection a sacred duty, the convention to be purged, sovereign people under Henriette and municipality, we will make a new June 2nd of it, to your tents, O Israel. In this key pipes Jacobinism, in sheer tumult of revolt. Let Tallien and all opposition men make off. Calat de Herbois, though of the supreme salut and so lately near shot, is elbowed, bullied, is glad to escape alive. Entering committee room of salut all disheveled, he finds sleek sombre Saint, just there among the rest, who in his sleek way asks, "What is passing at the Jacobins? What is passing?" Repeats Calat in the unhistrionic Cambyses' vein. "What is passing? Nothing but revolt and horrors are passing. Ye want our lives, ye shall not have them." Saint just stutters at such Cambyses' oratory, takes his hat to withdraw. That report he had been speaking of, report on Republican things in general we may say, which is to be read in convention on the morrow, he cannot show it them this moment. A friend has it. He, Saint Just, will get it and send it where he wants home. Once home, he sends not it, but an answer that he will not send it, that they will hear it from the Tribune tomorrow. Let every man, therefore, according to a well-known good advice, pray to heaven and keep his powder dry. Paris, on the morrow, will see a thing. Swift scouts fly dim or invisible all night from Sûreté and Salut, from conclave to conclave, from Mother Society to Town Hall. Sleep, can it fall on the eyes of Talliens, Frérons, Calats? Puissant Henriette, Mayor Fleuriot, Judge Coffinhull, Procureur Payan, Robespierre, and all the Jacobins are getting ready. Chapter 3, 6 Roman 7 go down to. Tallien's eyes beamed bright on the morrow, 9th of Thermidor, about 9 o'clock, to see that the convention had actually met. Paris is in rumor, but at least we are met in legal convention here. We have not been snatched seriatim, treated with A-pride's purge at the door. Allens, brave men of the plain, late frogs of the marsh, cried Tallien with a squeeze of the hand as he passed in, Saint Just's sonorous organ being now audible from the tribune, and the game of games begun. Saint Just is verily reading that report of his, green vengeance, in the shape of Robespierre watching nigh. Behold, however, Saint just has read but few sentences when interruption rises rapid crescendo, when Tallien starts to his feet and Ballade, and this man starts and that, and Tallien a second time with his. Citoyens, at the Jacobins last night, I trembled for the Republic. I said to myself, if the convention dare not strike the tyrant, then I myself dare, And with this I will do it if need be, said he, whisking out a clear gleaming dagger and brandishing it there, the steel of Brutus as we call it, whereat we all bellow and brandish impetuous acclaim. Tyranny, dictatorship, triumvirate. And the Salut Committee men accuse, and all men accuse, and uproar and impetuously acclaim. And Saint Just is standing motionless, pale of face, Couthon ejaculating, triumvir, with a look at his paralytic legs. And Robespierre is struggling to speak, but President Thuriot is jingling the bell against him, but the hall is sounding against him like an Aeolus hall. And Robespierre is mounting the tribune steps and descending again, going and coming, like to choke with rage, terror, desperation. And mutiny is the order of the day. O President Thuriot, thou that wert Elector Thuriot, and from the Bastille battlement saw'st Saint Anton rising like the ocean tide, and hast seen much since, saw'st thou ever the like of this? Jingle of bell, which thou jinglest against Robespierre, is hardly audible amid the bedlam storm, and men rage for life. President of assassins, shrieks Robespierre, I demand speech of thee for the last time. It cannot be had. To you, O virtuous men of the plain, cries he, finding audience one moment, I appeal to you. The virtuous men of the plain sit silent as stones, and Thuriot's bell jingles and the hall sounds like Aeolus's hall. Robespierre's frothing lips are grown blue, his tongue dry, cleaving to the roof of his mouth. The blood of Danton chokes him, cry they. Accusation, decree of accusation. Thuriot swiftly puts that question. Accusation passes, the incorruptible Maximilian is decreed accused. I demand to share my brother's fate as I have striven to share his virtues, cries Augustin, the younger Robespierre. Augustin also is decreed. And Couthon and Saint Just and Lebas, they are all decreed and packed forth, not without difficulty, the ushers almost trembling to obey. Triumvirate and company are packed forth into Salut Committee room, their tongue cleaving to the roof of their mouth. You have but to summon the municipality, to cashier Commandant Henriot and launch arrest at him, to regular formalities, hand Tinville his victims. It is noon, the Aeolus Hall has delivered itself, blows now victorious, harmonious as one irresistible wind. And so the work is finished. One thinks so, and yet it is not so. Alas, there is yet but the first act finished, 3 or 4 other acts still to come, and an uncertain catastrophe. A huge city holds in it so many confusions. 700,000 human heads, not one of which knows what its neighbor is doing, nay, not what itself is doing. See, accordingly, about 3 in the afternoon, Commandant Henriot, how instead of sitting cashiered, arrested, he gallops along the quays, followed by municipal gendarmes, trampling down several persons. For the town hall sits deliberating, openly insurgent, barriers to be shut, no jailer to admit any prisoner this day, and Henriot is galloping towards the Tuileries to deliver Robespierre. On the Quai de la Ferraillerie, a young citoyen walking with his wife says aloud, Gendarmes, that man is not your commandant, he is under arrest. The gendarmes strike down the young citoyen with the flat of their swords. Representatives themselves, as Merlin the Thionviller who accost him, this puissant Henriot flings into guardhouses. He bursts towards the Tuileries committee room to speak with Robespierre. With difficulty, the ushers and Tuileries gendarmes, earnestly pleading and drawing saber, seize this Henriot, get the Henriot gendarmes persuaded not to fight, get Robespierre and company packed into hackney coaches, sent off under escort to the Luxembourg and other prisons. This, then, is the end. May not an exhausted convention adjourn now, for a little repose and sustenance, at 5 o'clock? An exhausted convention did it and repented it. The end was not come, only the end of the second act. Hark, while exhausted representatives sit at victuals, tocsin bursting from all steeples, drums rolling in the summer evening. Judge Coffinhull is galloping with new gendarmes to deliver Henriot from Tuileries committee room, and does deliver him. Puissant Henriot vaults on horseback, sets to haranguing the Tuileries gendarmes, corrupts the Tuileries gendarmes too, trots off with them to town hall. Alas, and Robespierre is not in prison. The jailer showed his municipal order, durst not on pain of his life, admit any prisoner. The Robespierre hackney coaches, in confused jangle and whirl of uncertain gendarmes, have floated safe into the town hall. There sit Robespierre and company, embraced by municipals and Jacobins, in sacred rite of insurrection redacting proclamations, sounding tocsins, corresponding with sections and mother society. Is not here a pretty enough third act of a natural Greek drama, catastrophe more uncertain than ever? The hasty convention rushes together again in the ominous nightfall. President Carlyle, for the chair is his, enters with long strides, paleness on his face, claps on his hat, says with solemn tone, "Citizens, armed villains have beset the committee rooms and got possession of them. The hour is come to die at our post." "We," answer one and all, "we swear it." It is no rhodomontade this time, but a sad fact and necessity. Unless we do at our posts, we must verily die. Swift, therefore, Robespierre, Henriette, the municipality, are declared rebels, put hors-la-loi, out of law. Better still, we appoint Barras commandant of what armed force is to be had, send missionary representatives to all sections and quarters to preach and raise force, will die at least with harness on our back. What a distracted city, men riding and running, reporting and hearsaying, the hour clearly in travail, child not to be named till born. The poor prisoners in the Luxembourg hear the rumor tremble for a new September. They see men making signals to them on skylights and roofs, apparently signals of hope, cannot in the least make out what it is. We observe, however, in the eventide, as usual, the death tumbrils faring southeastward, through Saint-Anton, towards their barrier du Trône. Saint-Anton's tough bowels melt. Saint-Anton surrounds the tumbrils, says it shall not be. Oh heavens, why should it? Henriette and gendarmes, scouring the streets that way, bellow with waved sabres that it must. Quit hope, ye poor doomed. The tumbrils move on. But in this set of tumbrils there are two other things notable, one notable person, and one want of a notable person. The notable person is Lieutenant General Loiserolles, a nobleman by birth and by nature, laying down his life here for his son. In the prison of Saint-Lazare, the night before last, hurrying to the grate to hear the death list read, he caught the name of his son. The son was asleep at the moment. "I am Loiserolles," cried the old man. At Tinville's bar, an error in the Christian name is little, small objection was made. The want of the notable person, again, is that of Deputy Payne. Payne has sat in the Luxembourg since January, and seemed forgotten, but Fauquier had pricked him at last. The turnkey, list in hand, is marking with chalk the outer doors of tomorrow's fournee. Payne's outer door happened to be open, turned back on the wall. The turnkey marked it on the side next him and hurried on. Another turnkey came and shut it, no chalk mark now visible, the fournee went without Payne. Payne's life lay not there. Our fifth act of this natural Greek drama, with its natural unities, can only be painted in gross, somewhat as that antique painter, driven desperate, did the foam. For through this blessed July night there is clangor, confusion very great of marching troops, of sections going this way, sections going that, of missionary representatives reading proclamations by torchlight. Missionary legender, who has raised force somewhere, emptying out the Jacobins and flinging their key on the convention table. I have locked their door, it shall be virtue that reopens it. Paris, we say, is set against itself, rushing confused, as ocean currents do, a huge maelstrom, sounding there, under cloud of night. Convention sits permanent on this hand, municipality most permanent on that. The poor prisoners hear tocsin and rumor, strive to bethink them of the signals apparently of hope. Meek continual twilight streaming up, which will be dawn and a tomorrow, silvers the northern hem of night, it wends and wends there, that meek brightness, like a silent prophecy, along the great ring dial of the heaven. So still, eternal, and on earth all is confused shadow and conflict, dissidence, tumultuous gloom and glare, and destiny as yet shakes her doubtful urn. About 3 in the morning the dissident armed forces have met. Henriette's armed force stood ranked in the place de Grève, and now Barras's, which he has recruited, arrives there, and they front each other, cannon bristling against cannon. "Citoyens," cries the voice of discretion, loudly enough before coming to bloodshed, to endless civil war, hear the convention decree read, Robespierre and all rebels out of law. Out of law. There is terror in the sound. Unarmed citoyens disperse rapidly home, municipal cannoneers range themselves on the convention side with shouting. At which shout, Henriette descends from his upper room, far gone in drink, as some say, finds his place de Grève empty, the cannon's mouth turned towards him, and on the whole, that it is now the catastrophe. Stumbling in again, the wretched drunk-sobered Henriette announces, all is lost. "Miserable, it is thou that hast lost it," cry they, and fling him, or else he flings himself, out of window, far enough down, into masonwork and horror of cesspool, not into death but worse. Augustin Robespierre follows him, with the like fate. Saint just called on Lebas to kill him, who would not. Couthon crept under a table, attempting to kill himself, not doing it. On entering that Sanhedrim of insurrection, we find all as good as extinct, undone, ready for seizure. Robespierre was sitting on a chair, with pistol shot blown through, not his head, but his under jaw. The suicidal hand had failed. With prompt zeal, not without trouble, we gather these wretched conspirators, fish up even Henriette and Augustin, bleeding and foul, pack them all, rudely enough, into carts, and shall, before sunrise, have them safe under lock and key. Amid shoutings and embracings, Robespierre lay in an anteroom of the convention hall while his prison escort was getting ready, the mangled jaw bound up rudely with bloody linen, a spectacle to men. He lies stretched on a table, a deal box his pillow. The sheath of the pistol is still clenched convulsively in his hand. Men bully him, insult him. His eyes still indicate intelligence. He speaks no word. He had on the sky-blue coat he had got made for the feast of the Erder Supreme. O reader, can thy hard heart hold out against that? His trousers were nankeen, the stockings had fallen down over the ankles. He spake no word more in this world. And so, at 6 a.m, a victorious convention adjourns. Report flies over Paris as on golden wings, penetrates the prisons, irradiates the faces of those that were ready to perish. Turnkeys and moutons, fallen from their high estate, look mute and blue. It is the 28th day of July, called 10th of Thermidor, year 1794. Fauquier had but to identify, his prisoners being already out of law. At 4 p.m, never before were the streets of Paris seen so crowded. From the Palais de Justice to the Place de la Révolution, for thither again go the tumbrils this time, it is one dense stirring mass, all windows crammed, the very roofs and ridge tiles budding forth human curiosity, in strange gladness. The death tumbrils, with their motley batch of outlaws, some 23 or so, from Maximilian to Mayor Fleuriot and Simon the Cordwainer, roll on. All eyes are on Robespierre's tumbril, where he, his jaw bound in dirty linen, with his half-dead brother and half-dead Henriette, lie shattered, their 17 hours of agony about to end. The gendarmes point their swords at him, to show the people which is he. A woman springs on the tumbril, clutching the side of it with one hand, waving the other Sibyl-like, and exclaims, "The death of thee gladdens my very heart, Emeniver de joie." Robespierre opened his eyes. Scélérat go down to hell with the curses of all wives and mothers. At the foot of the scaffold, they stretched him on the ground till his turn came. Lifted aloft, his eyes again opened, caught the bloody axe. Samson wrenched the coat off him, wrenched the dirty linen from his jaw. The jaw fell powerless, there burst from him a cry, hideous to hear and see. "Samson, thou canst not be too quick." Samson's work done, there burst forth shout on shout of applause. Shout which prolongs itself not only over Paris, but over France, but over Europe and down to this generation. Deservedly and also undeservedly. O unhappiest advocate of Eris, wert thou worse than other advocates? Stricter man, according to his formula, to his credo and his cant, of probities, benevolences, pleasures of virtue, and such like, lived not in that age. A man fitted, in some luckier settled age, to have become one of those incorruptible barren pattern figures, and have had marble tablets and funeral sermons. His poor landlord, the cabinet maker in the Rue Saint-Honoré, loved him. His brother died for him. May God be merciful to him and to us. This is end of the reign of terror, new glorious revolution named of Thermidor 9th, year 2, which being interpreted into old slave style means 27th of July, 1794. Terror is ended, and death in the Place de la Révolution, where the tale of Robespierre once executed, which Service Fauquier in large batches is swiftly managing. Book 3, Roman 7, Vendémiaire. Chapter 3, 7I, Decadent. How little did anyone suppose that here was the end not of Robespierre only, but of the revolution system itself. Least of all did the mutinying committee men suppose it, who had mutinied with no view whatever except to continue the national regeneration with their own heads on their shoulders. And yet so it verily was. The insignificant stone they had struck out, so insignificant anywhere else, proved to be the keystone. The whole archwork and edifice of sansculottism began to loosen, to crack, to yawn, and tumbled, piecemeal, with considerable rapidity, plunge after plunge, till the abyss had swallowed it all, and in this upper world sansculottism was no more. For despicable as Robespierre himself might be, the death of Robespierre was a signal at which great multitudes of men, struck dumb with terror heretofore, rose out of their hiding places, and, as it were, saw one another how multitudinous they were and began speaking and complaining. They are countable by the thousand and the million, who have suffered cruel wrong. Ever louder rises the plaint of such a multitude, into a universal sound, into a universal continuous peal, of what they call public opinion. Camille had demanded a committee of mercy, and could not get it, but now the whole nation resolves itself into a committee of mercy. The nation has tried sansculottism and is weary of it. Force of public opinion. What king or convention can withstand it? You in vain struggle. The thing that is rejected as calumnious today must pass as veracious with triumph another day. Gods and men have declared that sansculottism cannot be. Sansculottism, on that 9th night of Thermidor suicidally, fractured its underjaw, and lies writhing, never to rise more. Through the next 15 months, it is what we may call the death agony of sansculottism. Sansculottism, anarchy of the Jean-Jacques Evangel, having now got deep enough, is to perish in a new singular system of cultism and arrangement. For arrangement is indispensable to man. Arrangement, were it grounded only on that old primary evangel of force, with scepter in the shape of hammer. Be their method, be their order, cry all men, were it that of the drill sergeant. More tolerable is the drilled bayonet rank than that undrilled guillotine incalculable as the wind. How sansculottism, writhing in death throes, strove some twice or even 3 times to get on its feet again, but fell always and was flung resupine the next instant, and finally breathed out the life of it and stirred no more. This we are now from a due distance with due brevity to glance at, and then, O reader, courage, I see land. 2 of the first acts of the convention, very natural for it after this Thermidor, are to be specified here. The first is renewal of the governing committees. Both Sûreté Générale and Salut Public, thinned by the guillotine, need filling up. We naturally fill them up with Talliens, Freyrons, victorious Thermidorian men. Still more to the purpose, we appoint that they shall, as law directs, not in name only but in deed, be renewed and changed from period to period, a 4th part of them going out monthly. The convention will no more lie under bondage of committees, under terror of death, but be a free convention, free to follow its own judgment and the force of public opinion. Not less natural is it to enact that prisoners and persons under accusation shall have right to demand some writ of accusation, and see clearly what they are accused of. Very natural acts, the harbingers of hundreds not less so. For now Fauquier's trade, shackled by writ of accusation and legal proof, is as good as gone, effectual only against Robespierre's tale. The prisons give up their suspects, emit them faster and faster. The committees see themselves besieged with prisoners' friends, complain that they are hindered in their work. It is as with men rushing out of a crowded place and obstructing one another. Turned are the tables, prisoners pouring out in floods, jailers, moutons, and the tail of Robespierre going now whither they were wont to send. The 132 Nantes Republicans, whom we saw marching in irons, have arrived, shrunk to 94, the 5th man of them choked by the road. They arrive, and suddenly find themselves not pleaders for life, but denouncers to death. Their trial is for acquittal and more. As the voice of a trumpet, their testimony sounds far and wide, mere atrocities of a reign of terror. For a space of 19 days, with all solemnity and publicity, representative carrier, company of Marat, Noidings, Loire marriages, things done in darkness, come forth into light. Clear is the voice of these poor resuscitated Nantes, and journals and speech and universal committee of mercy reverberate it loud enough, into all ears and hearts. Deputation arrives from Arras, denouncing the atrocities of representative Lebanon. A tamed convention loves its own life, yet what help? Representative Lebanon, representative carrier must wend towards the revolutionary tribunal. Struggle and delay as we will, the cry of a nation pursues them louder and louder. Them also Tinville must abolish, if indeed Tinville himself be not abolished. We must note moreover the decrepit condition into which a once omnipotent mother society has fallen. Legendre flung her keys on the convention table, that Thermidor night. Her president was guillotined with Robespierre. The once mighty mother came, some time after, with a subdued countenance, begging back her keys. The keys were restored her, but the strength could not be restored her. The strength had departed forever. Alas, one's day is done. Vain that the tribune in mid-air sounds as of old. to the general ear it has become a horror and even a weariness. By and by, affiliation is prohibited. The mighty mother sees herself suddenly childless, mourns as so hoarse a Rachel may. The revolutionary committees, without suspects to prey upon, perish fast, as it were a famine. In Paris the whole 48 of them are reduced to 12, their 40 sous are abolished, yet a little while, and revolutionary committees are no more. Maximum will be abolished. Let sansculottism find food where it can. Neither is there now any municipality, any centre at the town hall. Mayor Fleuriot and company perished, whom we shall not be in haste to replace. The town hall remains in a broken, submissive state, knows not well what it is growing to, knows only that it is grown weak and must obey. What if we should split Paris into, say, a dozen separate municipalities, incapable of concert? The sections were thus rendered safe to act with, or indeed might not the sections themselves be abolished? You had then merely your 12 manageable Pacific townships, without centre or subdivision, and sacred right of insurrection fell into abeyance. So much is getting abolished, fleeting swiftly into the inane, for the press speaks, and the human tongue, journals heavy and light in philippic and burlesque, a renegade Fréron, a renegade Prudhomme, loud they as ever, only the contrary way. And ci-devants show themselves, almost parade themselves, resuscitated as from death sleep, publish what death pains they have had. The very frogs of the marsh croak with emphasis. Your protesting 73 shall, with a struggle, be emitted out of prison, back to their seats. Your Luvits, Isnards, Lanjuinais, and wrecks of Girondism, recalled from their haylofts and caves in Switzerland, will resume their place in the Convention, natural foes of terror. Thermidorian Italians and mere foes of terror rule in this Convention and out of it. The compressed mountain shrinks silent more and more. Moderatism rises louder and louder, not as a tempest with threatenings, say rather, as the rushing of a mighty organ blast and melodious deafening force of public opinion from the 25 million windpipes of a nation all in committee of mercy, which how shall any detached body of individuals withstand? Chapter 3, 7 Roman 2, La Cabarrus. How above all shall a poor national convention withstand it? In this poor national convention, broken, bewildered by long terror, perturbations, and guillotinement, there is no pilot. There is not now even a Danton who could undertake to steer you anywhither in such press of weather. The utmost a bewildered convention can do is to veer and trim and try to keep itself steady, and rush undrowned before the wind. Needless to struggle, to fling helm alee and make bout ship. A bewildered convention sails not in the teeth of the wind, but is rapidly blown round again. So strong is the wind, we say, and so changed, blowing fresher and fresher, as from the sweet southwest, your devastating northeasters and wild tornado gusts of terror, blown utterly out. All sansculotic things are passing away, all things are becoming culotic. Do but look at the cut of clothes, that light visible result, significant of 1,000 things which are not so visible. In winter 1793, men went in red nightcaps, municipals themselves in sabots, the very citoyens had to petition against such headgear. But now in this winter 1794, where is the red nightcap, with the thing beyond the flood? Your moneyed citoyen ponders in what elegantest style he shall dress himself, whether he shall not even dress himself as the free peoples of antiquity. The more adventurous citoyenne has already done it. Behold her, that beautiful adventurous citoyenne, in costume of the ancient Greeks, such Greek as painter David could teach, her sweeping tresses snooded by glittering antique fillet, bright-eyed tunic of the Greek women, her little feet naked, as in antique statues, with mere sandals and winding strings of riband, defying the frost. There is such an effervescence of luxury. For your emigrant ci-devants carried not their mansions and furnitures out of the country with them, but left them standing here. And in the swift changes of property, what with money coined on the Place de la Révolution, what with army furnishings, sales of emigrant domain and church lands and king's lands, and then with the Aladdin's lamp of agio in a time of paper money, such mansions have found new occupants. Old wine drawn from ci-devant bottles descends new throats. Paris has swept herself, relighted herself. Salons, supers not fraternal, beam once more with suitable effulgence, very singular in color. The fair Cabarrus is come out of prison, wedded to her red gloomy Dis, whom they say she treats too loftily. Fair Cabarrus gives the most brilliant soirees. Round her is gathered a new republican army, of citoyens in sandals, ci devants or other, what remnants soever of the old grace survive, are rallied there. At her right hand in this cause labors fair Josephine the widow Beauharnais, though in straitened circumstances, intent, both of them, to blandish down the grimness of republican austerity and recivilize mankind. Recivilize as of old they were civilized, by witchery of the Orphic fiddlebow and Euterpean rhythm, by the graces, by the smiles. Thermidorian deputies are there in those soirees, editor Fréron, orateur du pupil, Barras, who has known other dances than the Carmagnole. Grim generals of the Republic are there, in enormous horse-collar neckcloth good against saber-cuts, the hair gathered all into one knot, flowing down behind, fixed with a comb. Among which latter do we not recognize, once more, the little bronze-complexioned artillery officer of Toulon, home from the Italian wars. Grim enough, of lean, almost cruel aspect, for he has been in trouble, in ill health, also in ill favor, as a man promoted, deservingly or not, by the terrorists and Robespierre Jr. But does not Barras know him? Will not Barras speak a word for him? Yes, if at any time it will serve Barras so to do. Somewhat forlorn of fortune, for the present, stands that artillery officer, looks with those deep, earnest eyes of his into a future as waste as the most. Taciturn, yet with the strangest utterances in him, if you awaken him, which smite home, like light or lightning, on the whole rather dangerous. A dissociable man, dissociable enough, a natural terror and horror to all phantasms, being himself of the genus reality. He stands here, without work or outlook, in this forsaken manner. Glances, nevertheless, it would seem, at the kind glance of Josephine Beauharnais, and, for the rest, with severe countenance, with open eyes and closed lips, waits what will betide. That the balls, therefore, have a new figure this winter, we can see. Not Carmagnoles, rude whirlblasts of rags, as Mercier called them, precursors of storm and destruction. No, soft ionic motions, fit for the light sandal, and antique Grecian tunic efflorescence of luxury has come out. For men have wealth, nay new-got wealth, and under the terror you durst not dance except in rags. Among the innumerable kinds of balls, let the hasty reader mark only this single one, the kind they call victim balls, bals à victime. The dancers, in choice costume, have all crape round the left arm. To be admitted, it needs that you be a victime, that you have lost a relative under the terror. Peace to the dead, let us dance to their memory, for in all ways one must dance. It is very remarkable, according to Mercier, under what varieties of figure this great business of dancing goes on. The women, says he, are nymphs, sultanas, sometimes Minervas, Junos, even Dianas. In light unerring gyrations they swim there, with such earnestness of purpose, with perfect silence, so absorbed are they. What is singular, continues he, the onlookers are as it were mingled with the dancers, form as it were a circumambient element round the different contra-dances, yet without deranging them. It is rare, in fact, that a sultana in such circumstances experience the smallest collision. Her pretty foot darts down, an inch from mine, she is off again, she is as a flash of light, but soon the measure recalls her to the point she set out from. Like a glittering comet she travels her eclipse, revolving on herself as by a double effect of gravitation and attraction. Looking forward a little way into time, the same Mercier discerns merveilleuses in flesh-colored drawers with gold circlets, mere dancing houris of an artificial Mahomet's paradise, much too Mahometan. Montgillard, with his splenetic eye, notes a no less strange thing, that every fashionable citoyenne you meet is in an interesting situation. Good heavens, every. Mere pillows and stuffing, adds the acrid man, such, in a time of depopulation by war and guillotine, being the fashion, no further seek its merits to disclose. Behold also, instead of the old grim taptures of Robespierre, what new street groups are these? Young men habited not in black-shag Carmagnole spencer, but in superfine habit carré or spencer with rectangular tail appended to it. Square-tailed coat, with elegant anti-guillotinish specialty of collar. The hair plaited at the temples, and knotted back, long-flowing, in military wise. Young men of what they call the muscadin or dandy species. Fréron in his fondness names them jeunesse dorée, golden or gilt youth. They have come out, these gilt youths, in a kind of resuscitated state. They wear crape round the left arm, such of them as were victims. More they carry clubs loaded with lead in an angry manner. Any tapture or remnant of Jacobinism they may fall in with shall fare the worse. They have suffered much, their friends guillotined, their pleasures, frolics, superfine collars ruthlessly repressed. Where now the base red nightcaps who did it? fair Cabarrus and the army of Greek sandals smile approval. In the theatre Phaedo, young valor in square-tailed coat eyes beauty in Greek sandals and kindles by her glances. Down with Jacobinism. No Jacobin hymn or demonstration, only Thermidorian ones, shall be permitted here. We beat down Jacobinism with clubs loaded with lead. But let anyone who has examined the dandy nature, how petulant it is, especially in the gregarious state, think what an element in sacred rite of insurrection this gilt youth was. Broils and battery, war without truce or measure. Hateful is sansculottism as death and night. For indeed is not the dandy culotic habillatory by law of existence, a cloth animal, one that lives, moves, and has his being in cloth. So goes it, waltzing, bickering, fair Cabarrus by Orphic witchery, struggling to recivilize mankind. Not unsuccessfully, we hear. What utmost republican grimness can resist Greek sandals in Ionic motion, the very toes covered with gold rings? By degrees the indisputable'st new politeness rises grows with vigor. And yet, whether even to this day, that inexpressible tone of society known under the old kings, when sin had lost all its deformity, with or without advantage to us, and airy nothing had obtained such a local habitation and establishment as she never had, be recovered? Or even, whether it be not lost beyond recovery. Either way, the world must contrive to struggle on. Chapter 3, 7 Roman 3, Equibron. But indeed do not these long-flowing haircues of a Jeunesse dorée in semi-military costume betoken, unconsciously, another still more important tendency? The Republic, abhorrent of her guillotine, loves her army. And with cause. For surely, if good fighting be a kind of honor, as it is in its season, and be with the vulgar of men even the chief kind of honor, then here is good fighting in good season if there ever was. These sons of the Republic, they rose in mad wrath to deliver her from slavery and Cimmeria. And have they not done it? Through maritime Alps, through gorges of Pyrenees, through low countries, northward along the Rhine valley, far is Cimmeria hurled back from the sacred motherland. Fierce as fire, they have carried her tricolor over the faces of all her enemies, over scarped heights, over cannon batteries, down as with the Vendure into the dead deep sea. She has 1,100,000 fighters on foot, this Republic. At one particular moment she had, or suppose she had, 1,700,000. Like a ring of lightning, they, volleying and colliering, begirdle her from shore to shore. Cimmerian coalition of despots recoils, smitten with astonishment and strange pangs. Such a fire is in these Gaelic Republican men, high blazing, which no coalition can withstand. Not scutcheons with 4 degrees of nobility, but ci-devant sergeants who have had to clutch generalship out of the cannon's throat, a Pichegru, a Jerden, a Hotch lead them on. They have bread, they have iron. With bread and iron you can get to China. See Pichegru's soldiers, this hard winter in their looped and windowed destitution, in their straw-rope shoes and cloaks of basmat, how they overrun Holland like a demon host, the ice having bridged all waters, and rush shouting from victory to victory. Ships in the Texel are taken by hussars on horseback. Fled is York. Fled is the stadtholder, glad to escape to England and leave Holland to fraternize. Such a Gaelic fire, we say, blazes in this people, like the conflagration of grass and dry jungle, which no mortal can withstand for the moment. And even so it will blaze and run, scorching all things, and from Cadiz to Archangel mad sansculottism, drilled now into soldiership, led on by some armed soldier of democracy. Say that monosyllabic artillery officer will set its foot cruelly on the necks of its enemies, and its shouting and their shrieking shall fill the world. Rash coalized kings, such a fire have ye kindled, yourselves fireless, your fighters animated only by drill sergeants, messroom moralities, and the drummer's cat. However, it is begun and will not end, not for a matter of 20 years. So long, this Gaelic fire, through its successive changes of color and character, will blaze over the face of Europe and afflict the scorch all men. Till it provoke all men, till it kindle another kind of fire, the Teutonic kind, namely, and be swallowed up, so to speak, in a day. For there is a fire comparable to the burning of dry jungle and grass, most sudden, high-blazing, and another fire which we liken to the burning of coal, or even of anthracite coal, difficult to kindle, but then which nothing will put out. The ready Gaelic fire, we can remark further, and remark not in Pichegru only, but in innumerable Voltaires, Racine's, Laplace's no less. For a man, whether he fight or sing or think, will remain the same unity of a man, is admirable for roasting eggs in every conceivable sense. The Teutonic anthracite again, as we see in Luther's, Leibniz's, Shakespeare's, is preferable for smelting metals. How happy is our Europe that has both kinds? But be this as it may, the Republic is clearly triumphing. In the spring of the year, Mentz town again sees itself besieged, will again change master. Did not Merlin the Thionviller, with wild beard and look, say it was not for the last time they saw him there? The elector of Mentz circulates among his brother potentates this pertinent query, were it not advisable to treat of peace? Yes, answers many an elector from the bottom of his heart. But on the other hand, Austria hesitates, finally refuses being subsidied by Pitt. As to Pitt, whoever hesitate, he, suspending his habeas corpus, suspending his cash payments, stands inflexible, spite of foreign reverses, spite of domestic obstacles, of Scotch national conventions and English friends of the people, whom he is obliged to arraign, to hang, or even to see acquitted with jubilee, a lean, inflexible man. The majesty of Spain, as we predicted, makes peace, also the majesty of Prussia, and there is a treaty of Bale, treaty with black anarchists and regicides. Alas, what help? You cannot hang this anarchy, it is like to hang you, you must needs treat with it. Likewise, General Hoche has even succeeded in pacificating La Vendée. Rogue Rossignol and his infernal columns have vanished. By firmness and justice, by sagacity and industry, General Hoche has done it. Taking movable columns, not infernal, girdling in the country, pardoning the submissive, cutting down the resistive, limb after limb of the revolt is brought under. La Rochejacqueline, last of our nobles, fell in battle. Stofflet himself makes terms. Georges Cadoudal is back to Brittany, among his Chouans. The frightful gangrene of La Vendée seems veritably extirpated. It has cost, as they reckon in round numbers, the lives of 100,000 fellow mortals, with noyadings, conflagratings by infernal column, which defy arithmetic. This is the La Vendée War. Nay, in few months, it does burst up once more, but once only, blown upon by Pitt, by our ci-devant Puiset of Calvados and others. In the month of July 1795, English ships will ride in Quiberon roads. There will be debarkation of chivalrous ci-devants, of volunteer prisoners of war eager to desert, of firearms, proclamations, clothes chests, royalists, and specie. Whereupon also on the Republican side, there will be rapid stand to arms, with ambuscade marchings by Quiberon beach at midnight, storming of Fort Penthever, war thunder mingling with the roar of the nightly main, and such a morning light as is seldom dawned. Debarkation hurled back into its boats, or into the devouring billows with wreck and wail. In one word, a ci-devant Puiset as totally ineffectual here as he was in Calvados, when he rode from Vernon Castle without boots. Again, therefore, it has cost the lives of many a brave man, among whom the whole world laments the brave son of Sombreuil, ill-fated family. The father and younger son went to the guillotine. The heroic daughter languishes, reduced to want, hides her woes from history. The elder son perishes here, shot by military tribunal as an emigrant. Hoche himself cannot save him. If all wars, civil and other, are misunderstandings, what a thing must right understanding be? Chapter 3, 7 Roman 4 Lion not dead. The Convention, borne on the tide of fortune towards foreign victory, and driven by the strong wind of public opinion towards clemency and luxury, is rushing fast. All skill of pilotage is needed, and more than all, in such a velocity. Curious to see how we veer and whirl, yet must ever whirl round again and scud before the wind. If on the one hand we readmit the protesting 73, we on the other hand agree to consummate the apotheosis of Marat, lift his body from the Cordeliers Church and transport it to the pantheon of great men, flinging out Murraybow to make room for him. To no purpose, so strong blows public opinion. A gilt youthhood in plaited hair tresses tears down his bust from the theatre Feydeau, tramples them underfoot, scatters them with vociferation into the cesspool of Montmartre. Swept is his chapel from the Place du Carrousel, the cesspool of Montmartre will receive his very dust. Shorter godhood had no divine man. Some 4 months in this pantheon, temple of all the immortals, then to the cesspool, grand cloaca of Paris and the world. His busts at one time amounted to 4,000. Between temple of all the immortals and cloaca of the world, how are poor human creatures whirled? Furthermore, the question arises, when will the Constitution of 93, of 1793, come into action? Considerate heads surmise, in all privacy, that the Constitution of 93 will never come into action. Let them busy themselves to get ready a better. Or again, where now are the Jacobins? Childless, most decrepit, as we saw, sat the mighty mother, gnashing not teeth but empty gums against a traitorous Thermidorian convention and the current of things. Twice were Ballade, Collat, and company accused in convention by a lecanter, by a legender, and the second time it was not voted calumnious. Ballade from the Jacobin Tribune says, "The lion is not dead, he is only sleeping." They ask him in convention what he means by the awakening of the lion. And bickerings of an extensive sort arose in the Palais Égalité between Tapdures and the gilt youthhood, cries of down with the Jacobins, the Jacoquins, Coquin meaning scoundrel. The Tribune in midair gave battle sound, answered only by silence and uncertain gasps. Talk was, in government committees, of suspending the Jacobin sessions. Hark there, it is in All-Hallow-Time, or on the Hallow Eve itself, month side of Ant November, year once named of grace 1794, sad eve for Jacobinism. Volley of stones dashing through our windows with jingle and execration. The female Jacobins, famed tricotuses with knitting needles, take flight, are met at the doors by a gilt youthhood and mob of 4,000 persons, are hooted, flouted, hustled, fustigated in a scandalous manner, codolins retroisses, and vanish in mere hysterics. Sally out, ye male Jacobins. The male Jacobins sally out, but only to battle, disaster, and confusion, so that armed authority has to intervene, and again on the morrow to intervene, and suspend the Jacobin sessions forever and a day. Gone are the Jacobins, into invisibility, in a storm of laughter and howls. Their place is made a normal school, the first of the kind seen. It then vanishes into a market of Thermidor Ninth, into a market of Saint-Honoré, where is now peaceable chaffering for poultry and greens. The solemn temples, the great globe itself, the baseless fabric, are not we such stuff, we and this world of ours, as dreams are made of? Maximum being abrogated, trade was to take its own free course. Alas, trade, shackled, topsy-turvied in the way we saw, and now suddenly let go again, can for the present take no course at all, but only reel and stagger. There is, so to speak, no trade whatever for the time being. Assignats, long sinking, emitted in such quantities, sink now with an alacrity beyond parallel. "Combien?" said one to a hackney coachman. "What fare?" 6,000 livers, answered he, some 300 pounds sterling in paper money. Pressure of maximum withdrawn, the things it compressed likewise withdraw. 2 ounces of bread per day in the modicum allotted. Wide-waving, doleful are the bakers' queues, farmers' houses are become pawnbrokers' shops. One can imagine, in these circumstances, with what humor sansculottism growled in its throat, la cabarrus. Beheld sight of ants return dancing, the Thermidor effulgence of recivilization, and balls in flesh-colored drawers. Greek tunics and sandals, hosts of muscadins parading with their clubs loaded with lead, and we here, cast out, abhorred, picking offals from the street, agitating in baker's queue for our 2 ounces of bread. Will the Jacobin lion, which they say is meeting secretly at the Archeverche in bonnet rouge with loaded pistols, not awaken? Seemingly not. Our Collat, our Ballade, bearer, Vadier in these last days of March 1795 are found worthy of deportation, of banishment beyond seas, and shall, for the present, be trundled off to the castle of Ham. The lion is dead, or writhing in death throes. Behold, accordingly, on the day they call 12th of Germinal, which is also called 1st of April, not a lucky day, how lively are these streets of Paris once more. Floods of hungry women, of squalid hungry men, ejaculating, "Bread, bread, and the Constitution of '93. Paris has risen once again like the ocean tide, is flowing towards the Tuileries for bread and a constitution. Tuileries sentries do their best, but it serves not. The ocean tide sweeps them away, inundates the convention hall itself, howling, bread, and the constitution. Unhappy senators, unhappy people, there is yet, after all toils and broils, no bread, no constitution. Du pain, patent de longs discours, bread, not bursts of parliamentary eloquence. So wailed the Menads of Maillard, 5 years ago and more, so wail ye to this hour. The convention, with unalterable countenance, with what thought one knows not, keeps its seat in this waste howling chaos, rings its storm bell from the pavilion of unity. Section Lepelletier, old Phil's St. Thomas, who are of the money-changing species, these and gilt youthhood fly to the rescue, sweep chaos forth again with leveled bayonets. Paris is declared in a state of siege. Pichegru, conqueror of Holland, who happens to be here, is named commandant till the disturbance end. He, in one day, so to speak, ends it. He accomplishes the transfer of Ballade, Collat, and company, dissipating all opposition by 2 cannon shots, blank cannon shots, and the terror of his name, and thereupon announcing, with a laconicism which should be imitated, "Representatives, your decrees are executed," lays down his commandantship. This revolt of Germinal, therefore, has passed like a vain cry. The prisoners rest safe in Ham, waiting for ships. Some 900 chief terrorists of Paris are disarmed. Sansculottism, swept forth with bayonets, has vanished with its misery to the bottom of Saint Anton and Saint Marceau. Time was when Usher Maillard with Menedes could alter the course of legislation, but that time is not. Legislation seems to have got bayonets. Section Lepelletier takes its firelock, not for us. We retire to our dark dens. Our cry of hunger is called a plot of pit. The saloons glitter, the flesh-colored drawers gyrate as before. It was for the cabarets, then, and her muscadins and money-changers that we fought. It was for balls in flesh-colored drawers that we took feudalism by the beard, and did, and dared, shedding our blood like water. Expressive silence, muse thou their praise. Chapter 3, 7v. A lion sprawling its last. Representative Carrier went to the guillotine, in December last, protesting that he acted by orders. The Revolutionary Tribunal, after all it has devoured, has now only, as anarchic things do, to devour itself. In the early days of May, men see a remarkable thing, Fauquier Tinville pleading at the bar once his own. He and his chief jurymen, Larry August 10th, juryman Villate, a batch of 16, pleading hard, protesting that they acted by orders, but pleading in vain. Thus men break the axe with which they have done hateful things, the axe itself having grown hateful. For the rest, Fauquier died hard enough. "Where are thy batches?" howled the people. "Hungry canaille," asked Fauquier, "is thy bread cheaper, wanting them?" Remarkable Fauquier. Once, but as other attorneys and law-beagles, which hunt ravenous on this earth, a well-known fasces of human nature. And now thou art, and remainest the most remarkable attorney that ever lived and hunted in the upper air. For in this terrestrial course of time, there was to be an avatar of attorneyism. The heavens had said, "Let there be an incarnation, not divine, of the venatory attorney spirit which keeps its eye on the bond only." And lo, this was it, and they have attorneyed it in its turn. Vanish then, thou rat-eyed incarnation of attorneyism, who at bottom wert but as other attorneys, and 2 hungry sons of Adam. Juryman Villate had striven hard for life, and published from his prison an ingenious book not unknown to us, but it would not stead. He also had to vanish. And this his book of the secret causes of Thermidor, full of lies, with particles of truth in it undiscoverable otherwise, is all that remains of him. Revolutionary Tribunal has done, but vengeance has not done. Representative Leben, after long struggling, is handed over to the ordinary law courts, and by them guillotined. Nay, at Lyons and elsewhere, resuscitated moderatism in its vengeance will not wait the slow process of law, but bursts into the prisons, sets fire to the prisons, burns some 70 imprisoned Jacobins to dire death, or chokes them with the smoke of straw. There go vengeful truculent companies of Jesus, companies of the Sun, slaying Jacobinism wherever they meet with it, flinging it into the Rhone stream, which once more bears seaward a horrid cargo. Whereupon, at Toulon, Jacobinism rises in revolt, and is like to hang the national representatives. With such action and reaction, is not a poor national convention hard-bested. It is like the settlement of winds and waters, of seas long tornado beat, and goes on with jumble and with jangle. Now flung aloft, now sunk in trough of the sea, your vessel of the Republic has need of all pilotage and more. What parliament that ever sat under the moon had such a series of destinies as this National Convention of France? It came together to make the Constitution, and instead of that, it has had to make nothing but destruction and confusion, to burn up Catholicisms, aristocratisms, to worship reason and dig saltpeter, to fight titanically with itself and with the whole world. A convention decimated by the guillotine. Above the 10th man has bowed his neck to the axe, which has seen carmagnoles danced before it, and patriotic strophes sung amid church spoils. The wounded of the 10th of August defile in hand-barrows, and, in the pandemonial midnight, Égalité's dames in tricolor drink lemonade, and spectrum of Sieyes mount, saying, death sans phrase. A convention which has effervesced and which has congealed, which has been red with rage and also pale with rage, sitting with pistols in its pocket, drawing sword in a moment of effervescence. Now storming to the four winds through a Danton voice, awake, O France, and smite the tyrants, now frozen mute under its Robespierre and answering his dirge voice by a dubious gasp. Assassinated, decimated, stabbed at, shot at in baths on streets and staircases, which has been the nucleus of chaos. Has it not heard the chimes at midnight? It is deliberated, beset by 100,000 armed men with artillery furnaces and provision carts. It has been betocsined, bestormed, overflooded by black deluges of sansculottism, and has heard the shrill cry, bread and soap. For, as we say, it's the nucleus of chaos. It sat as the center of sansculottism, and had spread its pavilion on the waist deep, where is neither path nor landmark, neither bottom nor shore. In intrinsic valor, ingenuity, fidelity, and general force and manhood, it has perhaps not far surpassed the average of parliaments. But in frankness of purpose, in singularity of position, it seeks its fellow. One other sansculotic submersion, or at most two, and this wearied vessel of a convention reaches land. Revolt of Germinal 12th ended as a vain cry. Moribund sansculottism was swept back into invisibility. There it has lain moaning, these 6 weeks, moaning and also scheming. Jacobins disarmed, flung forth from their tribune in midair, must needs try to help themselves in secret conclave underground. Lo, therefore, on the first day of the month Prairial, 20th of May, sound of the Gainerail once more, beating sharp, Rantan to arms to arms. Sansculottism has risen, yet again, from its death lair, waste wild-flowing as the unfruitful sea. Sane Tantin is afoot, bread and the Constitution of '93, so sounds it, so stands it written with chalk on the hats of men. They have their pikes, their firelocks, paper of grievances, standards, printed proclamation, drawn up in quite official manner, considering this and also considering that they, a much-enduring sovereign people, are in insurrection, will have bread and the Constitution of '93. And so the barriers are seized, and the Gainerail beats, and toxins discourse discord. Black deluges overflow the Tuileries. Spite of sentries, the sanctuary itself is invaded. Enter, to our order of the day, a torrent of disheveled women, wailing, "Bread! Bread!" President may well cover himself, and have his own tocsin rung in the pavilion of unity. The ship of the state again labors and leaks, overwashed, near to swamping with unfruitful brine. What a day, once more! Women are driven out, men storm irresistibly in, choke all corridors, thunder at all gates, deputies putting forth head, obtest, conjure, sane Tantin rages, bread and Constitution. Report has risen that the convention is assassinating the women. Crushing and rushing, clangor and furor. The oak doors have become as oak tambourines sounding under the axe of Sane Tantin. Plasterwork crackles, woodwork booms and jingles, door starts up. Bursts in Sane Tantin with frenzy and vociferation, rag standards, printed proclamation, drum music, astonishment to eye and ear, gendarmes, loyal sectioners charge through the other door, they are recharged, musketry exploding. Sane Tantin cannot be expelled. Obtesting deputies obtest vainly, respect the president, approach not the president. Deputy VIARD, stretching out his hands, bearing his bosom scarred in the Spanish wars, obtests vainly, threatens and resists vainly. Rebellious deputy of the sovereign, if thou have fought, have not we too? We have no bread, no Constitution. They wrench poor VIARD, they tumble him, trample him, wrath waxing to see itself work. They drag him into the corridor, dead or near it, sever his head, and fix it on a pike. Ah, did an unexampled convention want this variety of destiny too, then? VIARD's bloody head goes on a pike. Such a game has begun, Paris and the earth may wait how it will end. And so it billows free though all corridors. Within and without, far as the eye reaches, nothing but bedlam and the great deep broken loose. President Boise Danglas sits like a rock. The rest of the convention is floated to the upper benches, sectioners and gendarmes still ranking there to form a kind of wall for them. And insurrection rages, rolls its drums, will read its paper of grievances, will have this decreed, will have that. Covered sits President Boise, unyielding, like a rock in the beating of seas. They menace him, level muskets at him, he yields not. They hold up VIARD's bloody head to him, with grave stern air he bows to it and yields not. And the paper of grievances cannot get itself read for uproar, and the drums roll and the throats bawl, and insurrection, like sphere music, is inaudible for very noise. Decree us this, decree us that. One man we discern bawling, for the space of an hour at all intervals. G demand l'arrestation des coquins et des lashes. Really one of the most comprehensive petitions ever put up, which indeed, to this hour, includes all that you can reasonably ask Constitution of the Year 1, Rotten Borough, ballot box, or other miraculous political ark of the covenant to do for you to the end of the world. I also demand arrestment of the knaves and dastards, and nothing more whatever. National representation, deluged with black sansculottism, glides out. For help elsewhere, for safety elsewhere. Here is no help. About 4 in the afternoon, there remain hardly more than some 60 members, mere friends or even secret leaders, a remnant of the mountain crest, held in silence by Thermidorian thraldom. Now is the time for them, now or never let them descend and speak. They descend, these 60, invited by sansculottism, Rom of the new calendar, rule of the sacred file, Gaujon, Duquesnoy, Sauberny, and the rest. Glad sansculottism forms a ring for them, Rom takes the president's chair. They begin resolving and decreeing. Fast enough now comes decree after decree, in alternate brief strains or strophe and antistrophe. What will cheapen bread, what will awaken the dormant lion? And at every new decree, sansculottism shouts, decreed, decreed, and rolls its drums. Fast enough, the work of months in hours, when see, a figure enters, whom in the lamplight we recognize to be legender, and utters words, fit to be hissed out. And then see, section Lepelletier or other muscadin section enters, and gilt youth, with levelled bayonets, countenances screwed to the sticking place. Tramp, tramp, with bayonets gleaming in the lamplight. What can one do? Worn down with long riot, grown heartless, dark, hungry, but roll back, but rush back, and escape who can. The very windows need to be thrown up, that sansculottism may escape fast enough. Money-changer sections and gilt youth sweep them forth, with steel besom, far into the depths of Saint Anton. Triumph once more. The decrees of that 60 are not so much as rescinded, they are declared null and non-extant. Rom, Rule, Gaujon, and the ringleaders, some 13 in all, are decreed accused. Permanent session ends at 3 in the morning. Sansculottism, once more flung resupine, lies sprawling its last. Such was the first of Prairial, 20th May, 1795. Second and third of Prairial, during which sansculottism still sprawled and unexpectedly rang its tocsin, and assembled in arms, availed sansculottism nothing. What though with our Roms and Rules, accused but not yet arrested, we make a new true national convention of our own, over in the East, and put the others out of law? What though we rank in arms and march? Armed force and muscadin sections, some 30,000 men, environ that old false convention. We can but bully one another, bandying nicknames, muscadins, against blood-drinkers, buveurs de sang. VIARD's assassin, taken with the red hand and sentenced, and now near to guillotine and placed to grieve, is retaken, is carried back into Saint Anton, to no purpose. Convention sectionaries and gilt youth come, according to decree, to seek him, nay to disarm Saint Anton. And they do disarm it, by rolling of cannon, by springing upon enemies' cannon, by military audacity and terror of the law. Saint Anton surrenders its arms, Santerre even advising it, anxious for life and brewhouse. VIARD's assassin flings himself from a high roof, and all is lost. Discerning which things, old Rule shot a pistol through his old white head, dashed his life in pieces as he had done the sacred file of rhymes. Rom, Gaujon, and the others stand ranked before a swiftly appointed, swift military tribunal. Hearing the sentence, Gaujon drew a knife, struck it into his breast, passed it to his neighbor Rom, and fell dead. Rom did the like, and another all but did it. Roman death rushing on there, as an electric chain, before your bailiffs could intervene. The guillotine had the rest. They were the ultimi Romanorum. Belaude, Collat and company are now ordered to be tried for life, but are found to be already off, shipped for Sinnamary and the hot mud of Suriname. There let Belaude surround himself with flocks of tame parrots, Collat take the yellow fever, and drinking a whole bottle of brandy, burn up his entrails. Sansculottism spraws no more. The dormant lion has become a dead one, and now, as we see, any hoof may smite him. Chapter 3, 7 Roman 6, Grilled Herrings. So dies sansculottism, the body of sansculottism, or is changed. Its ragged Pythian Carmagnole dance has transformed itself into a Pyrrhic, into a dance of cabarrus balls. Sansculottism is dead, extinguished by new isms of that kind, which were its own natural progeny, and is buried, we may say, with such deafening jubilation and disharmony of funeral knell on their part, that only after some half-century or so does one begin to learn clearly why it ever was alive. And yet a meaning lay in it. Sansculottism verily was alive, a new birth of time, nay it still lives and is not dead but changed. The soul of it still lives, still works far and wide, threw one bodily shape into another less amorphous, as is the way of cunning time with his new births, till, in some perfected shape, it embraced the whole circuit of the world. For the wise man may now everywhere discern that he must found on his manhood, not on the garnitures of his manhood. He who, in these epochs of our Europe, founds on garnitures, formulas, culottisms of what sort soever, is founding on old cloth and sheepskin, and cannot endure. But as for the body of sansculottism, that is dead and buried, and, one hopes, need not reappear in primary amorphous shape for another 1,000 years. It was the frightfulest thing ever born of time, one of the frightfulest. This convention, now grown anti-Jacobin, did, with an eye to justify and fortify itself, publish lists of what the reign of terror had perpetrated. Lists of persons guillotined. The lists, cries splenetic Abbé Montgillard, were not complete. They contain the names of how many persons, thinks the reader? 2,000 all but a few. There were above 4,000, cries Montgillard. So many were guillotined, fusilated, noyauted, done to dire death, of whom 900 were women. It is a horrible sum of human lives. L'Abbé, some 10 times as many shot rightly on a field of battle, and one might have had his glorious victory with tedium. It is not far from the 200th part of what perished in the entire 7 Years' War. By which 7 Years' War did not the great Fritz wrench Silesia from the great Teresa, and a Pompadour, stung by epigrams, satisfy herself that she could not be an Agnes Sorel? The head of man is a strange vacant sounding shell, L'Abbé, and studies Cocker to small purpose. But what if history, somewhere on this planet, were to hear of a nation, the third soul of whom had not for 30 weeks each year as many third-rate potatoes as would sustain him? History, in that case, feels bound to consider that starvation is starvation. That starvation from age to age presupposes much. History ventures to assert that the French sansculotte of '93, who, roused from long death sleep, could rush at once to the frontiers, and die fighting for an immortal hope and faith of deliverance for him and his, was but the second miserablest of men. The Irish sans potato, had he not senses then, nay a soul? In his frozen darkness, it was bitter for him to die famishing, bitter to see his children famish. It was bitter for him to be a beggar, a liar, and a knave. Nay, if that dreary Greenland wind of benighted want, perennial from sire to son, had frozen him into a kind of torpor and numb callosity, so that he saw not, felt not, was this, for a creature with a soul in it, some assuagement, or the cruelest wretchedness of all? Such things were, such things are, and they go on in silence peaceably, and sansculottisms follow them. History, looking back over this France through long times, back to Turgot's time for instance, when dumb drudgery staggered up to its king's palace, and in wide expanse of sallow faces, squalor and winged raggedness, presented hieroglyphically its petition of grievances, and for answer got hanged on a new gallows 40 feet high, confesses mournfully that there is no period to be met with, in which the general 25 millions of France suffered less than in this period which they name Reign of Terror. But it was not the dumb millions that suffered here. It was the speaking thousands and hundreds and units, who shrieked and published and made the world ring with their wail as they could and should. That is the grand peculiarity. The frightfulest births of time are never the loud-speaking ones, for these soon die. They are the silent ones, which can live from century to century. Anarchy, hateful as death, is abhorrent to the whole nature of man, and must itself soon die. Wherefore let all men know what of depth and of height is still revealed in man. And, with fear and wonder, with just sympathy and just antipathy, with clear eye and open heart, contemplate it and appropriate it, and draw innumerable inferences from it. This inference, for example, among the first, that if the gods of this lower world will sit on their glittering thrones, indolent as Epicurus gods, with the living chaos of ignorance and hunger weltering uncared for at their feet, and smooth parasites preaching peace, peace, when there is no peace, then the dark chaos, it would seem, will rise, has risen, and oh heavens! Has it not tanned their skins into breeches for itself? That there be no second sansculottism in our earth for 1,000 years, let us understand well what the first was, and let rich and poor of us go and do otherwise. But to our tale. The Muscadin sections greatly rejoice, Cabarrus balls gyrate, the well-nigh insoluble problem republic without anarchy, have we not solved it? Law of fraternity or death is gone, chimerical obtain who need has become practical hold who have. To anarchic republic of the poverties there has succeeded orderly republic of the luxuries, which will continue as long as it can. On the Pont au Change, on the Place de Grève, in long sheds, Mercier in these summer evenings saw working men at their repast. One's allotment of daily bread has sunk to 1.5 ounces. Plates containing each 3 grilled herrings, sprinkled with shorn onions, wetted with a little vinegar. To this add some morsel of boiled prunes, and lentils swimming in a clear sauce at these frugal tables, the cook's gridiron hissing nearby, and the pot simmering on a fire between 2 stones. I have seen them ranged by the 100, consuming, without bread, their scant messes, far too moderate for the keenness of their appetite and the extent of their stomach. Seine water, rushing plenteous by, will supply the deficiency. O man of toil, thy struggling and thy daring, these 6 long years of insurrection and tribulation, thou hast profited nothing by it then? Thou consumest thy herring and water in the blessed gold-red evening. Oh, why was the earth so beautiful, becrimsoned with dawn and twilight, if man's dealings with man were to make it a vale of scarcity, of tears, not even soft tears? Destroying of Bastilles, discomfiting of Brunswicks, fronting of principalities and powers, of earth and Tophet, all that thou hast dared and endured, it was for a republic of the cabaret saloons? Patience, thou must have patience. The end is not yet. Chapter 3, 7 Roman 7, the whiff of grapeshot. In fact, what can be more natural, one may say inevitable, as a post-sansculotic transitionary state, than even this? Confused wreck of a republic of the poverties, which ended in reign of terror, is arranging itself into such composure as it can. Evangel of Jean-Jacques, and most other evangels, becoming incredible, what is there for it but return to the old evangel of Mammon? Contrat social is true or untrue, brotherhood is brotherhood or death, but money always will buy money's worth. In the wreck of human dubitations, this remains indubitable that pleasure is pleasant. Aristocracy of feudal parchment has passed away with a mighty rushing, and now, by a natural course, we arrive at aristocracy of the money-bag. It is the course through which all European societies are at this hour traveling, apparently a still baser sort of aristocracy, an infinitely baser, the basest yet known. In which, however, there is this advantage, that like anarchy itself, it cannot continue. Hast thou considered how thought is stronger than artillery parks, and were it 50 years after death and martyrdom, or were it 2,000 years, rights and unrights acts of parliament, removes mountains, models the world like soft clay? Also how the beginning of all thought, worth the name, is love, and the wise head never yet was, without first the generous heart. The heavens cease not their bounty, they send us generous hearts into every generation. And now what generous heart can pretend to itself, or be hoodwinked into believing, that loyalty to the money-bag is a noble loyalty? Mammon, cries the generous heart out of all ages and countries, is the basest of known gods, even of known devils. In him what glory is there, that ye should worship him? No glory discernible, not even terror. At best, detestability ill-matched with despicability. Generous hearts discerning on this hand widespread wretchedness, dark without and within, moistening its 1.5 ounces of bread with tears, and on that hand mere balls in flesh-colored drawers and inane or foul glitter of such sort, cannot but ejaculate, cannot but announce. Too much, O divine Mammon. Somewhat too much. The voice of these, once announcing itself, carries fiat and parried in it for all things here below. Meanwhile, we will hate anarchy as death, which it is, and the things worse than anarchy shall be hated more. Surely peace alone is fruitful. Anarchy is destruction, a burning up, say, of shams and insupportabilities, but which leaves vacancy behind. Know this also, that out of a world of unwise nothing but an unwisdom can be made. Arrange it, constitution build it, sift it through ballot boxes as thou wilt, it is and remains an unwisdom, the new prey of new quacks and unclean things, the latter end of it slightly better than the beginning. Who can bring a wise thing out of men unwise? Not one. And so vacancy and general abolition having come for this France, what can anarchy do more? Let there be order, were it under the soldier's sword let there be peace, that the bounty of the heavens be not spilt, that what of wisdom they do send us bring fruit in its season. It remains to be seen how the quellers of sansculottism were themselves quelled, and sacred right of insurrection was blown away by gunpowder, wherewith this singular eventful history, called French Revolution, ends. The convention, driven such a course by wild wind, wild tide, and steerage and non-steerage these 3 years, has become weary of its own existence, sees all men weary of it, and wishes heartily to finish. To the last, it has to strive with contradictions. It is now getting fast ready with a constitution, yet knows no peace. As we say, is making the constitution once more, has as good as made it. Warned by experience, the great architect alters much, admits much. Distinction of active and passive citizen, that is, money qualification for electors. Nay, 2 chambers, council of ancients, as well as council of 500. To that conclusion have we come. In a like spirit, eschewing that fatal self-denying ordinance of your old constituents, we enact not only that actual convention members are re-eligible, but that 2/3 of them must be re-elected. The active citizen electors shall for this time have free choice of only 1/3 of their national assembly. Such enactment of 2/3 to be re-elected, we append to our Constitution. We submit our Constitution to the townships of France and say accept both or reject both. Unsavory as this appendix may be, the townships, by overwhelming majority, accept and ratify. With directory of 5, with 2 good chambers, double majority of them nominated by ourselves, one hopes this Constitution may prove final. March it will. For the legs of it, the re-elected 2/3 are already there, able to march. Sieyes looks at his paper fabric with just pride. But now see how the contumacious sections, lepelletier foremost, kick against the pricks. Is it not manifest infraction of one's elective franchise, rights of man, and sovereignty of the people, this appendix of re-electing your 2/3? Greedy tyrants who would perpetuate yourselves. For the truth is, victory over Saint Anton and long right of insurrection has spoiled these men. Nay, spoiled all men. Consider, too, how each man was free to hope what he liked. And now there is to be no hope, there is to be fruition of this. In men spoiled by long right of insurrection, what confused ferments will rise, tongues once begun wagging. Journalists declaim, your Lacretels, Laharps, orators spout. There is royalism traceable in it and Jacobinism. On the west frontier, in deep secrecy, Pichegru, durst he trust his army, is treating with Condé. In these sections there spout wolves in sheep's clothing, masked emigrants and royalists. All men, as we say, had hoped, each that the election would do something for his own side. And now there is no election, or only the 1/3 of one. Black is united with white against this clause of the 2/3, all the unruly of France, who see their trade thereby near ending. Section Lepelletier, after addresses enough, finds that such clause is a manifest infraction, that it, Lepelletier, for one, will simply not conform thereto, and invites all other free sections to join it, in central committee, in resistance to oppression. The sections join it, nearly all, strong with their 40,000 fighting men. The convention therefore may look to itself. Lepelletier, on this 12th day of Vendémiaire, 4th of October 1795, is sitting in open contravention, in its convent of Phil's St. Thomas, Rue Vivienne, with guns primed. The convention has some 5,000 regular troops at hand, generals in abundance, and a 1,500 of miscellaneous persecuted ultra-Jacobins, whom in this crisis it has hastily got together and armed under the title Patriots of AD 9. Strong in law, it sends its General Menu to disarm Lepelletier. General Menu marches accordingly, with due summons and demonstration, with no result. General Menu, about 8 in the evening, finds that he is standing ranked in the Rue Vivienne, emitting vain summonses, with primed guns pointed out of every window at him, and that he cannot disarm Lepelletier. He has to return with whole skin, but without success, and be thrown into arrest as a traitor. Whereupon the whole 40,000 join this Lepelletier which cannot be vanquished. To what hand shall a quaking convention now turn? Our poor convention, after such voyaging, just entering harbor, so to speak, has struck on the bar, and labors there frightfully, with breakers roaring round it, 40,000 of them like to wash it, and its sea's cargo and the whole future of France into the deep. Yet one last time, it struggles, ready to perish. Some call for Barras to be made commandant, he conquered in Thermidor. Some, what is more to the purpose, bethink them of the citizen Buonaparte, unemployed artillery officer who took Toulon. A man of head, a man of action. Barras is named Commandant Scloke. This young artillery officer is named Commandant. He was in the gallery at the moment and heard it. He withdrew some half hour to consider with himself. After a half-hour of grim compressed considering, to be or not to be, he answers yea. And now, a man of head being at the center of it, the whole matter gets vital. Swift, to camp of Sablons, to secure the artillery there are not 20 men guarding it. A swift adjutant, Murat is the name of him, gallops, gets thither some minutes within time, for Lepelletier was also on march that way, the cannon are ours. And now beset this post, and beset that rapid and firm. At wicket of the Louvre, in cul-de-sac Dauphin, in rue Saint-Honoré, from Pont Neuf all along the North Quays, southward to Pont ci-Devant Royal. Rank round the sanctuary of the Tuileries, a ring of steel discipline. Let every gunner have his match burning, and all men stand to their arms. Thus there is permanent session through night, and thus at sunrise of the morrow there is seen sacred insurrection once again, vessel of state laboring on the bar, and tumultuous sea all round her, beating gainsrail, arming and sounding, not ringing tocsin, for we have left no tocsin but our own in the pavilion of unity. It is an imminence of shipwreck for the whole world to gaze at. Frightfully she labors, that poor ship within cable length of port, huge peril for her. However, she has a man at the helm. Insurgent messages, received and not received, messenger admitted blindfolded. Counsel and counter-counsel. The poor ship labors. Vendémiaire 13th, year 4. Curious enough of all days, it is the 5th day of October, anniversary of that Menad March, 6 years ago. By sacred right of insurrection we are got thus far. Lepelletier has seized the church of Saint-Troch, has seized the Pont Neuf, our piquet there retreating without fire. Stray shots fall from Lepelletier, rattle down on the very Tuileries staircase. On the other hand, women advance disheveled, shrieking, peace, Lepelletier behind them waving its hat in sign that we shall fraternize. Steady, the artillery officer is steady as bronze, can be quick as lightning. He sends 800 muskets with ball cartridges to the convention itself. Honorable members shall act with these in case of extremity, whereat they look grave enough. 4 of the afternoon is struck. Lepelletier, making nothing by messengers, by fraternity or hat-waving, bursts out, along the southern Quai Voltaire, along streets and passages, treble-quick, in huge veritable onslaught. Whereupon, thou bronze artillery officer, fire, say the bronze lips. Roar and again roar, continual volcano-like, goes his great gun, in the cul-de-sac Dauphin against the church of Saint-Troch. Go his great guns on the Pont Royal, go all his great guns, blow to air some 200 men, mainly about the church of Saint-Troch. Lepelletier cannot stand such horseplay, no sectioner can stand it, the 40,000 yield on all sides, scour towards covert. Some 100 or so of them gathered both Théâtre de la République, but, says he, a few shells dislodged them. It was all finished at 6. The ship is over the bar then, free she bounds shoreward, amid shouting and vivats. Citoyen Buonaparte is named General of the Interior, by acclamation. Quelled sections have to disarm in such humor as they may. Sacred right of insurrection is gone forever. The Sieyès Constitution can disembark itself and begin marching. The miraculous convention ship has got to land, and is there, shall we figuratively say, changed, as epic ships are wont, into a kind of sea nymph, never to sail more. To roam the waste azure, a miracle in history. It is false, says Napoleon, that we fired first with blank charge. It had been a waste of life to do that. Most false. The firing was with sharp and sharpest shot. To all men it was plain that here was no sport. The rabbits and plinths of Saint-Troch church show splintered by it to this hour. Singular. In old Broglie's time, 6 years ago, this whiff of grape shot was promised, but it could not be given then, could not have profited then. Now, however, the time is come for it, and the man, and behold, you have it. And the thing we specifically call French Revolution is blown into space by it, and become a thing that was. Chapter 3, 7 Romanate Finis. Homer's Epos, it is remarked, is like a bas-relief sculpture. It does not conclude, but merely ceases. Such indeed is the epos of universal history itself. Directorates, consulates, emperorships, restorations, citizen kingships succeed this business in due series, in due genesis one out of the other. Nevertheless, the first parent of all these may be said to have gone to air in the way we see. A Babeuf insurrection, next year will die in the birth, stifled by the soldiery. A senate, if tinged with royalism, can be purged by the soldiery, and an 18th of Fructidor transacted by the mere show of bayonets. Nay, soldiers' bayonets can be used a posteriori on a senate, and make it leap out of window, still bloodless, and produce an 18th of Brumaire. Such changes must happen, but they are managed by intriguings, caballings, and then by orderly word of command, almost like mere changes of ministry. Not in general by sacred right of insurrection, but by milder methods growing ever milder, shall the events of French history be henceforth brought to pass. It is admitted that this directorate, which owned, at its starting, these three things, an old table, a sheet of paper, and an ink bottle, and no visible money or arrangement whatever, did wonders. That France, since the reign of terror hushed itself, has been a new France, awakened like a giant out of torpor, and has gone on, in the internal life of it, with continual progress. As for the external form and forms of life, what can we say except that out of the eater there comes strength, out of the unwise there comes not wisdom? Shams are burnt up. Nay, what as yet is the peculiarity of France, the very can of them is burnt up. The new realities are not yet come. Ah no, only phantasms, paper models, tentative prefigurements of such. In France there are now 4 million landed properties. That black portent of an agrarian law is as it were realized. What is still stranger, we understand all Frenchmen have the right of duel. The hackney coachman with the peer, if insult be given, such is the law of public opinion. Equality at least in death, the form of government is by citizen king, frequently shot at, not yet shot. On the whole, therefore, has it not been fulfilled what was prophesied, ex post facto indeed, by the archquack Cagliostro, or another? He, as he looked in rapt vision and amazement into these things, thus spake. Ha, what is this? Angels, Uriel, Anichiel, and the other 5, pentagon of rejuvenescence, power that destroyed original sin, earth, heaven, and thou outer limbo, which men name hell. Does the empire of imposture waver? Burst there in starry sheen updarting, light rays from out its dark foundations, as it rocks and heaves, not in travail throes, but in death throes? Yea, light rays, piercing, clear, that salute the heavens, lo, they kindle it, their starry clearness becomes as red hellfire. Imposture is in flames, imposture is burnt up, one red sea of fire, wild billowing enwraps the world, with its fire tongue licks at the very stars. Thrones are hurled into it, and Dubois miters and prebendal stalls that drop fatness, and, ha, what see I? All the gigs of creation, all, woe is me. Never since Pharaoh's chariots in the Red Sea of water was there wreck of wheel vehicles like this in the sea of fire. Desolate as ashes, as gases, shall they wander in the wind. Higher, higher yet flames the fire sea, crackling with new dislocated timber, hissing with leather and prunella. The metal images are molten, the marble images become mortar lime, the stone mountains sulkily explode. Respectability, with all her collected gigs inflamed for funeral pyre, wailing, leaves the earth, not to return save under new avatar. Imposture, how it burns through generations, how it is burnt up for a time. The world is black ashes, which, ah, when will they grow green? The images all run into amorphous Corinthian brass, all dwellings of men destroyed, the very mountains peeled and riven, the valleys black and dead. It is an empty world. Woe to them that shall be born then. A king, a queen Ami, were hurled in, did rustle once, flew aloft, crackling like paper scroll. Iscariot Egalite was hurled in, thou grim Delane with thy grim Bastille, whole kindreds and peoples, 5 millions of mutually destroying men. For it is the end of the dominion of imposture, which is darkness and opaque fire damp, and the burning up with unquenchable fire of all the gigs that are in the earth. This prophecy, we say, has it not been fulfilled, is it not fulfilling? And so here, O reader, has the time come for us two to part. Toilsome was our journeying together, not without offense, but it is done. To me thou wert as a beloved shade, the disembodied or not yet embodied spirit of a brother. To the eye was but as a voice, yet was our relation a kind of sacred one, doubt not that. Whatsoever once sacred things become hollow jargons, yet while the voice of man speaks with man, hast thou not there the living fountain out of which all sacrednesses sprang, and will yet spring? Man, by the nature of him, is definable as an incarnated word. Ill stands it with me if I have spoken falsely, then also it was to hear truly. Farewell. Index. Abbé Massacres, Jurgniac, Sicard and Matten's account of. Acceptation, Grand, by Louis Roman XVI. Agost Captain D. seizes 2 parlementaires. Aegelin D. at Quiberon, account of in favor at death of Louis Roman XV. Intrigues Count D. Altar of Fatherland in Champ de Mars, scene at, christening at. Amiral, assassin guillotined. Anglas Boissy D. President, 1st of Prairial. Angoulême Duchesse D. parts from her father. Angramont Collinat D. guillotined. Antoinette Marie, splendor of applauded. Compromised by diamond necklace, griefs of weeps unpopular at dinner of guards, courage of 5th October at Versailles, shows herself to people and Louis at Tuileries and the Loriner and Murraybout previous to flight. Flight from Tuileries captured, and Barnave, Coblentz intrigues and Lamotte's memoirs during 20th June during 10th August. As captive and Princess de Lamballe in Temple prison, parting scene with King, to the conciergerie trial of. Guillotined. Argonne Forest, occupied by Dumouriez, Brunswick at. Aristocrats, officers in French army, number in Paris, seized condition in 1794. Arles state of. Arms, smiths making, search for at Charleville, manufacture in, scarcity in 1792, Danton search for. Army, French, after Bastille, officered by aristocrats, to be disbanded, demands arrears, general mutiny of, outbreak of Nancy military executions, royalists leave, state of in want. Recruited, revolutionary, 14 armies on foot. Heiress guillotine at. Arrests in August 1792. Arsenal, attempted destruction of. Artois, M.D. Ways of unpopularity of memorial by, flies at Coblentz, refusal to return. Assemblies, primary and secondary. Assembly, national, third estate becomes to be extruded, stands grouped in the rain, occupies tennis court seen there, joined by clergy, doings on King's speech, ratified by King, cannon pointed at, regrets Necker after Bastille. Assembly, constituent, national becomes pedantic, irregular verbs. What it can do, night of Pentecost, left and right side, raises money. On the veto, 5th October, women in Paris Riding Hall on deficit, assignats on clergy and riot. Prepares for Louis's visit on Federation Anacharsis Cloutz, eldest of men, on Franklin's death on state of army, thanks Bouillet on Nancy affair, on emigrants, on death of Murraybout, on escape of King after capture of King. Completes constitution, dissolves itself, what it has done. Assembly, legislative, first French parliament, book of law, dispute with King, Bazer de Lamourette, High Court, decrees vetoed, scenes in, reprimands King's ministers, declares war, declares France in danger, reinstates Pétion, nonplussed. Lafayette, King and Swiss, August 10th becoming defunct, September massacres dissolved. Assignats, origin of false royalist, forgers of coachfare in. Aubry at Seer, after King's capture. Aubry, colonel at jails. Auc M. Martin D., in Versailles court. Austria quarrels with France. Austrian committee at Tuileries. Austrian army invades France defeated at Jemappes, Dumouriez escapes to, repulsed, Wattigny. Avignon, union of, described, state of, riot in church at occupied by Jourdan, massacre at. Bacamont, his 30 volumes. Bayle, involuntary epigram of. Bailly, astronomer, account of, president of National Assembly. Mayor of Paris, receives Louis in Paris and Paris Parliament on petition for deposition, decline of in prison at Queen's trial, guillotined cruelly. Baker's, French entail at. Barbaroux and Marat, Marseille deputy, and the Rolands on map of France, demand of to Marseille, meets Marseillese in National Convention against Robespierre, cannot be heard. The Girondins declining, arrested, and Charlotte Corday retreats to Bordeaux, farewell of, shoots himself. Bardi Abbé massacred. Barrington, keeper of seals. Barnave at Grenoble, member of Assembly, one of a trio, Jacobin duel with Cazalis, escorts the king from Varennes, conciliates queen, becomes constitutional, retires to Grenoble. Treason, in prison, guillotined. Barres, Paul François, in National Convention, commands in Thermidor, appoints Napoleon in Vendémiaire. Bearer editor at King's trial, peacemaker, levy in mass plot banished. Bartholomew massacre. Bastille links book on, meaning of shots fired at, summoned by insurgents, besieged, capitulates, treatment of captured, Queret Demery, demolished, key sent to Washington, heroes. Bazier of Mountain, imprisoned. Bern riot at. Beauharnais in Champ de Mars, Josephine, imprisoned and Napoleon, at La Cabarces. Beaumarchais Karen, his lawsuit, his marriage to Figaro, commissions arms from Holland, his distress. Beaumont, Archbishop, notice of. Beaurepaire, governor of Verdun, shoots himself. Bentham, Jeremy, naturalized. Berlin towards Varennes. Berthier, intendant, fled, arrested and massacred. Berthier, commandant at Versailles. Besenval, baron, commandant of Paris on French finance, in riot of Rue Saint-Antoine, on corruption of guards, at Champ de Mars, apparition to Decamps and Louis Roman XVI. Bethune riot at Bournonville with Dumouriez imprisoned. Ballade Varennes, Jacobin, cruel at massacres, September 1792 in Salut Committee, and Robespierre's Erder Supreme, accuses Robespierre, accused, banished. Blanc le landlord at Varennes, escape of family. Blood Bathsov. Bonchamps in La Vendée War. Bonamir Aubin, at siege of Bastille. Bouille at Metz, account of, character of, troops mutinous and Salm regiment, intrepidity of, marches on Nancy, quells Nancy mutineers, at Murraybau's funeral, expects fugitive king, would liberate king, emigrates. Bouille Jr., asleep at Varennes, flies to father. Berdo, priests hanged at, for girondism. Boyer duelist. Brest, sailors revolt, state of in 1791, Fédérés in Paris in. Bretuil, home secretary. Breton club, germ of Jacobins. Bretons, deputations of Girondins. Brise, Marquis de, his mode of ushering and National Assembly, extraordinary etiquette. Brienne, Lomini, anti-Protestant in notables, incapacity of, failure of, arrests Paris Parliament, secret scheme, scheme discovered, arrests 2 parliamenters, bewildered, desperate shifts by, wishes for Necker, dismissed and provided for, his effigy burnt. Brissac, Duc de, commands Constitutional Guard, disbanded. Brissot edits Monitor, friend of blacks in First Parliament plans in 1792, active in Assembly in Jacobins at Rollins, pelted in Assembly, arrested, trial of guillotined. Brittany, disturbances in. Broglie, Marshal, against plenary court, in command, in office dismissed. Brunswick, Duke, marches on France, advances, proclamation at Verdun at Argonne, retreats. Buffon, MME, de and Duke d'Orléans at d'Orléans execution. Buttafuoco, Napoleon's letter to. Buzot in National Convention, arrested, retreats to Bordeaux, end of. Cabanis, physician to Murraybau. Cabarrus Emil, Italian, imprisoned. Con, Girondins at. Calendar, Romsnu, comparative ground scheme of. Calon M. de Financier, character of, suavity and genius of his difficulties, dismissed, marriage and aftercourse. Calvados, for Girondism. Camus, archivist, in National Convention with Dumouriez imprisoned. Canon, Siamese, wooden fever, Gothon. Carmagnole costume, what dances in convention. Carnot, Hippolyte, notice of, plan for Toulon, discovery in Robespierre's pocket. Carpentras, against Avignon. Cara, on plots for King's flight, in National Convention. Carrier, a revolutionist in National Assembly, not Noyades, guillotined. Cartox, general, fights Girondins at Toulon. Castries, Duc de, duel with Lameth. Castellino, of La Vendée. Cavaignac, convention representative. Cazalis, royalist, in Constituent Assembly. Cazat, author of Diable Amaru, seized, saved for a time by his daughter. Circle social of Fauchet. Soretti, his funeral oration on Murraybau. Cévennes, revolt of. Chabot of Mountain, against kings, imprisoned. Chabray Louison, at Versailles, October 5th. Chalier Jacobin, Lyon, executed, body raised. Chambon, doctor, mayor of Paris, retires. Chamfort, cynic, arrested, suicide. Champ de Mars, Federation, preparations for, accelerated by patriots, anecdotes of Federation scene at, funeral service Nancy, riot, patriot petition, 1791, new Federation, 1792. Champs-Élysées, Menades at festivities in. Chantley Palace, a prison. Chaptrastignac, Abbé de massacred. Charenton, Marseillais at. Charles I, trial of sold in Paris. Charleville artillery. Chartres, grain riot at. Chateaubriand's in French Revolution. Chatelet Achillida, advises Republic. Chatelain-sur-Sèvre, insurrection at. Chaumet, notice of, signs petition in governing committee at King's trial, demands constitution, arrest and death of. Chauvelin, Marquis de in London, dismissed. Chenet, Baudin-de-la massacred. Chenier, poet and Emil, Théragny. Chepi, at La Force in September. Choiseul Duke, why dismissed? Choiseul Colonel Duke, assists Louis's flight, too late at Varennes. Choisy, general at Avignon. Church, spiritual guidance, of Rome, decay of. Citizens, French, demeanor of. Clairfait, commander of Austrians. Clavière edits Moniteur, account of finance minister, arrested, suicide of. Clergy, French, in States General, conciliators of orders, joins Third Estate, lands, national, power of and sea. Clermont, flight of king through, Prussians near. Clery, on Louis's last scene. Cloutz, Anacharsis, Baron de, account of, disparagement of in national convention, universal republic of, on nullity of religion, purged from the Jacobins, guillotined. Clovis, in the Champ de Mars. Club electoral at Paris, becomes provisional municipality, permanent. Clugny M, as finance minister. Coblentz, emigrants at. Coburg and Dumouriez. Cockades, green, tricolor, black, national, trampled, white. Coffinhull, judge, delivers Henriette. Coigny, Duc de, a sinecurist. Commissioners, convention like kings. Committee of Defense, central of watchfulness of public salvation, circular of the Constitution, revolutionary. Commune, council general of the sovereign of France, enlisting. Condé, Prince de, attends Louis Roman 15, departure of. Condé, town, surrender of. Condorcet Marquis, edits Moniteur, Girondist, prepares address on Robespierre, death of. Constitution, French, completed, will not march, burst in pieces, new, of 1793. Convention, national, in what case to be summoned, demanded by some, determined on, deputies elected, constituted, motions in work to be done, hated, politeness, effervescence of on September massacres, guard for try the king, debate on trial. Invite to revolt, condemn Louis, armed Girondins in, power of removes to Tuileries besieged June 2, 1793. Extinction of Girondins, Jacobins, and on forfeited property, Carmagnole, goddess of reason, representatives. At feast of Erder Supreme, end of Robespierre, retrospect of VIARD, Germinal, Prairial termination, its successor. Corday Charlotte, account of in Paris, assassinates Marat, examined, executed. Cordeliers, Club Haberdin. Court Chevalier de. Couthon of Mountain, in Legislative in National Convention, at Lyons in Salut Committee, his question in Jacobins, decree of arrest and execution. Covenant Scotch-French. Crussal, Marquise de, executed. Quizze, massacre of at La Force. Cussy Girondin, retreats to Bordeaux. Custine General, takes Mentz, retreats, censured, guillotined, his son guillotined. Customs and morals. Damas, Colonel Comte, at Clermont at Varennes. Dampierre General killed. Dampmartin, captain, at riot in Rue Saint-Antoine, on condition of army, on state of France, at Avignon, on Marseillais. Dandin's captain, flight to Varennes. Danton, notice of president of Cordeliers and Marat, served with writs in Cordeliers Club, elected councillor Murraybow of Sansculottes in Jacobins, for deposition of committee August 10, minister of justice, after September massacre, after Jemappes and Robespierre in Netherlands at King's trial on war, rebukes Marat, peacemaker and Dumouriez in select committee, breaks with Girondins, his law of 40 sous and revolutionary government and Paris municipality. Retires to Arcis, and Robespierre arrested, tried and guillotined. David, painter in National Convention, works by Hemlock with Robespierre. Democracy on Bunker Hill, spread of in France. Departments, France divided into. Desazes, pleader for Louis. Deshuts massacred, 5th October. Desilles, captain in Nancy. Deslans, captain at Varennes, would liberate the king. Desmoulins, Camille, notice of in arms at Café de Foy, on insurrection of women in Cordeliers Club, and Brissot in National Convention on Sansculottism, on plots. Suspect, for a committee of mercy, ridicules law of the suspect. His journal, trial of guillotined, widow guillotined. Diderot, prisoner in Vincennes. Dinners, defined. Doppet, general at Lyon. Drouet, Jean B., notice of discovers royalty in flight, raises Varennes, blocks the bridge, defends his prize, rewarded to be in convention, captured by Austrians. Dubarry, Dame and Louis Roman 15, flight of imprisoned. Dubois-Crancé bombards and captures Lyon. Duchadel votes, wrapped in blankets at Caen. Ducos Girondin. Dugamir, general at Toulon. Duhamel, killed by Marseillese. Dumont on Murraybow. Dumouriez notice by account of him in Brittany at Nantes in La Vendée, sent for to Paris, foreign minister, dismissed, to army disobeys Luckner, commander-in-chief his army, council of war, seizes Argonne Forest, Grand Prix and mutineers and Marat in Paris, to Netherlands at Gemaps in Paris, discontented retreats beaten will join the enemy, arrest his arresters, escapes to Austrians. Dupont deputy atheist. Duport Adrien in Paris Parliament in Constituent Assembly, one of a trio Loriformer. Duportail in office. Durasoy, royalist guillotined. Dussaulx M, on taking of Bastille notice of. Duterter in office. Edgeworth Abbé attends Louis, at execution of Louis. Eglantine Faber D, in National Convention, assists in new calendar, imprisoned. Eli Capt, at siege of Bastille after victory. Elizabeth Princess, flight to Varennes, August 10th, in Temple prison, guillotined. England declares war on France, captures Toulon. Enraged club the Equality, reign of. Esquire Patriotel, at Avignon. Espremenil Duval D, notice of Patriot speaker in Paris Parliament, with crucifix, discovers Brienne's plot, arrest and speech of turncoat in Constituent Assembly, beaten by populace, guillotined, widow guillotined. Estaing Count D, notice of National Colonel, Royalist at Queen's trial. Estate fourth of editors. Edel, beginning of federation at. Famine in France in 1788-1792, Louis and Assembly try to relieve, in 1792, and remedy by maximum and c. Fauchet Abbé at siege of Bastille, his Te Deums, his harangue on Franklin, his circle social in First Parliament, motion by doffs his insignia, King's death, lamentation will demit, trial of. Faucigny, sword in hand. Favre's, chevalier, execution of. Federation, spread of Champty Mars, deputies to human species at, ceremonies of anew, 1792. Farad in National Convention, massacred there. Fersen Count gets Berlin built, axe coachman in King's flight. Feuillants, club denounce Jacobins, decline, extinguished battalion, justices and patriotism. Finances, serious state of, how to be improved. Flanders, how Louis Roman 15, conquers. Flandre Regiment de, at Versailles. Flesselles Paris provost shot. Fleuriet mayor guillotined. Fleury Joly de, controller of finance. Fontenay MME. Forster Foster, and French soldier account of. Fouch at Lyon. Foulon, bad repute of sobriquet, funeral of, alive, judged, massacred. Fournier and Orleans prisoners. Foy Café de Revolutionary. France abject under Louis Roman 15. Kings of early history of decay of kingship in on accession of Louis Roman 16. And philosophy famine in 1775, state of prior revolution aids America in inflammable July 1789, gibbets general overturn, how to reform, riotousness of Murraybow and after King's flight, petitions against royalty, warfare of towns in European League against, terror of in spring 1792, decree of war. France in danger, general enlisting, rage of autumn 1792, Marat circular, September, Sansculottic, declaration of war, Mountain and Girondins divide, communes of coalition against, levy in mass. Franklin ambassador to France, his death lamented, bust in Jacobins. French Anglomania, character of the literature in 1784, parlements, nature of Murraybow, type of the mob, character of. Fréron, notice of renegade guilt youth of. Fredo at royal session, arrested, liberated. Frays, the Jew brokers, imprisoned. Galois to La Vendée. Gamin Cyr, informer. Garat, minister of justice. Genlis, MME, account of Endorleans to Switzerland. Genson, Girondist to La Vendée, arrested, trial of. Georges Cadoudal, in La Vendée. Jorget, at taking of Bastille. Gerard, farmer, rents deputy. Gerald Dom at Theats. Germinal 12th, 1st of April 1795. Girondins, origin of term in National Convention, against Robespierre on King's trial and Jacobins, formula of, favorers of, schemes of to be seized. Break with Danton, armed against Mountain, accuse Marat, departments, commission of 12. commission broken, arrested, dispersed, war by, retreat of 11, trial and death of. Gobel, archbishop to be, renounces religion, arrested, guillotined. Goethe at Argonne, in Prussian retreat at Mentz. Gogelat, engineer, assists Louis' flight, intrigues. Gondrin, captain of guard. Gorsas, journalist, pleads for Swiss in National Convention, his house broken into, guillotined. Goujon, member of convention in riot of Prairial, suicide of. Goupil on extreme left. Gouvion, major general at Paris, flight to Varennes, death of. Government, Maurepas, bad state of French revolutionary, Danton. Grave Chev, de war minister, loses head. Gregoire Curé, notice of in National Convention, detained in convention, and destruction of religion. Guadet, Girondin, cross-questions ministers, arrested, guillotined. Guards, Swiss and French at Ravelin riot. French refuse to fire, come to Palais Royal, fire on Royal Element to Bastille. Name changed, national origin of number of body at Versailles October 5th, fight, fly in Chateau body and French at Versailles, national at Nancy, French. Last appearance of national how commanded 1791, constitutional dismissed Phils St. Thomas rooted Swiss at Tuileries, ordered to cease, destroyed, eulogy of departmental for National Convention. Guillaume, clerk pursues king. Guillotine, doctor, summoned by Paris Parliament, invents the guillotine, deputed to king. Guillotine invented, described in action to be improved, number of sufferers by. Hassenfratz in War Office. Hebert, editor of Peer Duchine, signs petition, arrested at Queen's trial, quickens Revolutionary Tribunal, arrested and guillotined, widow guillotined. Henault, president on surnames. Henriette, general of National Guard, and the Convention to deliver Robespierre, seized, rescued, end of. Herbois, Calat D. Notice of in National Convention at Lyons massacre in Salut Committee, attempt to assassinate, bullet at Jacobins, president, knight of Thermidor, accused, banished. Héritier Jérôme L., shot at Versailles. Hoch, Sergeant Lazare, general against Prussia, pacifies La Vendée. Hans Scouten, battle of. Hôtel des Invalides, plundered. Hôtel de Ville, after Bastille taken, harangues at. Houchard, general, unsuccessful. How Lord defeats French. Huguenin, patriot, Toxin and Hart, 20th June 1792. Hulin, half-pay, at siege of Bastille. Inistals, Count D, plot. Insurrection, most sacred of duties, of women, of August 10th, difficult of Paris against Girondins, sacred right of, last sansculottic of Babeuf. Isnard, Max, notice of in First Parliament on ministers, to demolish Paris. Jacob, Jean-Claude, father of men. Jacobins, society, beginning of, Hall, described and members journal and C, of, daughters of at Nancy, suppressed, club increases and Murraybow, prospers. Lords of the Articles. Extinguishes Feuillants, Hall enlarged, described and Marseillese and Lavergny. Message to Dumouriez, missionaries in army on King's trial on accusation of Robespierre against Girondins, National Convention and popular tribunals of, purges members to become dominant, locked out by legender. Begs back its keys, decline of mobbed, suspended, hunted down. Jails, camp of royalists at destroyed. Jaucourt, Chevalier and Liberty. J. Daimler. Jones Paul, equipped for America at Paris, account of burial of. Jouno, deputy, in danger in September. Jourdan, general, repels Austria. Jourdan, coup d'etat at Versailles, leader of brigands, supreme in Avignon, massacre by, flight of guillotined. Julien, Ciergine, guillotined. Kaunitz, prince, denounces Jacobins. Kellerman, at Valmy. Klopstock, naturalized. Knox, John and the Virgin. Korff, Baronista, in flight to Varennes. Lafarge, president of Jacobins, Madame Lavergny and. Lafayette, bust of erected against Calonne, demands by in notables Cromwell Grandison, Bastille time, vice president of National Assembly. General of National Guard, resigns and reaccepts, Scipio Americanus thanked, rewarded French guards and to Versailles 5th October at Versailles, swears the guards, Feuillant on abolition of titles at Champ de Mars Federation at de Castries. Riot, character of in day of poniards, difficult position of at King's going to St. Cloud. Resigns and reaccepts, at flight from Tuileries after escape of King, moves for amnesty, resigns, decline of doubtful against Jacobins, journey to Paris to be accused, flies to Holland. Laflat, poison plot, informer. Lies, seer, Jacobin with Louis Philippe. Lally, death of. Lamarche, guillotined. Lamarck's, illness of Murray Bowat. Lamballe, princess to England, intrigues for royalists at La Force massacred. Lameth in Constituent Assembly, one of a trio, brothers, notice of Jacobins, Charles, Duc de Castries, brothers become constitutional, Theodore in First Parliament. Lamagnan, keeper of seals, dismissed, effigy burned and death of. Lamotte, Countess de and diamond necklace in the Salpêtrière, memoirs burned in London, M. de in prison. Lamourette Abbé, kiss of guillotined. Lanjuinais Girondin, clothes torn, arrested, recalled. Laporte, intendant, guillotined. La Rivière, justice, imprisoned. La Rochejacqueline, in La Vendée, death of. La Source, accuses Danton, president and Marat, arrested, condemned. Latter Maubourg, notice of. Launay Marquis de, governor of Bastille, besieged, unassisted, to blow up Bastille, massacred. Lavergny, surrenders Longwy. Lavoisier, chemist, guillotined. La Marshal, in Paris, Book of the. Lawyers, their influence on the Revolution, number of in tears at, in Parliament first. Lazare, Mason de Saint, plundered. Lebes at Strasbourg, arrested. Leben, priest, in National Convention, at Arras, guillotined. Lecheplier, deputy, an insurrection of women. Lecanter, national major, will not fight, active in First Parliament. Lefevre, abbé, distributes powder. Legender, in danger, at Tuileries riot, in National Convention against Girondins. For Danton, locks out Jacobins, in First of Prairial. L'Enfant, abbé, on Protestant claims, massacred. Lepelletier, section for Convention, revolt of in Vendémiaire. Letters, Decachet, and Parlement of Paris. Levasseur, in National Convention, Convention representative. Liancourt, Duc de, liberal, not a revolt but a revolution. Lies, philosophism on, to be extinguished, how. Lean, Prince de, death of. Lille, Colonel Rouget de Marcelli's hymn. Lille besieged. Linked, his Bastille unveiled, returns. Loiseroles, general, guillotined for his son. Longwy, surrender of fugitives at Paris. Lords of the Articles, Jacobins as. Lorraine Fédérés and the Queen, state of, in 1790. Louis Roman XIV, Elle et c'est moi, booted in Parliament, pursues Louvois. Louis Roman XV, origin of his surname, last illness of dismisses Dame Dubarry, Choiseul, wounded, has smallpox, his mode of conquest, impoverishes France, his daughters on death, on ministerial capacity, death and burial of. Louis Roman XVI, at his accession, good measures of, temper and pursuits of, difficulties of, commences governing and notables holds royal session, receives States General deputies in States General procession. Speech to States General, National Assembly, unwise policy of, dismisses Necker. Apprised of the Revolution, conciliatory visits Assembly. Bastille visits Paris deserted, will fly languid at dinner of guards. Deposition of, proposed October 5th, women deputies to fly or not. Grants the acceptance. Paris propositions to in the shade out tumult appears to mob, will go to Paris. His wisest course procession to Paris. Review of his position lodged at Tuileries, restorer of French liberty, no hunting, locksmith, schemes, visits, assembly, federation, hereditary representative will fly. And Denistel's plot, Murraybow, useless indecision of ill of Qatar, prepares for St. Cloud. Hindered by populace effect, should he escape, prepares for flight. His circular flies. Letter to Assembly, manner of flight, loiters by the way detected by Drouet, captured at Varennes, indecision there, return to Paris, reception there to be deposed. Reinstated, reception of legislative, position of proposes war with tears vetoes dissolves Roland ministry, in riot of June 20 and Patian at federation with cuirass declared forfeited, last levy of 10th August, quits Tuileries for assembly in assembly sent to Temple prison in Temple to be tried. And the locksmith Gawain at the bar, his will, condemned, parting scene, and execution of his son. Louis Philippe, king of the French, Jacobin doorkeeper at Valmy, bravery at Jemappes and sister, with Dumouriez to Austrians to Switzerland. Laustelot, editor. Louvet, his Chevalier de Fables, his Sentinels, and Robespierre in National Convention, Girondin accuses Robespierre, arrested, retreats to Bordeaux, escape of recalled. Luckner, Supreme General, and Dumouriez guillotined. Luneville, Inspector Malseny at Lux, Adam guillotined. Lyon, Federation at Disorders in Chalier Jacobin, executed at Capture of Magazine Massacres at Mail Head Deputy on Trial of Louis. Maillard, Usher at Siege of Bastille. Insurrection of Women, Drum, Champs-Élysées entering Versailles, addresses National Assembly there, signs Deschamps' petition in September massacres. Maille, Camp Marshal at Tuileries, massacred at La Force. Mailly Marshal, one of 4 generals. Malesherbes, Emde in King's Council defends Louis. Malseny, Army Inspector at Nancy, imprisoned, liberated. Mandat, Commander of Guards, August, 1792. Manuel, Jacobin, Slowshore in August 10th in Governing Committee, haranguing at La Force in National Convention, motions in, vote at King's Trial, in prison, guillotined. Marat, Jean-Paul, horseleech to Dartois, notice of against violence at Siege of Bastille, summoned by constituent not to be gagged, astir, how to regenerate France, police, and on abolition of titles would gibbet Murraybow Buston Jacobins. Concealed in cellars in seat of honor, signs circular, elected to convention, and Dumouriez oath spy in convention on sufferings of people, and Girondins arrested, returns in triumph, fall of Girondins. Merchel, atheist, calendar by. Merchel the lady, on nobility. Marseille, brigands at Ondatients, the bar of iron for Girondism. Marseillese, march and hymn of at Charenton at Paris, fills St. Thomas and barracks. Massacre, Avignon, September, number slain in, compared to Bartholomew. Matin advocate, his resurrection. Maupeou under Louis Roman 15, and Dame Dewberry. Maurepas, Prime Minister, character of Government of Death of. Maury Abbé, character of in Constituent Assembly, seized emigrating, dogmatic, efforts fruitless, made cardinal. Meme M. of Quincy, explosion of rustics. Menu, general arrest of. Mentz occupied by French, siege of surrender of. Mercier on Paris revolting, editor, the September massacre in National Convention, King's Trial. Merlin of Thionville in Mountain, irascible at Mentz. Merlin of Douai, law of suspect. Metz Bouillet, troops mutinous at. Meudon Tannery. Miamander d'Esti, Marie bodyguard October 5th, left for dead, revives, rewarded. Murraybow Marquis, on the state of France in 1775, and his son, his death. Murraybow Count, his pamphlets, the notables, letters de cachet against, expelled by the Provence noblesse, cloth shop, is deputy for Aix, king of Frenchmen, family of, wanderings of his future course, groaned at in assembly, his newspaper suppressed. Silences Usher de Brézé at Bastille ruins on Robespierre, fame of on French deficit, populace on veto, Mounier October 5th. Insight of defends veto, courage, revenue of saleable. And Danton on Constitution at Jacobins, his courtship on state of army, Marat would gibbet. His power in France on d'Orléans on dueling, interview with Queen, speech on emigrants. The Trent Voix in council, his plans for France, probable career of, last appearance in assembly, anxiety of populace for, last sayings of death and funeral of, burial place of, character of last of Murraybow's, Buston Jacobins, bust demolished. Murraybow the Younger, nicknamed Tonneau in Constituent Assembly, breaks his sword. Miranda, general, attempts Holland. Miromnel, keeper of seals. Moleville, Bertrand de historian minister, his plan, frivolous policy of, and d'Orléans, Jesuitic concealed. Mamaro, bookseller, agrarian, arrested, guillotined, his wife, goddess of reason. Monge, mathematician in office, assists in new calendar. Monsabert, Gide, president of Paris Parliament, arrested. Montelimart, covenant sworn at. Montesquieu, general, takes Savoy. Montgillard, on captive queen, on September massacres. Montmartre, trenches at. Montmorin, war secretary. Moore, doctor, at attack of Tuileries at La Force. Morand de newspaper by will return in prison. Morlet philosophe. Maucheton, Emde of King's bodyguard. Maudon Abbé, confessor to Louis Roman 15. Mounier at Grenoble, proposes tennis court oath, October 5th, President of Constituent Assembly, deputed to King, dilemma of. Mountain, members of the re-elected in National Convention Gironde and favorers of the vulnerable points of prevails. Danton, Duperret, after Gironde dispersed in labor. Muller, general, expedition to Spain. Murat in Vendémiaire revolt. Nancy, revolt at description of town, deputation imprisoned, deputation of mutineers, state of mutineers in, Bouillet's fight, Paris thereupon, military executions at assembly commissioners. Nantes after King's flight, massacres at. Napoleon Buonaparte, studying mathematics, pamphlet by, democratic in Corsica, August 10th, under General Cartox. At Toulon, Josephine and at La Cabaresses, Vendémiaire. Narbonne, Louis de, assists flight of King's aunts, to be war minister, demands by, secreted, escapes. Navy, Louis Roman 15, on French. Necker and finance, account of dismissed, refuses Brienne recalled. Difficulty as to States General, reconvokes notables, opinion of himself, popular, dismissed, recalled, returns in glory. His plans, becoming unpopular, departs with difficulty. Necklace diamond. Nerwinden, battle of. Nevercall, mayor of Lyon. Nobles, state of the under Louis Roman 15. New, join Third Estate. Notables, Calonne's convocation of, assembled 22nd February 1787. Members of, effects of dismissal of, reconvoked, 6th November, dismissed again. Noyades Nantes. October 5, 1789. Auge condemned. Orleans High Court at, prisoners massacred at Versailles. Orleans a Duc d in Louis Roman 15, S. Sacrum. Orleans Philippe Égalité, Duc de Chartres, till waits on Dauphin, father with Louis Roman 15. Not admiral wealth, debauchery, Palais Royal buildings in notables Duc d'Orléans now. Looks of bed of justice, 1787, arrested, liberated in States General procession, joins Third Estate. His party in Constituent Assembly, 5th October, and shunned in England, Murraybow cash deficiency. Use of in Revolution, accused by Royalists at court, insulted. In National Convention, decline of in Convention, vote on King's trial, at King's execution, arrested, imprisoned, condemned, and executed. Ormesson D., Controller of Finance. Pache Swiss account of, Minister of War, Mayor, dismissed, reinstated, imprisoned. Pan Malletdew, solicits for Louis. Panys, advocate, in governing committee and Beaumarchais, confidant of Danton. Pantheon, first occupant of. Perrins, curate, renounces religion. Paris, origin of city, police in 1750, ship Ville de Paris, riot at Palais de Justice, beautified in 1788, election 1789, troops called to, military preparations in July 14th, cry for arms, search for arms, Bailey, mayor of trade strikes in Lafayette patrols, October 5th, propositions to Louis in, journals, bill stickers, undermined after Champ de Mars Federation on Nancy affair, on death of Murraybow, on flight to Varennes. On King's return, Directory suspends Patian, enlisting, on forfeiture of King, sections, rising of August 10th, prepares for insurrection, municipality supplanted, statues destroyed, King and Queen to prison, September 1792, names printed on house door in insurrection, Girondins, May 1793, municipality in red caps, brotherly supper, sections to be abolished. Paris guardsman assassinates Lepelletier. Paris friend of Danton. Parliament patriotic against taxation, remonstrates at Versailles, arrested, origin of, nature of, corrupt at Troyes, yields, royal session in, how to be tamed, oath and declaration of, firmness of, seen in, and dismissal of, reinstated, unpopular, summons Dr. Guillotin, abolished. Parliaments provincial, adhere to Paris, rebellious, exiled, grand deputations of, reinstated, abolished. Peltier, royalist pamphleteer, Pierre Duchesne, editor of. Pereira, Walloon, account of imprisoned. Peschen, account of Dutch-built and D'Espremenil, to be mayor of Varennes, meets king and royalty at close of assembly in London, mayor of Paris in 20th June, suspended, reinstated. Welcomes Marseillese August 10th in Tuileries, rebukes Septemberers in National Convention, declines mayorship against Mountain, retreat to Bordeaux, end of. Patian, National Peak, christening of. Petition of famishing French, at Fatherland's altar, of the 8,000. Petitions on capture of king, for deposition and c. Philippot, purged out of the Jacobins. Philosophism, influence of on revolution, what it has done with church, with religion. Pichegru, general, account of in Germinal. Pilnitz Convention at Pin Latterdue, War Minister dismissed. Pitt against France and Girondins inflexible. Plots of King's Flight, various of aristocrats, October 5th Royalist of Favre's and others, cartels, 12 bullies from Switzerland, Denistel, Will-o'-Wisp, Murraybow and Queen, Poniards, Mallet Dupin, Narbonne, S. Traces of In Armoire de Fer against Girondins, Desmoulins on, prison. Polignac, Duc de, a sinecurist, dismissed at bail, Younger and Ham. Pompignan, President of National Assembly. Pope Pius Roman VI, excommunicates Talleyrand, his effigy burned. Prairial 1st to 3rd, May 2022, 1795. Pressy, Siege of Lyon. Priesthood, disrobing of, costumes in Carmagnole. Priestley, Doctor, riot against, naturalized, elected to National Convention. Priests, dissident, Marion, France, anti-national, hanged, many killed near the Abbaye, number slain in September massacre, to rescue Louis, drowned at Nantes. Prisons, Paris in Bastille time, full, August 1792, number of in France, state of in terror, thinned after terror. Prison, Abbaye, refractory members sent to, Temple, Louis sent to, Abbaye, priests killed near, massacres at La Force, Chatelet, and Conciergerie. Procession of States General deputies of Necker and d'Orléans busts, of Louis to Paris. Again, after Varennes, of Louis to trial, at Constitution of 1793. Provence noblesse, expel Murraybow. Prudhomme, editor, on assassins on Cavaignac. Prussia, Fritzov against France, army of ravages France, king of and French princes. Puiset, Girondin general at Quiberon. Queret d'Emery in Bastille. Quiberon, debarkation at Rabaut, Saint Etienne, French reformer in National Convention in Commission of 12, arrested between two walls, guillotined. Raynal, abbé, philosophe, his letter to Constituent Assembly. Rebecque of Marseille in National Convention, against Robespierre, retires, drowns himself. Redang, Swiss, massacred. Religion, Christian and French Revolution, abolished, Cloutson anew. Remaille, cornet at Clermont. Renault, Cecile, to assassinate Robespierre, guillotined. René King, bequeathed Avignon to Pope. Rents, riot in. Renwick, last of Cameronians. Repair, Tardivit due, bodyguard 5th October rewarded. Representatives, Paris town. Republic, French, first mention of, first year of, established, universal, Cloutzes, Girondin, one and indivisible, its triumphs. Resson Seer, reports Lafayette to Jacobins. Rivailin house destroyed. Revolt, Paris, inn of Gardes Francaises, becomes revolution military, what of Lepelletier section. Revolution, French, causes of the Lord Chesterfield on the not a revolt, meaning of the term, whence it grew. General commencement of prosperous characters in, philosophs and state of army in, progress of dueling in, republic decided on European powers and royalist opinion of cardinal movements in Danton and the changes produced by the effect of King's death on, Girondin idea of suspicion in, terror and in Christian religion, revolutionary committees, government doings in. Robespierre essential to, end of. Rhymes in September massacre. Richelieu at death of Louis Roman XV, death of. Riot, Paris in May 1750, Corn Law in 1775, at Palais de Justice, 1787, Triumph of Rue Saint-Antoine of July 14, 1789, and Bastille at Strasbourg, Paris on the veto Versailles Shade, October 5, 1789. Uses of to National Assembly, Paris on Nancy affair at de Castries Hotel on flight of King's aunts at Vincennes, on King's proposed journey to St. Cloud, in Champ de Mars with sharp shot, Paris. 20th June, August 10, 1792, grain, Paris at Theatre de la Nation. Selling sugar of Thermidor, 1794, of Germinal, 1795, of Prairial, final, of Vendémiaire. Riouf, Girondin, to Berthaud in prison on death of Girondins on MME. Roland. Robespierre, Maximilian account of derided in Constituent Assembly. Jacobin, incorruptible on tip of left, elected public accuser. After King's flight at close of Assembly at Arras. Position of plans in 1792, chief priest of Jacobins, invisible on August 10th, reappears on September massacre in National Convention, accused by Girondins, accused by Louvet, acquitted, King's trial, Condorcet on at Queen's trial in Salut Committee, and Paris Municipality. embraces Danton, Desmoulins and Danton on at trial, his three scoundrels supreme to be assassinated at feast of Erder Supreme, apocalyptic, Theot on Couthon's plot decree, reserved. His schemes fails in convention, applauded at Jacobins, accused, rescued at town hall, declared out of law, half-killed, guillotined, essential to revolution. Robespierre Augustin, decreed accused, guillotined. Rochambeau, one of four generals, retires. Rochhymen, Grand Almoner of Louis Roman XV. Rochefoucault, Duc de la, liberal president of Directory, killed. Roederer, syndic, fuelent, Chronicle of 50 Days, on Fédérés ammunition, dilemma at Tuileries, August 10th. Rohan, Cardinal, diamond necklace. Roland, Madame, notice of at Lyon, narrative by, in Paris after King's flight, and Barbaroux, public dinners and business. Character of, misgivings of, accused, Girondin declining, arrested, condemned and guillotined. Roland M., notice of in Paris, minister, letter and dismissal of, recalled, decline of on September massacres, and Pash doings of, resigns, flies, suicide of. Rom in National Convention in Caen prison, his new calendar, in Riot of Prairial, 1795, suicide. Ramouf pursues King. Ronson, General of Revolutionary Army, arrested and guillotined. Rosière, Thuriot de la, summons Bastille in First Parliament in National Convention, President at Robespierre's fall. Rossignol in September Massacre, in La Vendée. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, Contrat Social of, Gospel according to Burial Place of, Statue decreed to. Rue M, Histoire Parlementaire. Royalty, Signs of Demolished, Abolition of. Rouamp's Deputy against Couthon. Rule, Notice of in Riot of Prairial, Suicide. Sabatier de Caber, at Royal Session, arrested, liberated. Saint Antoine to Versailles, Warhorse Supper, Nancy Affair, at Vincennes, at Jacobins and Marseilles, August 10th. Saint Cloud, Louis prohibited from. Saint Denis, Mayor of Hanged. Saint Fargeau, Lepelletier in National Convention, at King's Trial, assassinated, burial of. Saint Huruge, Marquis, Bullvoice, imprisoned at Versailles, and Pope's effigy at Jacobins on King's Trial. Saint Justin National Convention, on King's Trial in Select Committee at Strasbourg, repels Prussians, on Revolution in Committee Room, Thermidor, his report, arrested. St. Louis Church, States General Procession from. Saint Mird, Jurgniacto in prison, his agony at La Force. Saint Murray, Morrow de prostrated. Saul's deputy guillotined. Sansculottism, apparition of, effects of, growth of at work, origin of term and royalty above theft, a fact, French nation and revolutionary tribunal and how it lives, consummated, fall of, last rising of, death of. Santera, Brewer, notice of at Siege of Bastille at Tuileries, June 20th, meets Marseilles, commander of guards, how to relieve famine, at King's Trial, at King's execution, fails in La Vendée, Saint Anton disarmed. Sapper Fraternal. Sauce M., procureur of Varennes seen at his house, flies from Prussians. Saviniers M., de bodyguard October 5th loses temper. Savoy, occupied by French. Seychelles, Herald de in National Convention, leads convention out, arrested and guillotined. Sections of Paris denounce Girondins committee of. Seigneurs, French, compelled to fly. Sergeant, agate, engraver in committee nicknamed agate, signs circular. Servan, War Minister, proposals of. Severs potteries, Lamotte's memoirs burnt at. Sicard Abbé, imprisoned, in danger near the Abbé, account of massacre there. Side, right and left of Constituent Assembly, right and left, tip of left, popular, right after King's flight, right quits Assembly, right and left in First Parliament. Sieyes Abbé, account of Constitution Builder in Champ de Mars in National Convention, of Constitution Committee, 1790, vote at King's Trial, making fresh Constitution. Sillery Marquis. Simon Cordwainer, Dauphin committed to guillotined. Simonau, Mayor of Adamps, death of Festival for. Sombreuil, Governor of Hotel des Invalids, examined, seized, saved by his daughter, guillotined, his son shot. Spain at war with France, invaded by France. Stahl, Dame de on Liberty. Stale, MME. De at States General Procession, intrigue for Narbonne, secretes Narbonne. Stanhope and Price, their club in Paris. States General first suggested, meeting announced, how constituted orders in representatives to, parliaments against deputies to in Paris, number of deputies, place of assembly, procession of installed union of orders. Strasbourg riot at, in 1789. Suffren admiral notice of. Sullo royalist editor massacred. Suspect law of the Chaumet jeered on. Sweden king of, to assist Marie Antoinette, shot by Ankarstrom. Swiss guards at Brest, prisoners at La Force. Talleyrand Perigord, bishop, notice of at Fatherland's altar. His blessing excommunicated in London to America. Tallien notice of editor of Ami des Citoyens, in Committee of Town Hall, August 1792, in National Convention at Bordeaux, and Madame Cabarrus, recalled, suspect, accuses Robespierre, Thermidorian. Talma actor his soirée. Tannery of human skins, improvements in. Target advocate, declines King's defense. Tassin M. and Black Cockade. Tennis court, National Assembly in, club of, and procession to master of rewarded. Terror, consummation of, reign of designated, number guillotined in. Theoden's church, granted to dissidents. Theot, prophetess on Robespierre. Thermidor, 9th and 10th, July 27 and 28, 1794. The Roigny Emil. Notice of in insurrection of women at Versailles October 5, in Austrian prison in Jacobin Tribune, armed for insurrection, August 10, keeps her carriage, fustigated insane. Thionville besieged, siege raised. Thouaret, law reformer, dissolves assembly, guillotined. Thouvenot and Dumouriez. Tinville, Fauquier, revolutionist, Jacobin, attorney general in tribunal revolutionnaire, at Queen's trial of Girondins at trial of MME. Roland, at trial of Danton and Salut public, his prison plots, his batches, the prisons under, mock doom of, at trial of Robespierre, accused, guillotined. Tolendal Lally, pleads for father, in States General, popular crowned. Torn bishop. Toulon Girondin, occupied by English, besieged, surrenders. Toulongen Marquis, notice of on Barnave triumvirate, describes Jacobins' hall. Tournay Louis, at siege of Bastille. Tourzel Dame de escape of. Tronchet advocate defends king. Tuileries Louis Roman 16. Lodged at a tile field 20th June at tickets of entry, Coblentz, Marseillese chase fills St. Thomas to August 10th, king quits, attacked, captured, occupied by National Convention. Turgot, controller of France on Corn Law, dismissed, death of. Tyrants, French people rise against. United States, Declaration of Liberty, embassy to Louis Roman 16. Aided by France of Congress in. Ushant battle off. Valadi Marquis, guards Francaises and guillotined. Valets Girondin on trial of Louis, plots at his house, trial of kills himself. Valenciennes, besieged, surrendered. Varenne Matindalaw, his experiences in September. Varigny, bodyguard massacred. Varlet, apostle of liberty, arrested. Vendy, law commissioners to, state of in 1792, insurrection in war after king's death on fire pacificated. Vendémiaire, 13th October 4, 1795. Verdun, to be besieged, surrendered. Vergennes, M. de Prime Minister, death of. Vergniaud, notice of August 10th, orations of, President at King's condemnation, in fall of Girondins, trial of, at last supper of Girondins. Vermond, Abada. Versailles, death of Louis Roman 15. At in Bastille time, National Assembly at, troops to March of Women on, of French guards on insurrection scene at, the Château forced, prisoners massacred at. VIARD Spy. Villate Juryman, guillotined book by. Villaret Joyeuse, admiral, defeated by Howe. Villequier, Duc de emigrates. Vincennes, riot at, saved by Lafayette. Vincent of War Office, arrested, guillotined. Voltaire at Paris, described, burial place of. War civil, becomes general. Washington, key of Bastille sent to, formula for Lafayette. Wadigny, battle of. Weber, in insurrection of women, queen leaving Vienna. Westermann, August 10th, purged out of the Jacobins, tried and guillotined. Wimpfen, Girondin general. York, Duke of, besieges Valenciennes and Dunkirk. Young, Arthur, at French Revolution. Footnotes. 1. Return, Abrégé chronologique de l'histoire de France, Paris, 1775, p. 701. 2. Return, Mémoires de M. le Baron Besenval, Paris, 1805, Roman 2, 5990. 3. Return, Arthur Young, Travels during the years 1787-88-89, Bury St. Edmunds, 1792, I 44. 4. Return, La Viette les Mémoires du Général Dumouriez, Paris, 1822, I 141. 5. Return, Besenval Mémoires, Roman 2, 21. 6. Return Doulora, Histoire de Paris, Paris, 1824, Roman 7, 328. 7. Return Mémoires sur la vie privée de Marie Antoinette, par Madame Campan, Paris, 1826, I 12. 8. Return Histoire de la Révolution Francaise, par du Amis de la Liberté, Paris, 1792, Roman 2, 212. 9. Return Lacretelle, Histoire de France pendant le 18 cycle, Paris, 1819 I, 271. 10. Return Doulora, Roman 7, 261. 11. Return Lacretelle, Roman 3, 175. 12. Return Chesterfield's Letters, December 25, 1753. 13. Return Doulora, Roman 8, 217, Besenval and c. 14. Return Campan, I 1136. 15. Return Besenval, I 199. 16. Return Campan, Roman 3, 39. 17. Return Journal de Madame de Haussett, p. 293 and c. 18. Return Campan, I 197. 19. Return Gregorius Tironensis Hister, lib. Roman 4, cap. 21. 20. Return Besenval, I 159-172, Genlis, Duc de Levis and c. 21. Return Weber, Mémoires concernant Marie Antoinette, London, 1809, I 22. 22. Return, One grudges to interfere with the beautiful theatrical candle, which Madame Campan, I 79, has lit on this occasion and blown out at the moment of death. What candles might be lit or blown out, in so large an establishment as that of Versailles, no man at such distance would like to affirm. At the same time, as it was 2 o'clock in a May afternoon, and these royal stables must have been some 500 or 600 yards from the royal sickroom, the candle does threaten to go out in spite of us. It remains burning indeed in her fantasy, throwing light on much in those memoirs of hers. 23. Return Turgot's Letter, Condorcet, Vie de Turgot, Oeuvres de Condorcet, T.V., p. 67. The date is 24th August, 1774. 24. Return Campan, I 125. 25. Return Ib, I 151, Weber, I 1150. 26. Return Besenval, Roman 2, 280-330. 27. Return Mercier Nouveau Paris, Roman 3, 147. 28. Return A.D., 1834. 29. Return Lacretelle, France pendant le 18 cycle, Roman 2, 455. Biographie universelle, section Turgot, by Durazoir. 30. Return Mémoires de Murabeau, écrits par Louis-Mère par son père, son oncle et son fils adoptif, Paris, 34-5, Roman 2, 186. 31. Return Boissy d'Anglas, Vie de Malesherbes, I 1522. 32. Return in May, 1776. 33. Return February, 1778. 34. Return 1773-6. See Oeuvres de Beaumarchais, where they and the history of them are given. 35. Return 1777. Dean somewhat earlier. Franklin remained till 1785. 36. Return 27th July, 1778. 37. Return 9th and 12th April, 1782. 38. Return August 1st, 1785. 39. Return Annual Register Dodsley, S. Roman 25, 258-67. September-October, 1782. 40. Return Gibbon's Letters. Date 16th June, 1777 and c. 41. Return till May, 1781. 42. Return Mercier Tableau de Paris, Roman 2, 51. Louvit, Roman de Fables and c. 43. Return Adelung, Geskich der menschlichen Narrate, Section Dodd. 44. Return 1781-82. Dulera Roman 8, 423. 45. Return 5th June, 1783. 46. Return October and November, 1783. 47. Return Lacretelle, 18 Me Cycle Roman 3, 258. 48. Return August, 1784. 49. Return Phil's Adoptif Mémoires de Murraybau Roman 4, 325. 50. Return Besenval Roman 3, 255-58. 51. Return Besenval Roman 3, 216. 52. Return Phil's Adoptif Mémoires de Murraybau T Roman 4, Liv. 4 at 5. 53. Return Biographie Universelle, Section Calonne by Guizot. 54. Return Lacretelle Roman 3, 286. Montgillard, I 347. 55. Return Dumont, Souvenir sur Murraybau Paris, 1832, p. 20. 56. Return Besenval Roman 3, 196. 57. Return Besenval Roman 3, 203. 58. Return, republished in the Musée de la Caricature, Paris, 1834. 59. Return Besenval Roman 3, 209. 60. Return Ib, Roman 3, 211. 61. Return Besenval Roman 3, 225. 62. Return Ib, Roman 3, 224. 63. Return Montgillard, Histoire de France, I 410-17. 64. Return Besenval Roman 3, 220. 65. Return Montgillard, I 360. 66. Return Dumont, Souvenir sur Murraybau, p. 21. 67. Return Toulongen, Histoire de France depuis la Révolution de 1789, Paris, 1803, I ap 4. 68. Return A. Weymouth, Histoire de l'Assemblée Constituante int. 73. 69. Return Abrégé chronologique, p. 975. 70. Return 9th May 1766, Biographie Universelle, Section Lally. 71. Return Montgillard, I 369, Besenval and C. 72. Return Montgillard, I 373. 73. Return Phil's Adoptif Murraybau Roman 4, L5. 74. Return October 1787, Montgillard, I 374. Besenval Roman 3, 283. 75. Return Dulera Roman 6, 306. 76. Return Besenval Roman 3, 309. 77. Return Weber, I 266. 78. Return Besenval Roman 3, 264. 79. Return Mémoires justificatifs de la Comtesse de Lamotte, London, 1788. Vie de Jeanne de Saint-Remy, Comtesse de Lamotte, and C diamond necklace, ut supra. 80. Return Lacretelle Roman 3, 343, Montgillard and C. 81. Return Besenval Roman 3, 317. 82. Return Montgillard, I 405. 83. Return Weber, I 276. 84. Return Weber, I 283. 85. Return Besenval Roman 3, 355. 86. Return Toulongen, I ap 20. 87. Return Montgillard, I 404. 88. Return Weber, I 299 303. 89. Return A. F. de Bertrand Molleville, Mémoires particuliers, Paris, 1816, I.ch. I. Marmontel, Mémoires Roman 4, 27. 90. Return Montgillard, I 308. 91. Return Besenval Roman 3, 348. 92. Return La Cour Planière, Héros tragicomédien trois actes et en prose, Joël 14 Juillet 1788, par une société d'amateurs dans un château aux environs de Versailles, par M. l'Abbé de Vermond, lecteur de la Réunie, à Bavel Lamagnon's country house, et s'y trouve à Paris chez la Veuve Liberté, à l'enseigne de la Révolution, 1788. La Passion, la mort et la résurrection du pupil. Imprimé à Jerusalem and C. C. Montgillard, I 407. 93. Return Weber, I 275. 94. Return Lameth Assem, Const, Introd, p. 87. 95. Return Montgillard, I 424. 96. Return See Memoirs de Morlet. 97. Return Marmontel Roman 4, 30. 98. Return Campen Roman 3, 104, 111. 99. Return Besenval Roman 3, 360. 100. Return Weber, I 339. 101. Return Weber, I 341. 102. Return Besenval Roman 3, 366. 103. Return Weber, I 342. 104. Return Histoire parlementaire de la Révolution Francaise. Au Journal des Assemblées Nationales depuis 1789, Paris, 1833 et sec. I 253. Lameth, Assemblée Constituante, I Introd, p. 89. 105. Return Histoire de la Révolution par deux Amis de la Liberté, I 50. 106. Return Histoire de la Révolution par deux Amis de la Liberté, I 58. 107. Return Montgillard, I 461. 108. Return Weber, I 347. 109. Return Ibid, I 360. 110. Return Mémoire sur les états généraux. See Montgillard, I 457-9. 111. Return Délibérations, Apprendre pour les assemblées des bailliages. 112. Return Mémoire présenté au roi par Monseigneur Comte d'Artois, M. le Prince de Condé, M. le Duc de Bourbon, M. le Duc d'Enghien, et M. le Prince de Conti. Given in Hist. Parle. I 256. 113. Return Marmontel Mémoires London 1805 Roman 4, 33, Hist. Parle and c. 114. Return Rapport fait au roi dans son conseil, le 27 December 1788. 115. Return 5th July, 8th August, 23rd September and c. 116. Return Règlement du roi pour la convocation des états généraux à Versailles. Reprinted, wrong dated, in Histoire parlementaire, I 262. 117. Return Règlement du roi in Histoire parlementaire, as above, I 267-307. 118. Return Bailey Memoirs, I 336. 119. Return Protestation et Rareté des Junes gens de la Ville de Nantes, du 28 janvier 1789, avant leur départ pour Reims. Rareté des Junes gens de la Ville d'Angers, du 4 février 1789. Rareté des Mers, Soeurs Epauses et Amantes des Junes Citoyens d'Angers, du 6 février 1789. Reprinted in Histoire parlementaire, I 293. 120. Return Hist. Parle, I 287. Deux Amis de la Liberté, I 105-128. 121. Return Fils Adoptif, v 256. 122. Return Mémoires de Mirabeau, v 307. 123. Return Marat, Ami du Pupil newspaper, in Histoire parlementaire Roman 2, 103 and c. 124. Return Deux Amis de la Liberté, I 141. 125. Return Lacretelle 18 Mi cycle Roman 2, 155. 126. Return Besenval Roman 3, 385 and c. 127. Return Besenval Roman 3, 385-8. 128. Return Evenements qui se sont passés sous mes yeux pendant la Révolution Francaise. Par A. H. Dampmartin, Berlin, 1799, I 2527. 129. Return Besenval Roman 3, 389. 130. Return Madame de Staël, Considérations sur la Révolution Francaise, London, 1818. I 114-191. 131. Return Founders of the French Republic, London, 1798, Section Valadi. 132. Return C. de Staël, Considérations Roman 2, 142. Barbaroux Mémoires and c. 133. Return Histoire parlementaire, I 335. 134, Return Actes des Apôtres, by Peltier and others. Almanach du Père Gérard, by Collot de Herbois and C. and C. 135, Return Moniteur newspaper, of December 1st, 1789 in Histoire parlementaire. 136, Return Bouillet, Mémoires sur la Révolution Française, London, 1797, I-68. 137, Return Dumont, Souvenirs sur Mirabeau, p. 64. 138, Return A.D., 1834. 139, Return Hist, Parle, I-320-227. 140, Return Mercier, Nouveau Paris. 141, Return Histoire parlementaire, I-356. Mercier, Nouveau Paris and C. 142, Return Reported Debates, 6th May to 1st June, 1789 in Histoire parlementaire, I-379-422. 143, Return Moniteur, in Histoire parlementaire, I-405. 144, Return Histoire parlementaire, I-429. 145, Return Arthur Young, Travels, I-104. 146, Return Bailey Memoirs, I-114. 147, Return Histoire parlementaire, I-413. 148, Return Debates, 1st to 17th June 1789, in Histoire parlementaire, I-422-478. 149, Return Bailey Memoirs, I-185-206. 150, Return C. Arthur Young Travels, I-115-118, A. Lameth and C. 151, Return Dumont, Souvenirs sur Mirabeau, C4. 152, Return Histoire parlementaire, I-13. 153, Return Moniteur Hist, Parle Roman II, 22. 154, Return Montgellard Roman II, 38. 155, Return Histoire parlementaire Roman II, 26. 156, Return Bailey, I-217. 157, Return Histoire parlementaire Roman II, 23. 158, Return Montgellard Roman II, 47. 159, Return Arthur Young, I-119. 160, Return A. Lameth, Assemblée Constituante, I-41. 161, Return Bessenville Roman III, 398. 162, Return Mercier Tableau de Paris Roman VI, 22. 163, Return Histoire parlementaire. 164, Return Dictionnaire des Hommes Marquins, Londres, Paris, 1800 Roman II, 198. 165, Return Bessenville Roman III, 394-6. 166, Return Histoire parlementaire Roman II, 32. 167, Return Dussaulx, Prise de la Bastille, Collection des Mémoires, par Burville et Barrière, Paris, 1821, p. 269. 168, Return Avis aux Pupils, aux les Ministers des Valets, 1st July, 1789 in Histoire parlementaire, Roman II, 37. 169, Return Bessenville Roman III, 411. 170, Return Histoire parlementaire Roman II, 81. 171, Return Ibid. 172, Return Via Cordelier, par Camille Desmoulins, No. 5, reprinted in Collection des Mémoires, par Baudouin Freres, Paris, 1825, p. 81. 173, Return Weber Roman II, 7591. 174, Return Du Amis, I-267-306. 175, Return Histoire parlementaire Roman II, 96. 176, Return Dussaulx, Prise de la Bastille, p. 20. 177, Return C. Lameth, Ferrières and C. 178, Return Du Amis de la Liberté, I-312. 179, Return Fils Adoptif Mirabeau Roman VI, L1. 180, Return Bessenville Roman III, 414. 181, Return Tableau de la Révolution, Prize de la Bastille, a folio collection of pictures and portraits, with letterpress, not always uninstructive, part of it said to be by Chamfort. 182. Return Du Amis, I 302. 183. Return Besenval Roman 3, 416. 184. Return Fauchet's Narrative, Du Amis, I 324. 185. Return Du Amis, I 319, Du Sulks and C. 186. Return Histoire de la Révolution, par Du Amis de la Liberté, I 267 306, Besenval Roman 3. 410 434. Du Sulks, Prize de la Bastille, 291 301 Bailey, Mémoires Collection de Bervelet Barrière, I 322 et sec. 187. Return dated à la Bastille, 7 October 1752, signed Querit Demery. Bastille des Vallées in linked Mémoires sur la Bastille, Paris, 1821, p. 199. 188. Return Du Sulks. 189. Return Biographie Universelle, section Moreau Saint Mary, by Fournier Pesquet. 190. Return Weber Roman 2, 126. 191. Return Campen Roman 2, 4664. 192. Return Toulongen I 95, Weber and C and C. 193. Return Histoire Parlementaire Roman 2, 146 9. 194. Return Du Amis de la Liberté Roman 2, 66. 195. Return Il a volé le roi et la France, he robbed the king and France. He devoured the substance of the people. He was the slave of the rich and the tyrant of the poor. He drank the blood of the widow and orphan. He betrayed his country. See Du Amis, Roman 2, 6773. 196. Return Dumont, Souvenirs sur Murraybow, p. 305. 197. Return Dulara, Histoire de Paris, Roman 8, 434. 198. Return Monitor, Séance du samedi 18 juillet 1789 in Histoire Parlementaire, Roman 2, 137. 199. Return Du Sulks, Prize de la Bastille, p. 447 and c. 200. Return Arthur Young, I 111. 201. Return Biographie Universelle, section d'Espremesnil by Beaulieu. 202. Return Dictionnaire des Hommes Marquins Roman 2, 519. 203. Return Monitor, number 67 in Hist Parle. 204. Return C. Toulongen, IC3. 205. Return Dumont, Souvenirs sur Murraybow, p. 255. 206. Return C. Dumont, pp. 159-67, Arthur Young and C. 207. Return Besenval Roman 3, 419. 208. Return Arthur Young, I 165. 209. Return A.D., 1835. 210. Return Montgillard Roman 2, 108. 211. Return Arthur Young, I 129 and c. 212. Return Phil's Adoptif, Mémoires de Murraybow, I 364-394. 213. Return C. Arthur Young, I 137, 150 and c. 214. Return Ibid, I 134. 215. Return C. Hist, Parle, Roman 2, 243-6. 216. Return C. Young, I 149 and c. 217. Return Arthur Young, I 12, 48, 84 and c. 218. Return Hist, Parle, Roman 2, 161. 219. Return Arthur Young, I 141. Dampmartin, Événements qui se sont passés sous messieurs, I 105 127. 220. Return Biographie Universelle, section Necker by Lally Tollendal. 221. Return Gibbon's Letters. 222. Return Young, I 176. 223. Return C. Hist, Parle, Roman 3, 20, Mercier, Nouveau Paris and c. 224. Return C. Bailey, Mémoires Roman 2, 137 409. 225, return hist. Parl, Roman 2, 421. 226, return histoire parlementaire, Roman 2. 359, 417, 423. 227, return histoire parlementaire, Roman 2, 427. 228, return souvenirs sur Murraybau, p. 156. 229, return Révolutions de Paris newspaper, cited in Histoire parlementaire, Roman 2, 357. 230, return Brulin de lettres de M. d'Estaing à la Réunie in Histoire parlementaire, Roman 3, 24. 231, return Monitor in Histoire parlementaire, Roman 3, 59. Du Amis, Roman 3, 128-141, Campagne, Roman 2, 7085 and C and C. 232, return Camille's newspaper, Révolutions de Paris et de Brabant in Histoire parlementaire, Roman 3, 108. 233, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 140-166. 234, return Du Sulks, Prise de la Bastille note, p. 281. 235, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 157. 236, return hist. Parl, Roman 3, 310. 237, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 159. 238, return Ibid. Roman 3, 177, Dictionnaire des Hommes Marquins, Roman 2, 379. 239, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 161. 240, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 165. 241, return C. hist. Parl, Roman 3, 7117, Du Amis, Roman 3, 166-177 and C. 242, return Mounier, exposé justificatif, cited in Du Amis, Roman 3, 185. 243, return C. Weber, Roman 2, 185-31. 244, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 192-1. 245, return Weber, U by Supra. 246, return Weber, Du Amis and C. 247, return Monitor in hist. Parl, Roman 2, 105. 248, return Du Amis, Roman 3, 208. 249, return Courrier de Provence, Murraybau's newspaper, number 50, p. 19. 250, return Mémoire de M. Leconte de Lally-Tolendal, Janvier 1790, p. 160-165. 251, return Déposition de Lecanter in hist. Parl, Roman 3, 111-115. 252, return Campen, Roman 2, 7587. 253, return Toulongen, I 144. 254, return Toulongen 1 app, 120. 255, return calumnious rumor, current long since, in Loose Vehicles Edinburgh Review on Mémoires de Bastille, for example, concerning Friedrich Wilhelm and his ways, then so mysterious and miraculous to many, not the least truth in it. Note of 1858. 256, return Rapport de Chabraud Monitor, due 31 December, 1789. 257, return Toulongen, I 150. 258, return Mercier Nouveau Paris, Roman 3, 21. 259, return Toulongen, I 130 161, Du Amis, Roman 3, C9 and C and C. 260, return Arthur Young's Travels, I 264 280. 261, return Du Amis, Roman 3, C10. 262, return Le Château des Tuileries, O Racet and C. Par Roussel in hist. Parl, Roman 4, 195-19. 263, return Monitor Nose. 6586, 29th September, 7th November, 1789. 264, return Dumont, Souvenirs, p. 278. 265, return Dampmartin, Evenements, I 208. 266, return C. Du Amis, Roman 3, C14, Roman 4, C2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 14. Expédition des volontaires de Brest sur l'Anion, les Lyonnais sauveurs des Dauphinois massacre romans, troubles du Maine, pamphlets and excerpts in Hist. Parle, Roman 3, 251, Roman 4, 162 and 68, and c. 267, return C. Du Amis, Roman 4, C14, 7, Hist. Parle, Roman 6, 384. 268, return Mémoires de Barbaroux, Paris, 1822, p. 57. 269, return 21st October, 1789, Moniteur, number 76. 270, return Buzat, Mémoires, Paris, 1823, p. 90. 271, return Dumouriez, Mémoires, I-28 and c. 272, return Dumont, Souvenirs sur Murraybow, p. 399. 273, return A trustworthy gentleman writes to me 3 years ago with a feeling which I cannot but respect that his father, the late Admiral Nesham, not Needham, as the French journalists give it, is the Englishman meant, and furthermore that the sword is not rusted at all, but still lies with the due memory attached to it in his, the son's, possession at Plymouth in a clear state. Note of 1857. 274, return Moniteur, 10 November, 7 December, 1789. 275, return De Paul, Recherches sur les Grecs and c. 276, return Nagin. Address à l'Assemblée nationale, Paris, 1790, sur la liberté des opinions. 277, return C. Marmontel, Mémoires Passim, Morlet, Mémoires and c. 278, return Hannah More's Life and Correspondence, Roman 2, c. 279, return de Stael, Mémoires, Paris, 1821, I-169-80. 280, return Dumont, Souvenirs 6. 281, return C. Bertrand Mulville, Mémoires, Roman 2, 100 and c. 282, return Douleur, Histoire de Paris, Roman 8, 483, Mercier, Nouveau Paris and c. 283, return Hist. Parle, Roman 6, 334. 284, return C. Bertrand Mulville, I-241 and c. 285, return Newspapers in Hist. Parle, Roman 4, 445. 286, return Du Amis, VC 7. 287, return C. Du Amis, V 199. 288, return Hist. Parle, Roman 7, 4. 289, return Reports and C. in Hist. Parle, Roman 9, 122 147. 290, return Madame Roland, Mémoires I. Discours Préliminaire, p. 23. 291, return Hist. Parle, Roman 12, 274. 292, return C. Du Amis, V 122, Hist. Parle and c. 293, return Moniteur and c. in Hist. Parle, Roman 12, 283. 294, return Du Amis, Roman 4, Roman 3. 295, return 23 December, 1789 Newspapers in Hist. Parle, Roman 4, 44. 296, return C. Newspapers and c. in Hist. Parle, Roman 6, 381 406. 297, return Mercier, Roman 2, 76 and c. 298, return Mercier, Roman 2, 81. 299, return narrative by a Lorraine Federate given in Hist. Parle, Roman 6, 389-91. 300, return Du Amis, V 168. 301, return Du Amis, V 140 3179. 302, return see his letter O pupil Franchise, London, 1786. 303, return Dampmartin, Evenements, I 144 184. 304, return Douleur, Histoire de Paris, Roman 8, 25. 305, return Bouillet, Mémoires, London, 1797, IC 8. 306, return see Newspapers of July, 1789 and Hist. Parle, Roman 2, 35 and c. 307. Return Dampmartin, evenements I-89. 308. Return Dampmartin, evenements I-122-146. 309. Return Norvins, Histoire de Napoléon I-47. Law's Cases, Memoirs translated into Hazlitt's Life of Napoleon I-2331. 310. Return Monitor 1790, number 233. 311. Return Bouillet Memoirs I-113. 312. Return Bouillet I-145. 313. Return Monitor in Hist, Parle Roman 7, 29. 314. Return Monitor, Séance du 9 août 1790. 315. Return du Amis, v. 217. 316. Return Bouillet IC9. 317. Return du Amis VC8. 318. Return du Amis v. 206-51, Newspapers and Documents in Hist, Parle, Roman 7, 59-162. 319. Return Compare Bouillet Memoirs I-153-176, Du Amis v. 251-71, Hist, Parle, U by Supra. 320. Return Du Amis v. 268. 321. Return Bouillet I-175. 322. Return Ami du Pupil in Hist, Parle, U by Supra. 323. Return Knox's History of the Reformation, B.I. 324. Return C. Dampmartin, I-249 and C and C. 325. Return Dampmartin Passim. 326. Return Mercier Roman 3, 163. 327. Return C. Hist, Parle Roman 7, 51. 328. Return Ami du Pupil, number 306. See other excerpts in Hist, Parle, Roman 8, 139-149, 428-433, Roman 9, 8593 and c. 329. Return Dampmartin, I-184. 330. Return de Bello Gallico Libs Roman 4, 5. 331. Return C. Brissot Patriote Francais Newspaper, Fauchet Bouchdefer and c. Excerpted in Hist, Parle, Roman 8, Roman 9, et sec. 332. Return Camille's Journal in Hist, Parle, Roman 9, 366-85. 333. Return Monitor, Séance du 21 août 1790. 334. Return Révolutions de Paris in Hist, Parle, Roman 8, 440. 335. Return C. Hist, Parle, Roman 7, 316, Bertrand Moleville and c. 336. Return Campen Roman 2, 105. 337. Return Campen Roman 2, 199-1. 338. Return Dampmartin Roman 2, 129. 339. Return Mercier Nouveau Paris Roman 3, 204. 340. Return Campen Roman 2, c. 341. Return Dumont, p. 211. 342. Return Correspondence Secrete in Hist, Parle, Roman 8, 169-73. 343. Return Cara's Newspaper 1st Feb. 1791 in Hist, Parle, Roman 9, 39. 344. Return Campen Roman 2, 132. 345. Return Montgillard Roman 2, 282, Du Amis Roman 6, c. 346. Return Montgillard Roman 2, 285. 347. Return Du Amis Roman 6, 1115, Newspapers in Hist, Parle, Roman 9, 111-17. 348. Return Weber Roman 2, 286. 349. Return Hist, Parle, Roman 9, 139-48. 350. Return Montgillard Roman 2, 286. 351. Return C. Mercier Roman 2, 40, 202. 352, return Ordonnance du 17 Mars 1791, Hist. Parle, Roman 9, 257. 353, return C. Fils Adoptif Roman 7, 16, Dumont C. 11 12 14. 354, return Fils Adoptif U by Supra. 355, return Dumont P. 311. 356, return Dumont P. 267. 357, return Fils Adoptif Roman 8, 42079. 358, return Fils Adoptif Roman 8, 450. Journal de la Maladie et de la Mort de Mirabeau, par P.J.G. Cabanis, Paris, 1803. 359, return Hainault Abrégé chronologique, p. 429. 360, return Fils Adoptif Roman 8, L10, newspapers and excerpts in Hist. Parle Roman 9, 366 402. 361, return Hist. Parle Roman 9 405. 362, return Moniteur, du 13 Juillet 1791. 363, return Moniteur, du 18 September 1794. See also du 30 Août and c. 1791. 364, return Dumont, p. 287. 365, return Toulongen, I. 262. 366, return Newspapers of April and June, 1791, in Hist. Parle, Roman 9, 449, x. 217. 367, return Du Amis Roman 6, c1, Hist. Parle, Roman 9, 407 14. 368, return Du Amis, v. 410 Du Maries Roman 2, c5. 369, return Hist. Parle, x. 99 102. 370, return Campen Roman 2, c18. 371, return Bouillet Mémoires Roman 2, c10. 372, return Moniteur, Séance du 23 Avril, 1791. 373, return Choiseul, Relation du départ de Louis Roman 16. Paris, 1822, p. 39. 374, return Campen Roman 2, 141. 375, return Weber Roman 2, 342, Choiseul, p. 4456. 376, return Hainault Abrégé chronologique, p. 36. 377, return Du Amis Roman 6, 67 178, Toulongen Roman 2, 138, Camille, Prudhomme and editors in Hist. Parle, x. 244. 378, return Walpoliana. 379, return Dumont, c16. 380, return Dumouriez Mémoires Roman 2, 109. 381, return Madame Roland Roman 2, 70. 382, return Moniteur and c in Hist. Parle, x. 240-453. 383, return Déclaration du Sieur Lagache du Régiment Royal Dragoons in Choiseul, pp. 125-39. 384, return Rapport de M. Ramaille in Choiseul, p. 143. 385, return Déclaration de Lagache in Choiseul U by Supra. 386, return Déclaration de Lagache in Choiseul, p. 134. 387, return Campen Roman 2, 159. 388, return Proses Verbal du Directoire de Clermont in Choiseul, p. 189-95. 389, return Du Amis Roman 6, 139-78. 390, return Rapportem Aubriet in Choiseul, p. 157. 391, return Extrait d'un rapport de M. Deslans in Choiseul, p. 164-7. 392, return Bouillet Roman 2, 74-6. 393, return Déclaration du Sieur Thomas in Choiseul, p. 188. 394, return Weber Roman 2, 386. 395, return Aubriet ut Supra, p. 158. 396, return Nouveau Paris Roman 3, 22. 397, return Campen Roman 2, c. 18. 398, return Ibid, Roman 2, 149. 399, return Bouillet Roman 2, 101. 400, return Madame Roland Roman 2, 74. 401, return Hist, Parle, say 147. 402, return Ibid, say 113 and c. 403, return Toulongen Roman 2, 56-59. 404, return Hist, Parle Roman 13, 73. 405, return de Stael, Considerations, IC 23. 406, return Choix de Rapports and C. Paris, 1825, Roman 6, 239-317. 407, return Monitor in Hist, Parle, say 473. 408, return Dumouriez Roman 2, 150 and c. 409, return Dumouriez Roman 2, 370. 410, return Choix de Rapports, say 25. 411, return Monitor, Séance du 4 October 1791. 412, return Montgillard Roman 3, 1 237. 413, return Monitor, Séance du 6 Juillet 1792. 414, return Dampmartin, Événements, I 267. 415, return Barbaroux Mémoires p. 26. 416, return Lessing Desmasons, Comte rendu à l'Assemblée nationale, 10 September 1791, Choix des Rapports, Roman 7, 270-393. 417, return Procès verbal de la Commune d'Avignon and C. in Hist, Parle, Roman 12, 419-23. 418, return Hugo Foscolo, Essay on Petrarch, p. 35. 419, return Dampmartin, I 251-94. 420, return Dampmartin, U by Supra. 421, return Du Amis Roman 7. Paris, 1797, pp. 59-71. 422, return Barbaroux p. 21, Hist, Parle, Roman 13, 421-4. 423, return Dumont, Souvenirs p. 374. 424, return Dumouriez Roman 2, 129. 425, return Hist, Parle, Roman 12, 131-141, Roman 13, 114, 417. 426, return Du Amis, X 157. 427, return Débats des Jacobins and C. Hist, Parle, Roman 13, 171-92-98. 428, return Campen Roman 2, 177-02. 429, return Bertrand Moleville, IC 4. 430, return Moleville, I 370. 431, return Ibid, IC 17. 432, return Montgillard Roman 3, 41. 433, return Bertrand Moleville, I 177. 434, return Toulongen, I 256. 435, return 30th March 1792, Annual Register, p. 11. 436, return Toulongen Roman 2, 101-17. 437, return Montgillard Roman 3, 517, Toulongen, U by Supra. 438, return C. Hist, Parle, Roman 13, 1138, 4161, 358 and c. 439, return Monitor, Séance du 2 November 1791, Hist, Parle, Roman 12, 212. 440, return Ami du Roi newspaper in Hist, Parle, Roman 13, 175. 441, return Monitor, Séance du 23 Janvier, 1792, Biographie des Ministers section Narbonne. 442, return Dumouriez Roman 2, c6. 443, return Dampmartin, I 201. 444, return monitor, séance du 15 juillet 1792. 445, return newspapers and see in hist, parle, Roman 13, 325. 446, return December 1791, hist, parle, Roman 12, 257. 447, return monitor, séance du 28 Mai 1792, campagne, Roman 2, 196. 448, return Dumouriez, Roman 2, 168. 449, return campagne, Roman 2, c19. 450, return monitor, du 7 avril 1792, du amis, Roman 7, 111. 451, return see monitor, séances in hist, parle, Roman 13, Roman 14. 452, return Dumouriez, Roman 2, 137. 453, return 16th February 1792, Trois des Rapports, Roman 8, 375-92. 454, return Courrier de Paris, 14 Janvier 1792, Gorses's newspaper, in hist, parle, Roman 13, 83. 455, return Discours de Bailly, Réponse de Patient, monitor du 20 November 1791. 456, return Barbaroux, p94. 457, return monitor, séance du 29 Mars 1792. 458, return Toulongen, Roman 2, 124. 459, return Débats des Jacobins hist, parle, Roman 13, 259 and c. 460, return Dumont, c20, 21. 461, return Madame Roland, Roman 2, 81-15. 462, return Du Amis, Roman 7, 146-66. 463, return Dumont, c19, 21. 464, return Newspapers of February, March, April 1792, I am Dendre Chenier sur l'affaire des Suisses, and C in hist, parle, Roman 13, Roman 14. 465, return Patriote Francais Brissot's newspaper, in hist, parle, Roman 13, 451. 466, return Toulongen, Roman 2, 149. 467, return Moniteur, séance du 10 Juin 1792. 468, return Débats des Jacobins in hist, parle, Roman 14, 429. 469, return Madame Roland, Roman 2, 115. 470, return Moniteur, séance du 18 Juin 1792. 471, return Barbaroux, p40. 472, return Roederer and C in hist, parle, Roman 15, 98-194. 473, return Toulongen, Roman 2, 173, Campagne, Roman 2, c20. 474, return Moniteur, séance du 28 Juin 1792. 475, return Débats des Jacobins hist, parle, Roman 15, 235. 476, return Toulongen, Roman 2, 180. See also Dampmartin, Roman 2, 161. 477, return hist, parle, Roman 16, 259. 478, return Moniteur, séance du Juillet 1792. 479, return Dumouriez, Roman 2, 1-5. 480, return Dampmartin, Roman 2, 183. 481, return C. Barbaroux, Memoirs, note in p40, 41. 482, return Dampmartin, U by Supra. As to Dampmartin himself and what became of him farther, see Mémoires de la Comtesse de Lichtenau, écrits par elle-même, traduits de l'élément à Landers 1809, I 207, Roman 2. 7891.